Agarũrũkirwo nĩ andũ othe kinyagia ciana ciake mũriũ wake komire na atumia ake kwĩ mũthenya maguta marĩ thĩna marĩkia gũitĩrĩrio mũndũ matũmire ndaurio nĩ thĩna mũingĩ nĩ Saũlũ na ithuĩ no matuonetie thĩna magatũgucĩrĩria thũ no ũndũ njũĩ nĩ atĩ Ngai nĩamarũagĩrĩra.
DJ Smiles.
Ndeciria nĩ ndagacĩra wĩini-inĩ wakwa komakĩro makeni ndahurũkagia nĩ mahenya yamenyaga maguta ma wĩini no matũme ndĩre rĩthikĩre nĩkĩa maguta marĩ mbara nyingĩ maguta marĩ thĩna marĩkia gũitĩrĩrio mũndũ matũmire ndaurio nĩ thĩna mũingĩ nĩ Saũlũ na ithuĩ no matuonetie thĩna magatũgucĩrĩria thũ no ũndũ njũĩ nĩ atĩ Ngai nĩamarũagĩrĩra.
Andũ nĩngĩ arĩa matũthimaga na kageri ga thĩna ũrĩa tũgeragĩra tũkamendwo nĩ arata o nginya andũ aitũ na magatũcira atĩ tũtikarũgama wamono mere Ngai nĩokire wamono mere Ngai nĩokire rĩrĩ ti rĩrĩa matũnyararaga rĩrĩ ti rĩrĩa matũmenagĩra thĩna itherũ mwana ndaigagĩrĩrwo iga ũngĩciaranĩrwo na gĩtonga kĩmwe kĩo nĩ mũrĩa ritu na mũtirĩ hakiri kĩmbĩrie indo na kĩmũtunye cenyu tondũ mwana mũkĩa tarĩ mwene wamono mere Ngai nĩokire wamono mere Ngai nĩokire.
Yes, nĩngũkũhete homework. Ti homework nĩ assignment. Ndũkĩrĩ ũrainũka nĩ hĩndĩ ũkũinũka.
Koguo nĩ class work.
Ore.
Rĩu ũkũnjĩrĩte atĩ mwana aciarwo nĩkĩ atakoragwo nakĩo. Nguo obvious.
Na body part.
Body part. No, wajira nĩkĩ atakoragwo. You have to be specific. I can't examine no Mwaka ukorwo very specific. Ndakoragwo na Jure cia makwapa. Na
let me be specific. Very specific.
Yes.
I narrow it down. Kemne kidogo. Bone.
Danjita.
Bone.
Bone.
Yes.
Ne bone ile kwata korogana sio.
Kumbe mara asiaro. He mahedi atakoragwo.
Ndogi are bone.
T-bones. T-bones yate ciothe. Harĩ iria specific atakoragwo.
Tiga magegori.
Magego nĩ bone by the way.
Akiri bone.
Yes.
Nĩ bone.
Na nĩyo ĩkoragwo the only non wĩtagwo atĩa? Yani rĩtingĩcoka rĩngiuma nĩ rĩuma.
Ũguo
rĩtagwo non-replaceable. Yes. Na ndakoragwo na rĩrĩ he kanyamũ getagwo kneecap. Kare mahiti.
But tutire.
Matikoragwo.
Nĩkĩo.
Ndakoragwo na kneecap. Aciara ndakoragwo.
Nĩgũkagokaga.
Rĩu
gakoranagia nake.
Gakoranagia nake.
Ĩĩ tatũgego.
Ĩta magego rĩu.
Aya.
Ndio kima muthenya mwega muno wa Wednesday. Asanteni sana kunyitanira na ithuĩ nginyagia tugacemania rũciũ kaiyenda njĩtagwo DJ Smiles.
Na niĩ njĩtagwo Nyambura Kabuĩ ndainũka nĩ gũthi kũrora indo icio Smiles anjĩra nĩ kũrora kana kĩnikabu ĩho kana no ĩrakũra gĩkwendithĩrie hwaĩ-inĩ mwega Ngai akũrathime na kwende mũno na enda tũgacemania haha mũthenya wa rũciũ. Niĩ njĩtagwo
hapa ni Nyeri County. Tuko na NGOs ambazo zitakupatia 50% sponsorship. Kimbia kwa branch yoyote usukue your sponsorship form. Ni watu 200 tu.
Deacon College training beyond the obvious.
Oh yes, goko top kia twahitire ha uhoro wa zogorare kamuche reka na mukau tondu ni gutinangia ginyagia 395,000 only giri magana matatu 95 peke yake goko tore Joska Kagudo Road mugondo tuguturekeirie borehole na tugagutambiria mai okea tugagwikirira water storage na pio gutigirira wena mai hende ciothe na kuojuja turengete thogora kinyagia 495,000 only.
Na cici ciothe ni title cia mugundo uyu.
Tucerera Ruiru Town, Greek Towers, Fast Floor. Kana tuhurire thimu o riu 0708 000 999.
Top Care ni mucie waku mwehokeku wa uigiria.
Climax Beauty College ne college taburikanite hari uthomithania wa beauty na computer.
We mwega muthikiriria ne Peter Kahiga
umaboko wa Climax Beauty College
tuthomithagia kothi ta hairdressing, facial therapy na ingĩ nyingĩ. Gũkũ Climax Beauty College ne twĩkĩrĩire mũno maũndũ ma discipline nĩ ũndũ wa kũiga mũrutwo etĩkĩrĩkĩte society-inĩ.
Mũciari ũguo nĩguo kũrĩ rehe mwana waku Climax Beauty College tumuharĩrie agatuĩka mwandĩkani tucerere Ruiru bypass Kĩhunguro kana ũhũre thimũ namba 0700818888 o rĩngĩ 0700818888.
Muthenya wa gatano tariki 15 wa kenda mwaka uyu kwambĩrĩria thaa 1:30 nginya thaa 2 cia rũcinĩ. Nyitanĩra na Njoroge wa Gĩthĩnji na Kamau wa Kang'ethe thĩinĩ wa Inoro rũcinĩ makĩnyita ũgeni Zakaria Kariuki Ndirangu kuma Fervent Properties Limited nderetinĩ ya wendia wa mĩgũnda. Ndũkahĩtũkwo nĩ ndereti ĩno ya mwanya. The big conversation kwambĩrĩria thinacera cia hwainĩ nginya thaa 4 cia ũtukũ.
Tarora Rita rora maũndũ maya
ni wamenya hũthĩrĩte mbeca cigana nĩ ũndũ wa hiki ũyũ.
Nĩkĩ ũroka gũkũ gwakwa ũnyitithanĩtie nguo nĩkĩ ndagwĩka niĩ?
Kiria kanua kau, excuse me what?
To protect our family, we use Dettol soap.
Dettol soap with germ defense gives you protection. When it's cold, germs are transferred in different ways. And Dettol soap's germ defense protects you from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Be Dettol sure.
Shesheni ya Inoro TV.
It is exactly 365 days since the inauguration of Kenya's 5th President, William Samoei Ruto. And we here at The Big Conversation are about to give you a report card check on the first year of the Kenya Kwanza administration. I'm Jeff Koinange.
Na minafahamika kama Lulu Hassan. Mtazamaji, kama alivyosema Jeff Koinange, leo ni siku ya The Big Conversation. Kwa Kiswahili tunasema ni mjadala mkuu, mtazamaji, ambapo siku hii ya leo tunatathmini walichoahidi na kilichoafikiwa hadi wa leo wametimiza mwaka mmoja.
That's right, and we're going to be coming to you on all our networks: Citizen TV, Ramogi TV, Inoro TV, Radio Citizen, and Hot 96.
Na mtazamaji, tutaangazia masala tofauti ikiwemo gharama ya maisha, swala la afya, na usisahau mtazamaji, nyumba za bei nafuu.
Absolutely. Cost of living as well, Lulu. Let's not forget that it's been going sky high the last year. And we're going to be coming to you from around the nation's capital and around the country. Let's just give you a look at who we have and where. At City Hall Forum, we have Jael, Lieta, and Lincoln Jogu.
Na mtazamaji, Jael, Lieta na Lincoln Jogu watazungumza na wananchi na wale jamaa ambao kidogo ni wataalam. Wanasema ni wazalendo. Na wazalendo. Mbali na hao mtazamaji, tutakuwa na Chemu Taigoin na Waweru wa Nyambura uko Kibra.
That's right. And then we're going to do something pretty unprecedented. We're going to go into 2 matatus right now during drive time, and we're going to be talking to both Patrick Gunza on the Rongai 111 route, and on the Embakasi route we'll have George Bati.
Mbali na hao mtazamaji, tukitoka jijini Nairobi tunaelekea miji tofauti, na hii leo mtazamaji kwenye The Big Conversation tunaenda hadi Garissa, tukutane na Faisal Abdurrahman.
And from Garissa we'll go all the way to Nyamira. We'll find our very own Crispin Otieno standing by, getting the pulse of the nation out there. And finally we'll go to Nyeri County and we'll speak to our very own Martin Monene, also on standby. We're giving you unprecedented coverage right here on The Big Conversation.
Lakini wengi wanauliza, dere wa mathri, konda wa mathri, wanasema nini mtazamaji? Na hii leo moja kwa moja tunaenda kwa Patrick Egunza ambaye yuko katika route number
111 Rongai.
Na Patrick Egunza, kama unatupata vizuri, wa Kenya wanasemaje ikiwa ni siku ambayo Rais William Ruto ama serikali ya Kenya Kwanza imeweza kutimisha mwaka mmoja? I think Igunza alikuwa tupati vizuri, lakini mtazamaji,
and let's not forget it's a moving matatu and we are live in there, so the connection could be a little slow, but we'll get him for sure. We'll get Patrick Igunza very shortly on that Rongai 111 line.
Lakini moja kwa moja mtazamaji, kama tutampata Faisal kutoka Garissa atujuze mengi zaidi. Faisal, wakazi wa Garissa wanasemaje kuhusiana na mwaka mmoja wa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza?
Sana Lulu na Jeff pale studioni. Sema tu, hii ni mwaka moja tangu Rais Dr. William Samoei Ruto kuchukua usukani na kuapishwa kama rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Na sasa wakati wa kampeni, ulivyojua tu, alikuwa na ahadi nyingi kwa Wakenya, na kuna yale ambayo amesema atatekeleza kwa Wakenya, kwa sababu kuna sekta mbalimbali ambayo amezungumza kwa ahidi wa Kenya kuwa itaboreka zaidi: sekta ya afya, barabara, muundo msingi. Na katika kaunti ya Garissa nitaweza kuzungumza na baadhi ya wakazi ambao wamejumuika nami hapa na kuweza tu kupata taswira yalipo na maoni yao kuhusiana na utendakazi wa Rais William Samoei Ruto kwa miaka moja sasa. Nitaweza kuzungumza tu na mzee Mohamed Nunde. Tueleze tu maoni yako kuhusiana na uongozi wa Rais William Ruto na ahadi ambazo alizitoa ametekeleza, na hali ya maisha iliko kwa sasa, na jinsi serikali yake ilivyoendelea kwa miaka moja kwa sasa. Nakushikilia.
Kwa rais sisi ni nani kama rais yetu? Sisi kwanza kile kilikuwa tunasumbua ni amani. Watu walikuwa wanapigwa extrajudicial killing, walikuwa wanatupwa Rebayala. Sasa hakuna mtu ameguzwa mwaka hii nzima. This is a straight A for the president. Rais amejitengenezea jina Kenya, akajitengenezea jina Afrika, na akajitengenezea regional, na akajitengenezea jina international. Nani kama rais yetu? Sisi tukiwa watu wa Northeastern province, our bread is buttered. Tuko na lapset ile inaenda huko, barabara inaenda mpaka Mandera, Lami. Hapa tuko na port ya Lamu, kuna Rono, kuna managing director wa KPF. Tunataka ngombe yetu isafiri kutoka hapa ipitie Lamu iende. Rais is in a class of his own. Hii mambo ya maisha kwenda juu ni kila mahala. Ni mambo ya Ukraine, ile unga wheat yote ilikuwa inatoka Russia, hakuna wheat sasa. Ile gas ilikuwa inatoka Russia imefungwa. So ni hii embargoes na ni kila mahala iko na shida. Lakini rais amejaribu sana. Hiyo miaka 10 nyingine tulikuwa free fall. But now we have a president who is actually hands on and who has got an international recognition both in Africa and in his own term. Thank you very much.
Labda swala ya ufisadi kwa jinsi anavyopambana naye, unaona kuwa amefanya kazi mzuri
kabisa. Unaona watu sasa, jana tu juzi walikuwa na mention kesi 6. Kulikuwa na ile kesi ya what you call Kenya Bureau of Statistics. Sonko pia naye alikuwa anaulizwa maswali. All these cases were pending. Sasa they are being mentioned na watu wako kotini, na president aendelee kumaliza hii ufisadi, corruption, which is actually ruining this country of ours, na anafanya kazi mzuri kwa mwaka moja from 13th August to 13th August today. Nani kama rais yetu?
Labda kwa mwisho tu dakika moja tu, maoni yako kuhusiana na utendakazi wa rais.
I think kwangu nimeweza kufurahishwa sana. Kwa majina mimi ni Abdikadir Aden Hassan, mimi ni mkazi wa mji wa Garissa. Jambo la kwanza, mimi ni mwana mazingira. Rais ameweza kuzindua kampeni ya kupanda miti bilioni 15. Yeye amenipatia morali kama kijana, na pia ningeomba rais vijana wengi zaidi waweze kuhusishwa katika hiyo kampeni. Jambo la pili, sisi kama eneo la kaskazini mashariki, serikali za mbeleni ilikuwa inatutenga sana. Lakini kwa hii serikali ya Rais Ruto tunaona kwamba tunakaa kwa meza moja na wengine Wakenya wengine. Jambo langu la tatu ni kwa mambo na ufisadi. Rais ameweza kupigana na ufisadi, na ningeomba kwamba counties ndio ufisadi kuu iko. Naomba kwamba hii fimbo ya ufisadi ikuje ingia kwa counties, kwa sababu Wakenya wameanza kuingiza baridi. Wale watu walikuwa naiba mali ya umma, hata wafanyikazi wa serikali wameweza kuwa na uoga zaidi. Na la mwisho, mimi naomba rais kwamba kaskazini mashariki tunaomba hizi miradi za serikali kuu ziweze pia kutufikia. Naona bado hajafika huku, lakini tunaomba aweze kutembelea, aweze kuzindua projects zaidi.
Asante sana Lulu. Haya tu ni baadhi ya maoni ya wakaazi na fikra zao kuhusiana. Kuna wengi ambao wana maoni tofauti, lakini kwa sababu ya muda tu nitaregesha studioni, nitaweza kuzungumza nao baadaye, maana tutakuwa na nafasi nyingi kuzungumza na wakaazi kuhusiana na utendakazi wa Rais William Samoei Ruto. Kwako studioni.
Naam, shukran sana Faisal Abdurrahman. Kwa hakika amepata sifa kede kwa mwaka mmoja. Wanasema our bread is buttered. Garissa wanasema wako salama.
And they know where their bread is buttered.
Naam, shukran sana Faisal.
All right, thanks Faisal. Now, from there, we're telling you we have unprecedented coverage around the country, around the nation. And for now, we're going to go inside a matatu. That's right. In Embakasi, it's an Embasava Sako, Lulu, heading all the way to Umoja. Or is it Umosh?
Umo.
Umo, okay, there you go. We find our own George Bati there. George, what's happening? What's the latest?
Yes, very well, Jeff and Lulu. I can hear you very well from the matatu plying Umoja, Nairobi route. And
looks like the picture that has frozen. As, you know, it's a moving matatu. We can expect anything, but you know, George Bati will get back to him as soon as we can.
Okay, kabisa. Lakini kwa hivi sasa tunaenda kwa Nyamira kwa Crispin Otieno. Amekuwa amesimama kwa muda mrefu, ana kiu pia cha kutaka kutujuza mengi zaidi. Wakenya wanasema nini hasa eneo hilo la Nyamira?
Na Lulu na Jeff, tupo katika kaunti nambari 046 ama 046 kaunti ya Nyamira, ambapo hapa tumefika tayari kutangamana na wakazi wa kaunti hii. Watuambie tu wao kama wenyeji ni siku ama ni mwaka moja tangu serikali ya Kenya kuanza kuchukua usukani katika uongozi wa taifa. Ningependa tu kusikia maoni yao ni yapi mpaka sasa. Tutaanza na huyu bwana hapa. Hebu tuambie unaitwa nani, alafu mwaka moja baada ya serikali ya Kenya kuanza kuchukua usukani, maoni yako ni yapi?
Kwa majina naitwa Geoffrey Onyanja kutoka stage ya Nyamira Umoja stage. Kutoka Nyamira Umoja stage. Sasa kitu ya kwanza nilikuwa nauliza president wetu, kuna mambo ya pikipiki zile zimekuja ya stima. Sasa shida moja ni sisi tumeshachukua bodaboda zingine hizi saloni zile zilikuwa za kwanza zinatumika mafuta. na saa hii hatujamaliza hiyo loan. Sasa hatujamaliza hiyo loan na ametuambia anatuletea zingine. Hizi zingine tutachukua wapi? Tutaenda kutupa wapi?
Haya, tuambie maoni yako kuhusu jinsi serikali imekuwa kwa mwaka mmoja umepita.
Kwa hii serikali kuanzia hii vile ilianza ni kama sasa ni kilio tu iko Kenya hii. Ni tunaendelea kulia tu kwa sababu kila kitu sasa imepanda. Ukiangalia mambo ya mafuta imepanda, ndio hiyo. Mambo ya chakula imepanda. Hakuna kitu yenye imetusaidia. Sasa ni kilio tu, wa Kenya anaendelea kulalamika tu mambo ya chakula hakuna. Tukisikia mbolea iko lakini hatujaiona hiyo mbolea. Tunasikia tu machina mbolea imekuja.
Asante. Maoni yake huyo. Hebu tuambie wewe kwa mtazamo wako mwaka mmoja serikali imefanya vipi?
Asante sana Mr. Crispin. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Geoffrey Nyasani, mimi ni mkaaji hapa Nyamira. Serikali iko sawa. Ni mwaka mmoja imepita tangu ingie serikalini. Serikali ndio hiyo inaendelea kupanga serikali, maandamano, sufuria kwa kijwa, hata ichakaa kwa ofisi ipange maneno yake mzuri. Ukiangalia vizuri, Asara Fund imekuja, mwenye aliomba Asara Fund ameweka biashara yake, imemsaidia. Affordable houses ziko hapa. Kama hapa Nyamira tumeletewa hizi affordable house hapa Sironga. Zinaendelea kujengwa. Vijana wanaendelea kufanya nini hapo? Wanaendelea kupata kila kitu. Serikali iko sawa. Ipewe muda.
Serikali labda iweze kufanya bora zaidi.
Serikali ipewe muda. Ikipewa muda itapanga maneno yake.
Asante. Haya.
Kwa majina naitwa Alfayo Charo, mkazi wa Nyamira. Mwaka mmoja baada ya hii serikali kuchukua uongozi, yale ambayo tumeona ni maisha imekuwa ngumu zaidi. Kwanza tukianza na cost of energy, stima imekuwa juu sana na mafuta pia imekuwa juu. Mafuta ni 195, 194. Mafuta ndio inatumika katika uchukuzi. Hiyo inamaanisha kila bidhaa itaenda juu. Na hiyo imefanya maisha imekuwa ngumu zaidi. Pia tumeona wakiintroduce new taxes kama ile ya housing, pia kuna ile ya NSSF pia wameongeza. Imefanya maisha ikawa si kama vile ilivyokuwa mwaka uliopita. Na pia tumeona employment hawajashughulikia maneno ya employment ya youth. Wanasema tu hustler fund lakini hawajashughulikia vizuri maneno ya employment ya youth. So ningeomba hii serikali mafuta wapunguze na stima wapunguze, cost of living iende chini because hizi ndio zinafanya cost push inflation. Asante.
Asante sana. Ngoja tupate maoni zaidi.
Kwa majina naitwa James Nyakangi Jemo. Mimi ndio kiongozi wa wafanyabiashara kaunti ya Nyamira. Nataka kusema kwamba tunashukuru serikali kwa saa hii kwa kutuletea tu amani, kwa kukubali bipartisan talks ambazo zinaendelea, ile mambo ya mgomo na viita ambayo ilikuwa inatusumbua kama sisi wafanyabiashara, ndio naona imeisha na tunajipigania kwa biashara. Kwa hiyo upande nataka kushukuru serikali na kuambia waende waelewane na opposition ili tuendelee kuwa na amani, tufanye kazi. Lakini kwa zile ahadi zote walitoa, ahadi ya bottom up kusaidia watu wa boda, mama mboga, sisi wafanyabiashara, upande hiyo naona kama serikali haijafanya chochote, kwa sababu mpaka saa hii tax ziliongeza, nyumba za wenyewe landlords waliongeza hiyo tax, kila kitu imekuwa bei kali, maleseni ziko mingi na sasa sisi wananchi tunasumbuka sana.
Asante sana. Na tunaye pia mama hapa, tutampea fursa pia na yeye pia aseme labda maoni yake mwaka mmoja baada ya serikali ya Kenya kuanza kuchukua usukani. Maoni yako ni hapo.
Thank you Crispin. Mimi naitwa Edina Misati kutoka Nyamira County. Mimi ningependa kuongelea mambo ya corruption. Corruption iko juu sana. Naomba Mheshimiwa William Ruto angalia mambo ya corruption adili nayo. Kwanza hata kama ni maskini ama ni mwenye tuseme ni tajiri, akienda kama ni kwa ofisi kushughulikiwa, at least apate services kama mwananchi kawaida. Kitu kingine yenye ningeongelea ni mambo ya shule. Watoto wanafukuzwa kila time. Halafu mambo ya industrial park tunamshukuru William Ruto, but kitu kingine mambo ya affordable houses ningependa aiweke kando kiasi, at least watoto kama wa CPC grade 7 hawana classes, angalie kwanza achenge mashule watoto wasome ndio aone mambo ya affordable houses. Kitu kingine wana biashara Hata kama wanafanya biashara hawapati faida kwa sababu uchumi imekuwa mbaya, vitu zimeongeza kutoka Rocky Cube, chumvi na kila kitu. Na stima inaenda kila time saa 1 mpaka saa 3. Watoto watasoma aje? Angalia mambo kama haya.
Nyamira pia tunafahamu kwamba ni kaunti ambayo inajulikana kwa masuala ya kilimo. Tumeona serikali imesema kwamba imetoa ama imepunguza bei ya mbolea kutoka shilingi 7,500 hadi shilingi 2,500. Nyinyi kama wakazi wa kulima wa kaunti ya Nyamira, maoni yenu ni yapi, na labda serikali imefanya kivipi mwaka mmoja uliopita?
Asante sana Crispin. Kwa majina naitwa Tiberius. Mimi ni mfanyakazi wa kaunti ya Nyamira. Kwa mwaka huu mmoja ambao Rais William Ruto na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza imekuwa uongozini, ile jambo tu alilolifanya jema ni lile jambo alilofanya siku ya kwanza akiwa ofisini, ambapo alikubali uamuzi wa Judicial Service Commission, akawaapisha majaji ambao mwanzilishi wake ama mtangulizi wake alikuwa amekataa kuapisha. Tokea huo wakati hamna jambo lolote ambalo unaweza kuipongeza hii serikali. Kwanza ni serikali iliyokuja na chini ya mwaka mmoja maafisa wa polisi wameua Wakenya wengi zaidi, na ikawa aibu zaidi wakati IG wa polisi anasimama na kusema kwamba wanachama cha upinzani wameenda katika vyumba vya kuhifadhi maiti, wakachukua maiti wakakuja kuparade. Jambo la mbolea, ndio amesema amepunguza mbolea. Iko wapi? Amepunguza mbolea, inapeanwa kulingana na misimamo ya kisiasa. Mheshimiwa mbunge wa South Mugirango Silvano Sosoro alisema kwamba alimkataza waziri wa kilimo asiweze kuleta katika maeneo ambayo wabunge wanaoongoza katika eneo bunge hizo ni wa muungano wa Azimio.
Asante sana. Naam, ulivyosikia hapo ni hisia mseto tu kutoka kwa wakazi wa kaunti hii ya Nyamira, wakiwa na hisia mseto tu. Wengi waliozungumza wakizungumzia tu kuhusu gharama ya juu ya maisha. Wangependa tu labda serikali iweze kushughulikia swala hilo. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tukiachia hapo kwenu tena studioni.
Naam, shukrani sana Crispin Otieno. Kwa hakika ni hisia mseto, mwanzo kutoka Garissa alafu uende Nyamira, unakuta kwamba ni maeneo mawili tofauti kabisa.
Yeah.
Kila mmoja na maoni yake.
Absolutely, and they're all crying out about the standard of living, especially in Nyamira, which is going to be one of our main topics tonight, Lulu. Cost of living, fuel prices through the roof, food prices unbearable. So we're going to be talking a lot about that in the next few years.
Okay. Kwa hivi sasa tunaambiwa kwamba tunaenda county 019.
Nyeri County.
Yes.
Where we find our very own Martin Munene. Martin, what's the latest there?
All right, a very good evening to you in studio from Nyeri County. And of course, Nyeri County is a special county, especially when it comes to this administration, because it is where the deputy president hails from. And in his words, he says that every region has shares in this government. And so the share of Nyeri County can be considered to be substantial, considering his position. And where I stand, President William Ruto was actually here about a month ago, launched this market. But 1 year of his rule, we get to hear what the locals here say. Areas of interest, of course, within Nyeri and Central Kenya region include issues of trade, issues of small-scale businesses, issues agriculture, that also things that touch with things to do with infrastructure and the like. And I want to have a conversation with locals here so that we get a feel of how they feel this government is faring, and especially to them. Kana nataka uniambie unaitwa nani, na karibu sana kwa Citizen TV. Mwaka mmoja wa utawala wa William Ruto, haswa masuala ya uchumi, wewe unaona anaendelea vipi na una yapi ya kusema kuhusu uchumi?
Majina yangu naitwa Maina Kamami, chairman wa hii soko ya Cheni Quarter, na hapa ndipo deputy president ametoka. Ningetaka kusema ya kwamba katika mahali ya kimaisha, maisha sio mazuri vile, sababu ukiangalia mafuta iko almost 200 shillings, ukiangalia uga iko 200, lakini ningetaka pia niangalie pande nyingine ya kimaisha, ya kwamba serikali inafanya juu chini kuona kwamba maisha itateremka. Ninasema itateremka kwa nini? Vile wamefanya kuleta fertilizer ya bei rahisi, inaonyesha kwamba wakiendelea hivyo maisha itateremka. Lakini as we talk now, maisha sio mazuri. Ningetaka serikali itilie manani mwananchi wa kawaida, ili at least maisha ipunguke kidogo.
Yes. Na asante. Labda tuzungumze nawe, nataka unieleze unaitwa nani? Na naona haswa nyinyi ni watu ambao mnafanya biashara ndogo ndogo. Labda kwa maoni yako, kwa mwaka mmoja wa serikali ya William Ruto, nyinyi kama watu ambao mnafanya biashara ndogo ndogo, maisha yenu imebadilika ama iko vipi?
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Moses Maina, mimi nifanya biashara kwa hii soko. Kwa hiyo mwaka mmoja na hii serikali ya William Ruto, maisha imetufinyilia kidogo due of cost of living, kwa sababu ya mafuta imepanda bei sana, na tunaomba hii serikali ya William Ruto ikitubungishia bei ya mafuta, gharama ya maisha itaenda chini. Lakini pande nyingine imetufanyia kazi juu, ukiangalia kama hii soko yetu, wakati alikuwa hapa ametuahidia kwamba atatuwekea roof, so tuko na matarajio na hii serikali ya kwamba itatufanyia kazi.
Labda tuweze kusikia pia sauti ya mama. Mama, nataka ujitambulishe, unaitwa nani? Na unieleze haswa wewe kama mama, mwaka mmoja utawala wa William Ruto, maoni yako ni yapi?
Mimi naitwa Julia Kerigo. Nashukuru kwa sababu ya serikali yetu, kwa sababu hiyo mwaka moja tumeona hiyo serikali ikiendelea vizuri, hata kama kuna mambo ambayo haijakamilika kabisa, tayari wameanza kitu na wamepeleka pahari. Ile sana ningetaka kuongelea ni kwa sababu kwa hii mwaka tumepewa, kama wamama tumepewa pesa hii ya hustler fund. Tulikuwa tunakopa pesa, saa nyingine tunashindwa kulipa. Wamama wengi hawakuwa na kazi, manyumba mingi ilikuwa imeharibika, lakini kwa sababu ya hii hustler fund ile na rais wetu, wamama sasa wanaendelea kufanya kazi. Kila mama sasa anapata hiyo, tunagawanya hizo 50,000, na saa hii tungeonelea na tungeomba tunapoendelea kulipa, tungeuliza rais wetu aendelee kutuongezea hiyo pesa, kwa sababu maisha iko juu. Hata zile vitu tunanunua siko na bei iko juu. Kwa hivyo tunapoendelea kulipa, tungeuliza rais wetu aongezee hiyo pesa, hata kama kila mtu atakuwa anapewa 50,000, tutashukuru.
Na mtuweza kusikia mwingine hapa. Nataka ujitambulishe, unaitwa nani na unieleze wewe kwa mwaka mmoja utawala wa William Ruto, haswa ukiangalia eneo hili kulikuwa na miradi kwa mfano ya barabara, mahali imefika sasa, umeridhika au la, ama ungesema yapi haswa kuhusu maendeleo?
Majina yangu naitwa Rose Wajiro. Mimi ni mfanyabiashara huku Nyeri County. Na kwanza kushukuru hii serikali, sababu wakati wa hiyo serikali nyingine ilikuwa imeanzia miradi ya barabara na haikuwa imemaliza. Sasa hii serikali imekuja ikatumalizia, na bado tuko na matarajio na wao watamaliza hata pale pamebaki. Na tunawaomba sasa, kwa sababu mvua iko karibu kunyesha, tunawaomba tu watuharakishie hizo barabara ndivyo tuwe sawa.
Asante. Mama, naye nataka unieleze, nimeona mpaka hapa kuna watoto, masuala ya masomo, serikali hii unaona imefanya vipi kwa huo mwaka mmoja wa William Ruto utawalani? Masuala ya masomo umeridhika kama iko vipi?
Iko mzuri. Mimi naitwa Elizabeth Kuria, lakini tunafurahi ni serikali yetu. Mimi naongelea juu ya masomo ya hii ya CBC, iko juu sana, lakini tunasema hata kama serikali tupunguzia hata kama ni kidogo, na tunashukuru serikali sana.
Asante. All right. Those are the views of Nyeri locals and residents. And like I said, I am in a market, and as you can see, if the cameraman Efantas Maina can be able to show us, business is ongoing. Today happens to be a market day, and so you find a lot of people coming from different areas within Nyeri County to come and trade. We've got various things actually being sold here, and like I said, issues of interest in Nyeri County, Central Kenya, touch on things like agriculture, issues of trade, infrastructure, and the like. And like the locals have said, so much has been happening. There's a lot of hope in this region, especially considering that the Deputy President comes from here for more development, completion of projects that had been initiated by the previous government. And that is how things are in Nyeri County. Views of locals, opinions of those residents 1 year following the of course the swearing in of President William Ruto as the president, the 5th president of the Republic. Back to in studio from Nyeri County, I'm Martin Monene.
Martin in the market in Nyeri County. Good stuff, Martin. Great reactions from people from across the board, Lulu. And they're talking about everything from roads. They want the roads improved because the rains are coming. And then wakaongea hustler fund pia.
Wanasema kwamba kile kiwango ambacho kimetengewa ni kidogo mno. Kwa hivyo mngeomba rais aongeze ifike 50,000.
Which is good. At least they appreciate. And then others are, of course, talking about the cost of living.
Yeah.
It is high, even though they give, they're saying give the Kenya Kwanza administration time. They're saying still, life is tough.
Yeah, maisha ni magumu, mtazamaji wanasema, lakini wanaona kana kwamba juhudi zinafanywa. Kwa hivyo wana hope kwamba mambo yatakuwa
Mazuri. Absolutely. Now, from Nyeri County, let's come back down to the nation's capital, where we've been telling you we are adamant about getting into a matatu and speaking to the people on the move as they drive home. We get our own Patrick Igunza, who's at heading to Rongai. Is he in the CBD?
Yuko CBD.
CBD heading to Rongai. Igunza, if you can hear us, good evening. What's the latest? Igunza, if you can hear us, we're in the studios. Tell us if you can hear us. Igunza, yeah, go ahead. What's the latest? What's happening? Where are you?
Amazing. Jeff Konanges, Jika Nibongeshenga speaking English. Amanizungumze kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. I'm coming to you live from the Central Business District hapa hivi Nairobi, and as you can see, nyuma yangu ni Wakenya wa tabaka mbalimbali, those who come from far and those who reside within Nairobi. They are ready to board a matatu, ready to go to their places. I just want to speak to some of them so that we can get to hear wanasemaje kuhusiana na uongozi wa Rais Ruto. Mwaka mmoja tangu achukue hatamu za uongozi hapa nchini, and there is a lady here by the name Nyambura. Amesema atatupatia mawili matatu. Ni aje sister?
Poa sana.
Uko Aital?
Safi.
Uko best?
Kabisa.
Amazing sana. Wewe unasemaje kuhusiana na uongozi wa Rais Ruto 1 year since he took over power?
I think things have been crazy, for lack of a better word. Changes have been crazy. When you see the housing levy that was just imposed, mostly to the people who are employed, it's a bit crazy because you're wondering, for one of the questions that I would ask myself is like, I live in my own house, why would I pay housing levy again? Am I sure I'll get that house? Do I even need it as of the moment? Because I already own a house, so why would I pay another housing levy? But at the same time, we want to give them time, and we feel 1 year is not enough for me to judge them. We want to still have some hope in them. We hope that they will do the best and they will not disappoint us. Coming in the next 5 years, in the next 2 years actually, come in the next 1 year, they should do something better. For the housing levy, not so good about it. About the health, we heard of something else that is supposed to come up apart from NHIF. Let's see how it goes. I'm not so sure. Every day levies are being imposed. So tomorrow we are not sure whether we'll be paying levy for this road. But anyway, we hope for the best.
Appreciate it, Nyambura. Mambo vipi champe? Uko Aital?
Niko Aital.
Yeah, to go live on Citizen Television, Kenya's #1 TV station. What's your take about Ruto's leadership 1 year down the line?
For me, what we should do is just have hope, have faith, and let's see everything flow.
Yeah. Wewe unafeel nika gharama ya maisha na kupeleka namna gani kama youth man?
Nika youth man nimesikiza impact, siwezi kataa. But saa watu ile tutafanya tu ni kukubali, adjust na kubali tu, have faith.
So tunago na imani. Kama kuna area moja ungependa kushauri gova iangalie especially masuala ya vijana, ingekuwa area gani ya life?
Hey, hustling jo, tusake a job. Kama for me jobs mostly.
Mawera.
Tupate hela jo, na pia tupate shughuli za kufanya, at least tuko tu sawa.
Wewe sasa uko na wera ama bado uko searching?
Kwa mimi niko chuo, nilikuwa na wera but sasa venye gaveli change kiplani, impact nimesikizia. Sasa bado nimeenda section B. Sasa niko chuo, sasa niko attachment currently. Niko chuo bado.
Amazing.
Niko chuo.
Sawa, so umesema tuende na hope.
Kwetu na hope.
Tuwapatie time tuone kama wata improve things. Aital sana, hapa hivi ni area ya katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi. Sijui kama tungekaa, a few of them will be imechomoka hiyo. Wasapi? Naambiwa kuna mwingine hasa pa, ni aje youth man? Oh, kuna Max. Okay, Jeff Koinange na Lulu Hassan na wengine wote ambao wako studio. As you can see, these are some of the Kenyans actually wanaabiri matatu kuelekea sehemu zao za home, and I want to see whether I can get one or two more individuals who can just tell us what they feel about this current administration. Bingwa, mwenye umevaa tai, mambo vipi?
Fiti.
Unakaa maridadi sana.
Thank you very much.
Umetoka job sasa?
Yeah, nimetoka job. Yes.
Unasemaje kuhusiana na uongozi wa Ruto mwaka moja tangu achukua term za uongozi?
Well, I'll speak in English.
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't feel it at all. Other than the plans that they keep on telling us about, I'm yet to see those plans being implemented. The cost of living is just unmanageable. As you can see, I'm carrying a bag worth of household goods I've just bought worth 6,000 shillings. Right. So even wonder what I would be carrying in this bag worth 6,000 shillings. And truly, I don't really feel it.
Okay, which area especially do you feel like you're feeling the pain the most?
I've just bought a package of sugar at 450 shillings. Yeah. So obviously that it shows you that the cost of basic commodities are not just acceptable. Okay. If they could just do something to help that, that's what we are looking forward to. And also the other things, our pay slips keep on shrinking. Yeah. I wonder whether they are going to manage the economy entirely from taxes and shrinking our disposable incomes.
Thank you very much.
I mean, without our ability to purchase, it will have a trickle effect on those other economics. Yes.
Amazing, Sana. You've heard it from the horse's mouth. These are just a section of Kenyans who are actually pouring their hearts out, wanting us to understand the pain that they're going through. Some of them still hoping that things are going to get better. Time ikiendelea. I will have to toss it back to you guys in studio so that you can engage the experts, and you will wonder why I cut it short very fast. Ni kwa sababu kuna mahali nafaa kwenda na ni sahi isio design inakuwa true, inakuwa bei, inakuwa amazing, inakuwa ni Itali Gunza the street disciple.
Aital.
Patrick Guza there, boarding a Rongai-bound 111 and speaking to a section and a sampling of Kenyans, and they're giving their viewpoints. I mean, we heard the gentleman saying the shrinking paycheck.
Kabisa.
You know, and buying 2 kilogram sugar for 450 shillings.
Amefanya shopping ya 6,000 lakini haisi kwamba amefanya shopping. Exactly. But kuna kijana mmoja ambaye pia nimependa kauli yake. Anasema kitu kinamfanya yeye endelee ni hope and faith.
Yeah, hope and faith. It's 1 year down the line, so we'll see. Let's get more views. We'll tell you, giving you comprehensive coverage from around the nation's capital and around the country. We're going to stay in the nation's capital, go straight to City Hall Forum, where you find our very own Jael Lieta and Lincoln Jogu. Guys, what do you have?
Asante sana Jeff Koinange, tukupata vizuri. Ni katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi ambapo pia tungependa tupate hisia za wakazi wa hapa Nairobi kuhusiana na mwaka mmoja baada ya serikali ya Rais William Ruto. Wameona mambo ni mazuri ama wamefinyika kidogo, na kwa nini? Siko peke yangu na mwenzangu Jalieta.
Thank you very much, Lincoln Jogo. And just as you've rightly said, we've heard some of the opinions from the streets of Nairobi and other areas around the country. Here at Charter Hall, we also want to speak to the Bunge la Wazalendo and get to hear the highs and lows of the government 365 days later.
Bila shaka na moja kwa moja tupate kupata hisia zao, watuelezee wanaona namna gani. Ni mwaka mmoja baada ya Rais William Ruto na naibu wake Rigathi Gachagua kula kiapo chao na kusema watahudumia taifa chini ya katiba. Mwaka mmoja baadaye, tukianza nawe, wahisi mambo ya kumekuwa namna gani? Uko sawa ama kuna matatizo kidogo?
Asante bwana Njogu. Mimi kwa majina naitwa Edward Rioba, mimi ndio katibu mkuu wa Bunge la Wazalendo Kenya. Nafikiri sasa imepata siku 365 tangu serikali ilipoingia uongozini. Yapo waliofanya ambayo aidha wameona wamewafurahisha wananchi, lakini bado, ila tunasema bado tunawapa kama 45% kwa sababu bado ni kama wanayumba yumba, hawajafikia jinsi wananchi walitarajia wao wafikie. Kwanza naanza kwa kusema hivi, ukiangalia hizi wizara ambazo rais alizipatia watu waweze kumsaidia, ni kama hawa watu bado hawajawa na umakini katika kazi zao. Hiyo ni moja. Pili, hawa watu bado wanayumba. wamekuwa ni watu wa maneno, hawajajua kwamba wao ndio wako ndani ya wizara. Tunachokiomba ni kwamba saizi rais akae na hawa watu, awaeleze kwamba wao aliwateua kwa ajili ya kumsaidia kazi, sio wawe watu wa maneno kurushiana maneno huku na kule ili tuweze. Ukiangalia kwa mfano wizara ya mambo ya ndani internal jamaa huyu anajaribu kiasi chake, mimi naweza kumpatia 50% kati ya 100. Ukiangalia wizara hii wizara ya biashara ambayo inaongozwa na Moses Kuria, ni kama bado hajajua anafanya nini, bado ni mtu anakula raha yake, bado yuko honeymoon, hajajipanga. Tukienda wizara ya elimu ambayo sasa hivi ndio inaleta shida katika nchi hii, bado serikali haijajipanga vizuri. Tunaomba serikali ijipange hapo, kwa sababu kutakuwa na msukosuko si muda mrefu, kwa sababu asilimia kubwa ya watoto hawataenda shule, wengi watakuwa maskini, kwa sababu naona hapa kuna gap linatengenezwa la watu ambao si wasomi na ambao ni wasomi, kwa sababu elimu itakuwa ghali, mtoto wa maskini atashindwa kusoma. Tukirudi hizi wizara zingine, bado tunaona hawajajipanga vizuri. Tunaomba wajipange ndio tuweze kujua sasa tunatoka wapi na tunaelekea wapi.
Kulingana naye ni 45% ambazo anaipatia serikali ya William Ruto.
And on this other end, just to speak with the woman seated right here, just to get to know your thoughts about Ruto's administration 1 year on. What do you say about it?
Kwa majina ni Esther Nyeri, mama county wa bunge la Mzalendo. Kwa hakika ni siku ambazo president wetu alichukua uongozini, ni 365 days. Tunaona kwamba bado hajatimiza ahadi zile ambazo aliagana na sisi kama Wakenya ambayo tuliweza kumchagua. Ukiangalia kwa upande wa wamama, bado wamama wanahangaika. Wamama mboga alivyosema kwamba watakupewa kipaumbele, bado hajafikia hapo, kwa sababu sisi kama mtaani wetu Ziwani Kariokoo Ward hatujaona wanachama ambao wamefaidika kwenye uongozi wa president wetu. So tunamuomba kwamba alisema kwamba atashikilia wamama kwa sana, maana mama ndio mwanzilishi wa taifa, pia mama ndio mwanzilishi wa boma, mama ndio mwanzilishi wa jamii. Anafaa kupewa kipaumbele, aache kuteseka kama miaka ya hapo awali. Ndiposa tunasema asiweze kutusahau kama akina mama ambao wanashikilia jamii hapa chini. Tuliona katika serikali zilizopita wamama ambao wanashikilia counties tofauti, viongozi walikuwa wanashikiliwa na hiyo serikali ambayo iliweza kupita. Kwa hii serikali yote yake hatujaona kushikiliwa kokote. Kuna hii chakula ambayo inaletwa ya misaada, inaenda tu kichini, haiwezi kuwa na uwazi, inaenda kichini, na unapata watu wachache ndio wanapata, wale wanyonge kabisa bado wanatulilia sisi kama wawakilishi wa mtaa.
Thank you very much. And just as you've heard there, the women are crying, or a representative of the women is crying about how the representation has been. As the women, they feel left out. More thoughts, Lincoln?
Bila shaka ikiwa iliitwa serikali ya mama mboga. Hii sasa kuna zipi kwa hii serikali ambayo imekuwa na kipindi cha mwaka mmoja mamlakani? Ni wapi unaona labda imeteleza, ni wapi unaona imegonga ndipo?
Nashukuru sana. Mimi naitwa Mohamed Juma. Naitwa Juma Mohamed, na mimi niko na sehemu mbili ambazo nataka kushukuru nazo William. Kwanza ni ile uamuzi wake wa kutaka, uamuzi wake wa kusema mambo hii ya mambo matatu. Hapo tu ndio inanifurahisha, manake japo hajafanya kitendo, but lakini vile alisema kuwa mambo ni matatu, iwapo wewe ni mhalifu yanayokungojea ni matatu, naomba aanze sasa, awache story. Manake hapo awali watu wa Goldenberg, wakati Nyayo angeli apply hiyo formula ya mambo matatu, pengine tungepoteza vile tulipoteza kwa Goldenberg, Anglo Leasing. Kungelikuwa na formula ya mambo matatu, watu wangekuwa wamejifunza mengine. Halafu ya pili ni kutuambia ya kwamba kutaka sisi tumuhurumie kwa kufail, kwa kutuambia ya kwamba mawaziri wengine hawajui kazi yao, ili hali tunajua ya kwamba alichagua watu wa darasa la 3 kukaa katika cabinet. Hayo alifanya akijua vizuri ya kwamba huyu ni standard 3 dropout, huyu ni form 4 leaver na huyu ni graduate. So malalamishi hatutaki, afanye kazi.
Bila shaka anasema malalamishi hayatakikani, kazi ifanywe, na anasema kwamba anaunga mkono mambo matatu, yani masuala matatu ambayo rais alisema lazima yafanyike kwa wale ambao wanavunja sheria za nchi. Ni baadhi tu ya hisia za tuliona hapa katika Charter Hall katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi katika mjadala mkuu. Bila shaka tutarejea hapa baada ya kipindi kisicho kirefu.
And Jael in Charter Hall in the nation's capital. We're going to be going to several forums, so folks stay tuned for that. In the meantime, we get the people's views. The Wazalendo are right there.
Wameongea mengi na mpaka sasa wanazungumza, lakini kwa hivi sasa moja kwa moja mtazamaji tunaenda katika msikiti wa Makina katikati mwa mji ni Kibra, eneo la Nairobi, ambapo tunakutana naye Chemuta Egoin.
Asante sana Jeff na Lulu. Tuko katika ukumbi wa Makina ambapo ni kitongoji cha Kibra, na hapa ni ngome ya Kenya. Watu wa aina mbalimbali na kabila mbalimbali, mirengo tofauti ya kisiasa wanapatikana hapa na wako tayari kupeana ratiba yao ya jinsi ambavyo Rais William Ruto na serikali yake wameweza kufanikisha baadhi ya mambo ambayo waliahidi wakati wa uchaguzi.
Yes, and as Waweru has indicated, yes, we are in Kibra constituency, and we'll be speaking to some of the residents here to know how are they rating the Kenya Kwanza administration 1 year later. This is 1 of 5 years, and there were many campaign pledges that were made. There are areas that we've even gone through here that those leaders came here seeking the support of the people. Then what they think about what had been promised and what has been delivered or has not been delivered. We will be bringing that live from Kibra here, and we'll just go straight to one member of the public first. Kindly introduce yourself, tell us where you come from, and what is your overall opinion about the fifth administration's leadership so far.
Asante sana. Mi kwa majina naitwa Crispin Ochieng. Mimi ni mkaji wa hapa Kibera. Generally tangu president achukue shukani, sisi kama wa Kenya, hasa watu wa Kibera, hatujaiona kitu muhimu chenye president hii administration imefanya. So kwa opinion yangu, president ametuangusha according to what he was saying during campaigns. Ametuangusha sana sana sana. Juu alituambia akiweka Biblia chini, for example, bei ya unga itarudi chini. Mpaka wa leo hatujaona bei ya unga ikiwa chini. Vitu zinaenda juu. Tax imeenda juu. Kila kitu imeenda juu. Na according to sisi kama wa Kenya, tunaona hii hata heri ile last administration. At least Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa anatujali. Hapa kwa hii saizi hakuna mwenye anatujali. Yes.
Lakini kwa maoni yako, alikuwa naibu rais wakati huo, ni yapi yamebadilika kulingana na wewe?
Alikuwa naibu wa rais, yes. But ile time mwenye alikuwa naongoza hiyo administration alikuwa Uhuru Kenyatta. So saizi amechukua shukani kama mwenye sasa yeye ndiye sana anaongoza. So amebadilisha kila kitu yenye Uhuru Kenyatta hakuwa anafanya. At least Uhuru alikuwa anatujali, akisikia wa Kenya wanalia sana, anarudi chini, anaangalia ni nini au watu wanalia. Lakini huyu hata watu walie aje, yeye tu ako tu hivyo. Then akona deputy wake mwenye anafaa mpatia advice, but advice yenye deputy wake anampatia ni shares. Hakuna kitu ingine, shares tu peke yake ndio kitu yenye deputy wake anafanya, anaweza muadvise nayo.
Asante sana. I don't know Waweru, labda upande huo mwingine ni yupi unaweza zungumza naye?
Hapa ni naye ndugu yangu, karibu sana katika kipindi hiki. Wewe ndiye mwalimu.
Ndiyo.
Katika darasa la mwanafunzi Rais William Ruto.
Ndiyo.
Unampa alama ngapi baada ya mwaka mmoja?
Mimi out of 10 naweza mpatia 2. Naweza mpatia 2. Ndiyo.
Kwa nini 2?
Kwa sababu naweza mpea 2 kwa sababu nikiangalia yale mambo alikuwa anazungumzia wakati wa campaign, na yale mambo ambayo anatekeleza kwa saa hii, mimi naweza sema ni opposite. Ya kwanza, saa zile immediately bei ya mafuta ilipopanda, hapo ndo maisha ilianza kupanda zaidi. Alafu si bei ya mafuta tu, tuangalie kwanza base na vile alichagua kwanza cabinet. Unajua energy docket ya energy is a very sensitive one. So sasa alipatia mtu kama Moses Kuria, kama ambaye ni mwanasiasa na tunajua ana uzoefu sana katika upande wa kupiga kazi. Ndio sasa zile alipandisha bei ya mafuta, mambo imekuwa magumu tena zaidi kwa wananchi. Tukiangalia si nauli, ukiangalia karo, ukiangalia bei ya bidhaa muhimu, hususan tuseme kama unga. Yenye alituambia keka Biblia chini baada ya kuapishwa, unga ingeshuka mpaka shilingi 100. Lakini tukitazama leo unga, bei ya unga sehemu zingine unapata inateremka shilingi 5, bado ni 195, mali zingine na alipata ikiwa shilingi 200. So unapata bado mwananchi wa kawaida anaumia tena zaidi.
Asante sana. Labda tu nikurekebishe kidogo, waziri wa biashara na viwanda ndiye Moses Kuria, wa kawi ndiye Davis Chirchir. Kidogo pia niko pia na mama hapa. Karibu sana katika kipindi, na kuomba tu usimame ili watu nyumbani waweze kukuona. Karibu sana katika kipindi hiki.
Hata Sudan wataniona.
Asante. Naomba nikushikie kipaza sauti. Asante. Mwaka mmoja wa Rais William Ruto. Uongozi wake umekuwa vipi, tukitembea karibu na mwangaza?
Kwa majina naitwa Amina Aminala. Uongozi wa Rais Ruto kwangu ni poa. Siwezi kusema ati hiyo unga ni yeye amepandisha. Hiyo unga alipata hivyo hivyo. Saa hizi ndio mahindi imetoka kwa shamba. Watu wangoje wakule ugali, wale hawajakula ugali. Ya pili, kile Ruto afanye kama marehemu mzee Kenyatta. Kila kitu kwa duka ilikuwa na control price. Akirudisha hiyo, Kenya itakuwa mzuri. Lakini vile kama hiyo sasa unaenda hapa unga shilingi 300, unaenda hapa 500. Sasa unaona watu wanasema rais, si rais mwenye duka. Arudishe ile maneno ya control price, ratili isifungwe. Hapo tutakuwa tumekula vizuri. Ya pili, hii affordable housing kwangu kama Muislamu, ile si nyumba yangu mimi kukaa. Mimi nataka nyumba hata sitting room hii nyumba itoe kwangu sitting room kabisa hii. Na bedroom yangu ikuwe imepanuka. Lakini sio hiyo mgeni amekuja kwangu na inama na mwanaume yako nyuma yangu ananiona mpaka chupi. Hiyo si nini, hii si yetu kwa Waislamu. Tunataka affordable housing, sisi wenyewe tujenge, mchanga ni yetu. Uhuru ametupatia title. Hakutupatia title ya affordable housing.
Asante. Asante sana. Chemtai Goin, ugani wako.
Lulu, kidogo hiyo ilikuwa kionjo tu. Najua mtarudi kwetu kwa muda sio mrefu, lakini umesikia maoni ya baadhi ya wenyeji hao. Kuna masuala ambayo wanasema huenda yanahitaji kurekebishwa kidogo, na Lulu tunaendelea kuzungumza na wenyeji hao tuweze kuwapasha pia Wakenya wengine kote nchini waweze kujua, je, maoni ya wenyeji hapa Kibra kuhusu uongozi huu ni yapi, na je ni masuala gani kama viongozi wa Kenya Kwanza wanaweza angalia na waseme labda tunafaa kurekebisha hili au lile. Lulu
Achemutaigoin na Waweru wa Nyambura, kama umeweza kusikia Jeff ile mama kuna swala moja ameweza kulizungumza, masala ya price control. Anasema msimlaumu sana rais, manake ukitoka ukaenda kununua unga kila duka lina bei tofauti. Kwa hivyo ni swala ambalo linapaswa kutiliwa manani, lakini la kunifurahisha zaidi anasema kwamba hizi affordable housing
anataka living room yake
kubwa
ndivyo asipatikane hivyo. From Kibra, we're going all the way down to Jogoo Road, I think. Yeah, George Barty, who boarded a matatu earlier on in Embakasi, has arrived on Jogoo Road. George, what's happening on Jogoo Road?
Thank you very much, Jeff and Lulu. We are right here at Jogoo Road. This is Chachami stage along Jogoo Road, Nairobi, where we've met some of the residents around here and those who are waiting to board matatu to their respective destinations. And I just want to get their opinion with regard to now the Kenya Kwanza administration celebrating 1 year since they assumed office on the 13th September of 2022. So nataka tu nisikie maoni yao ni yapi kulingana na utendakazi wa Rais William Ruto na serikali yake ambayo ilichukua hatamu za uongozi tarehe 13 mwezi Septemba mwaka 2022. Kuna baadhi ya vijana na pia kuna kina mama hapa. Watueleze tu, kuna wafanyabiashara ambao pia walilengwa sana wakati wa kampeni za Rais William Ruto ambao walikuwa wamepewa jina la mama mboga na watu wa bodaboda. Kuna baadhi ya vijana kina mama ambao wamekusanyika hapa, wengine wanajaribu kusubiri gari kuabiri kwenda makwao na wengine pia wanafanya biashara. Nataka tu nijue, kuna vijana waniambie ni je, utendakazi wa Rais William Ruto kwa mwaka mmoja sasa, maoni yao ni yapi?
Kwa majina naitwa Johnston Cheloti. Mimi ni mkazi wa Embakasi Tasia na hapa ni Chachame, hapa mimi najaza magari hapa. Kwa kweli tunaumia. Maisha hata tangu huyu president yake kwa kiti, mimi hata ninafikiria hata nilizaa nini. Niko na bibi, niko na watoto. Hata sasa ninatoka hapa sina kitu kwa mfuko manzejo, alafu Ruto yeye uko tu uko Karen anakula fi tangu yake kwa kiti. Sasa mwaka mmoja yeye ana celebrate. Sisi bado tunaumia huku nje. Kwa kweli uko nao watu wote waka hapa. Hao watu bado wanatafuta hata wajua atakula nini usiku. Lakini kuna yeye mahali penye yako wanajua na wale walichaguana kule wanajua vile wanakula. Sisi huku tunaumia. Tungeomba tu tusaidiwe.
Asante sana. Wacha niende kwa mtu mwingine pia atueleze ni yeye anafikiria ako na mtazamo gani kuhusiana na utendakazi wa Rais William Ruto kwa hatamu yake mwaka mmoja tangu ashike uongozi wa taifa hili. Unaitwa nani?
Kwa majina naitwa Elias. Nadhani kwamba hakuna kitu tofauti ambacho Ruto amefanya tangu aingie, kwa sababu mimi wakati alikuwa anaingia nilikuwa sina kazi. Mimi nimefanya journalism kama nyinyi, lakini bado hadi saa hizi sioni tofauti. Hata mtu akiniambia nimpatie zile karatasi zangu za journalism, nampatia tu, sababu ni kama hazina kazi kabisa. So iwapo kuna kitu ambacho angefanya youth kama sisi tupate kazi ama opportunities zifunguliwe mahali ndio pia sisi tupate kazi, ingekuwa vizuri sana.
Alright. Asante sana. Akina mama walitajwa sana wakati wa kampeni za William Ruto kwamba huenda atajali sana maslahi ya akina mama na labda kusuluhisha mambo kadhaa alivyokuwa akifanya kampeni zake. Sijui wewe unaweza semaje, maoni yako ni yapi?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Trusiana Faith. Mimi ni mfanyabiashara hapa Chachami. Yaani tunateseka, hakuna kazi, tunajaribu kutafuta, hatupati. Tunaomba tu atusaidie tupate kazi. Tumesoma lakini hakuna kazi. Asante.
Asante sana. Kuna watu tu ambao pia bado wako, wacha nione, wengi wao ni vijana. Kuna watu wa bodaboda pia hapa ndani. Wacha tuende tujue hao wengine ambao wako hapa, tusikie kabisa mtazamo wao ni upi kulingana na zile utendakazi wa Rais William Ruto, na pia wafanyabiashara ambao wako hapa. Sijui mtazamo wao uko wapi. Kuna hapa mama ambaye ana mtoto hapa, analisha mtoto wake, anaweza tuambia tu yeye.
All right, our very own George Barty there on Jogoo Road is going to continue giving us coverage, as will all our correspondents from around the nation and, of course, in the nation's capital.
So, Dr. mtazamaji, kulikuwa ni kionjo tu, lakini ngoma kamili ni hapo mwendo wa saa 1 juu ya alama.
Absolutely, folks. This is what we call the big conversation right here on Citizen Television, Inoro TV, Ramogi TV, Radio Citizen, and Hot 96. Keep it tuned.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back in a moment.
We'll see you in a moment.
Doug Balance, the Mayera deal, Moto Medaine, Tagagoto, Kangunto Road, Victory Gardens Phase 3, 380,000, Baraka Gardens Phase 1, 585,000, Nakwo Makutano, Prime Gardens Phase 3, 350,000, My Mahio, Longonot View, 485,000, Deposit Yabegodene, 100,000, Title Deed, Electric Fence, Maina Vitima, Zipon, Oka, Wafish Ito, CNM Center, First Floor, Roiroke Huguro, Vimone, 0740 888 111. Doug Balance, we promise, we deliver.
Niureda kugita nyumba yaku na mafati ma gutura na mauthaka wa kiriu horera riu tondu kambuni egatu ya Ruiru Mabati Factory Limited iria yoikaine na wendia guthi wa mafati ma gikiro kia iguru maria metiragia mbura nene na riua rihio twi haha ni undu waku endia itu ni mohigeire wira-ini wao koguo ni magutaraga na magakwenderia kuringana na muigana kana muhiano wa nyumba yaku ukahuthia wira na ukahonokia mbeca wicagurire kuma kwi mithemba ngurani ta Jenga Tile, Europe Tile, Box Profile na mangi maingi oho ni monekaga na marangi ngurani na tukakurehe ginya ogwa kumurango-ini gwa kahinda ka mathaa 24 tu tucerere Ruiru Town kana utuhurire thimu namba 0111 050 700. Ruiru Mabati Factory, mali safi kwa bei poa.
We know times are tough, so save money by buying airtime from M-Pesa to any network with zero transaction fees. Dial *487*2# and get your airtime PAP with zero transaction costs.
Introducing the new and tasty Sangare yogurt. Comes in strawberry, vanilla, and all natural. With a taste that makes you go, mmm. Made from Sangare Farm fresh milk to give you that creamy goodness, rich in nutrients, full of energy, vitality, and irresistible sweetness. Perfect for your breakfast mix or a snacky fix. That will leave you feeling good. Experience more goodness with Sangare today. At Sangare, we craft a wide range of natural, wholesome products from milk, yogurt, cheese, and honey so we can deliver freshness and quality. More Sangare, more goodness.
Mortain Doom, with its trusted formulation, it provides protection in seconds. So spread the Mortain Doom message of how we, you and I, can fight to end malaria.
Mortain Doom, Kenya's #1 choice.
Sasa kwa thao moja tu unaweza pata third party cover for your private motor vehicle valid for 30 days. Say goodbye to expensive motor vehicle insurance. Pata bima kutoka Direct Line Assurance. Kujisajili bonyeza *487#. Weka namba plate ya gari yako, ID namba yako, email address yako na ulipe thao moja tu. And your digital cover will be sent to you instantly. Collect your sticker at your nearest Total service station. Dial *487# upate third party motor insurance valid for 30 days. Pap, ni thao tu.
Kwa marĩtwa njĩtagwo Virginia Sadala no ngĩenda rwĩmbo rũrũ rũtuĩke rũgambi thimũ-inĩ yaku ũkũhihinya *812*790#. Ngai akũrathime. Ririkana Inooro nĩkuo mũciĩ wa aini othe.
Goko kwa Alpha Mabati, we customer wito we wafata muno, na nikio tuguthondekagira mabati makugita nyumba yaku, magikiro kia iguru. Editor ya mohigireire wira-ini wao, makwendagiria kiria kiagirire, ni undu wa kiria urenda kugita, kuringana na mithemba itu ngurani ya mabati iria tukoragwo nayo. Wicagurire kuma mithemba ya marangi matiganite, na muigana wa ibati riria urenda, niguo honokie mbeca ukigita. Nitui ati mahinda ni mbeca, na nikio tugukinyagiria kiria urenda, oro hari uri guothe bururi-ini, na mathaa 22 tutegũkũrĩhia. Tukoragwo Northern Bypass hakuhĩ na KU Referral Hospital, na rĩu twina rũhonge rwerũ Nyeri Town kũng'ethanĩra na Toyota Kenya. Alpha Mabati, the roofing industry bearing us.
Mtazamaji, ni Jumatano, siku ya 3 ya wiki, tarehe ikiwa ni Septemba 13, na kutoka zaidi ya studio 3 hapa Royal Media tunawaletea matangazo yetu maalum ya mjadala mkuu yanayokujia kwa stesheni zetu zote za televisheni, ikiwemo Citizen TV, Inoro na Ramogi, na pia stesheni yetu ya Radio Citizen. Ni usiku wa mazungumzo mapana yatakayoangazia yote yaliyoahidiwa na yote yaliyotimizwa au yaliyokosa kukamilishwa ndani ya mwaka wa kwanza wa utawala wa Rais William Ruto na serikali yake ya Kenya Kwanza. Mimi ni Lulu Hassan.
And I'm Jeff Koinange. On this first year anniversary for President William Ruto and his Kenya Kwanza administration upon taking the oath of office exactly a year ago, President Ruto famously pledged to instantly bring down the cost of unga immediately he brings down the Bible after his swearing in. So, where are we? Is it an extensive one-year scorecard night here on The Big Conversation?
Extensive indeed, Jeff and Lulu. The pollsters have been releasing their findings over the last 2 days. What are Kenyans saying? Well, I have them here in studio as we try to make sense of the surveys. I'm Victoria Rubadiri.
Na tuna studio nyingi ikiwemo ile studio ya cabinet.
Exactly. We'll find our very own Sam Gituku and Nimrod Tabo. Guys, what do you have?
Right, we'll also be seeking to put meaning to election manifestos and government policy as we engage cabinet secretaries on issues that stand out in their respective dockets. Welcome to the cabinet room, where cabinet secretaries from the Ministry of Health, Nakumicha Wafula, Ministry of Trade and Industry, that is Moses Kuria, Minister of Cooperatives and MSMEs, that is one Simon Chelugui, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Zachary Mwangi, and the Minister of Information and, of course, Digital Economy, that is Ilido Walo. Of course, they're here to present an account of the administration's policies in the last 1 year. I am Sam Gituku.
Nami naitwa Nimrod Tabu, ikiwa ni usiku wa uwajibikaji wa kitaifa ambako tunaangazia swala zima la mkopo Hustlers Fund. Imewafaidi wa Kenya kwa njia zipi na ni nini hatma ya mkopo huo ulioanzishwa katika kutimizwa kwa moja kati ya ahadi kubwa za kampeni alizotoa Rais William Ruto? Mkopo huo uko chini ya Wizara ya Ushirika na Biashara Ndogo Ndogo, chini yake Waziri Simon Chelugui. Lakini kabla ya kuwahoji mawaziri, Kwanza tumsikize Ayub Abdikadir.
Now, it started with a promise contained in a campaign manifesto dubbed The Plan. President William Ruto and his Kenya Kwanza administration style itself as the bottom-up entity, pushing for the elevation of the hustler, Kenya's lingua for the common man, the mwananchi of the wananchi. With a raft of programs ranging from the affordable housing program to the universal healthcare coverage, the plan endeavors a grassroots-inspired model of growth. But then there is the plan, and on the other hand, there is the reality. 365 years later, where do the matters stand? This is our Experts Studio. I am Ayub Abdikadir.
Due to the shareholders' center, all pun intended, this is the port of uniquely Kenyan interest. We'll be speaking to political leaders, medical experts, civil society, and of course, special interest groups. Good evening from the Shareholders Center. My name is Trevor Ombija.
Na bila shaka na mimi nafahamika kama Rashid Abdalla, ikiwa nina fursa ya kipekee kujumuika na wataalamu kutoka masuala tofauti katika ukumbi wa Shareholder ili watoe tathmini yao ya mahali tulipo. Mwana akasema anayekupenda si anayekusifia wakati uingia kwenye shimo, anayekupenda ni yule ambaye atakutahadharisha kabla utumbukie kwenye shimo. Hawa kwa hapa kuweza kuisaidia serikali kutekeleza mema, na ili kutekeleza ni bora tuangalie tumetoka wapi na tunaelekea wapi. Lakini kwanza naregesha kwa Sam Gituku.
All right, thank you so much, Rashid Abdalla and Trevor Umbija there. And of course, we just introduced our cabinet secretaries that are here in studio. We're still waiting to be joined by Nakumi Chawafula, who is the Minister for Health. And I want to begin by giving you an opportunity to sort of describe to us, because you've been in office for not 1 year, yes, as the president has been, but nearly there. So maybe if we begin with you, Cabinet Secretary Simon Chelugui, and tell us about, on account of what you've been able to achieve, based on what the promise was, but also yourself, what you've been able to achieve these many months, now in 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Sam. My name is Simon Chelugui, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Cooperative and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. My mandate is on two roles, one on cooperatives and the other is on MSME. On the cooperatives, the role is to promote the growth and development of cooperatives through provision of enabling policy and legal framework. As we speak today, we have over 28,000 cooperatives registered in Kenya, and over 10,000 are active. This year alone, we've been able to register about 1,874 cooperatives. These cooperatives spread across all overall economic productive sectors, including agriculture, like dairy, coffee, tea, and also cotton. And then in financial services, we have SACCOs and investments. We are also in housing, transport, mining, fishing, among others. Mm-hmm. During this year, we focused on reforms in the reforming the legal instruments, like resubmission of the Cooperatives Bill, the proposed amendment on SACCO societies, like to have a deposit guarantee fund to ensure that the shilling in a SACCO is as safe as a shilling in a bank. We've also promoting the shared services. All these are before cabinet now. And also, we have focused on modernization to increase. You remember our Kenya Kwanza manifesto was increase milk production in Kenya from 4.2 billion liters per year to 10.2 billion liters per year. And to manage that production, we need to modernize. Already, we finished during the year Nyambene KCC plant in Meru. We finished Kiganjo in Nyeri, and we have finished Nyahururu. And also, we have equipped Eldoret, Kitale, Meritini in Mombasa, Dandora, and even Sotik. Okay. Currently, we have about a budget. We've already gotten support from government, and we are embarking on a program to modernize. On the MSME sector, you remember, Sam, our campaign was premised on the ASLA, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. At that time, two things were found out. Number one, access to affordable credit, and aggregation of markets. Hence, the president immediately after taking office and giving us this assignment, he gave me 23 days to establish, come up with regulations and the establishment of the ASLA fund. We went full throttle, met with Parliament, approved the regulations, submitted to Cabinet and approved, and then eventually setting up of the ASLA fund. As we speak today.
Right. We'll be talking about the details, Waziri. I just wanted to move to the next Cabinet Secretary, Nimrod.
Nafikiri vyema ni kukaribishe Waziri Moses Kuria, uweze pia na wewe kwa dakika chache tu kuweza kutueleza manake kwa misingi ambao mliingia serikalini na nafikiri mmehudumu sasa miezi kama 10 hivi, uwezo wa watu kuweza kufanya biashara hapa nchini. Pengine utugusie tuko wapi na tulianzia wapi?
Kwanza asante sana, nataka kukushukuru na kushukuru Runinga Citizen na shirika Loyal Media Services kwa sababu nimerudi kwa rekodi za historia. Nikauliza kama mlifanya Jomo at 1, nikaambiwa hapana. Nikauliza kama mlifanya Moi at 1, nikaambiwa hapana. Nikauliza kama mlifanya Kibaki at 1, nikaambiwa hapana. Pia nikafanya uchunguzi nikakuta hata Uhuru at 1 hamkufanya. Kwa sababu sasa mnafanya Ruto at 1 kwa mara ya kwanza katika historia ya Jamhuri ya Kenya. Ni kusema ya kwamba tunapiga hatua na mjadala vile tuliahidi wakati wa uchaguzi kwamba mjadala wa Kenya utabadilika. Tutaacha kuongea maneno ya makabila, maneno ya watu binafsi na tuongee maneno ya sera. Kwa hivyo kwanza ni washukuru. Kwa hivyo kwa sababu ni kusema sababu hamukuona inafaa wakati huo mwingine.
Waziri, hatukuwepo wakati wa Jomo na Moi.
Biblia imesema ya kwamba to those who more is given, more is expected. Kwa hivyo sisi mmeona wale watu ambao wako na uwezo wa kuwajibika ni serikali ya William Ruto na Kenya Kwanza. Kwa hivyo ni washukuru kwa sababu huu mjadala ni nguzo, inaambatana na ile nguzo kusema kwamba mjadala ubadilike, tuulizane maswali ya sera, maswali ya kiuchumi na maswali ya vile maslahi na manufaa ya watu wetu iko.
Mheshimiwa, kutoka utangulizi kwa kifupi tu kuhusu biashara kwa sababu ni utangulizi.
Naam, nafikiria ilikuwa ya muhimu kwangu kuweka hii maneno katika perspective ndio wale watu wadadisi wa kihistoria pia waweze. Kusema kweli, Nimrod, wakati sisi tulichukua serikali mimi binafsi nimekuwa kwa ofisi ya miezi 10 na tumeweza kupiga hatua sana. Kwanza ule uchumi ambao sisi tulirithi kutoka kwa serikali ambao tulipata hapo mbeleni. Mimi kwangu nilipata all the indicators, all the critical economic indicators were not pointing to a good picture. Manufacturing had dropped as a contribution of GDP from 9% to 7%. Export as a ratio of GDP had dropped from just 8 years, from 28% to 10%. No. And on the issue of foreign direct investment, it had stagnated at around $500 million. So what we have been doing, without a template that we found in the office, is to actually restart the cogs of the engine of things to do with manufacturing, to do with industrial parks, to do with the special economic zones, and actually restart the engine of growth. Because what we found in the office, Nimrod, is that we were talking about inflation, debt, and all these things. But we were able very quickly to refocus the country to the fact that you cannot have economic growth when you stopped production. And I'm very proud at what we've done now to set up a foundation of restarting the engine of production.
And of course, we'll get more details as we get into it. But CS Zachary, maybe in a short statement, you can tell us about your 10 months in office and what you've been able to, that you would say the key highlight of your tenure.
Thank you very much, Sam. And good evening to all the viewers. As you've heard, my name is Zachary Njeru, Minister for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. One of the key aspects that we have done as a government in the last 10 months touches on matters housing. It's good to let Kenyans know that the housing demand in urban areas in Kenya is 250,000 units per year. But what the market is providing through the private sector is 50,000 units. Also to note that out of the 50,000, 2% is only 2% that goes to the low-income earners. So the gap, the deficit of 200,000 needs to be, to be closed. And therefore, as a government, we have taken that deliberate effort to make sure that through affordable housing program, yes, we come up and fill that gap.
Asante.
Two, when it comes to lands, I'm just highlighting the few ones because I'm sure we'll go into details.
Mheshimiwa, tusamehe kwa sababu ya muda, tutataka tu kwenye taarifa, alafu tutarudi tufafanue zaidi kwa maswali na majibu. Asante sana, nashukuru. Sam.
Right, and we now take you to Lulu and Jeff for the news this evening.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Nimrod. And thank you, gentlemen, for all your contributions. We're going to be going to all our teams throughout the course of the evening and give you the latest Ruto 1 year later. In the meantime, let's get to the news, Lulu.
Naam, kwa sasa niweze kupasha mtazamaji ambapo siku hii ya leo kesi inayotaka kusitishwa kwa sheria ya fedha ya mwaka 2023 imeendelea katika mahakama kuu nchini hii leo, na walalamishi wakiongozwa na seneta wa Busia Okia Omtata wamelitaka jopo la majaji watatu wanaosikiliza kesi hii kusitisha utekelezaji wa sheria hiyo kwa kuwa inakiuka sheria. Hata hivyo, wanaopinga ombi hili wakiongozwa na aliyekuwa mwanasheria mkuu Githu Muigai wameelezea mahakama kwamba ufadhili na utekelezaji wa shughuli za serikali utaathirika mno endapo sheria hiyo ya ushuru itatupiliwa mbali.
I also submit that any bill touching on the Bill of Rights must be considered by both houses of parliament, because even the county governments are subject to the Bill of Rights. Taxation affects property rights. It's also an administrative action under Article 47 and Article 40 respectively.
So this matter is non-justiciable. It is not a justiciable matter. It does not raise legal issues. It raises policy preference issues. Those policy preference issues do not belong here because we have a government that is governed by a constitution that demarcates the separation of powers. You are preaching to the board.
Na mtazamaji, nayo mashirika yasiyo ya kiserikali sasa yanasema kwamba mwaka wa kwanza wa utendakazi wa Rais William Ruto haujaridhisha na wala kuwafikia ahadi zake. Mashirika haya yanasema kwamba Rais Ruto hajatekeleza kikamilifu ahadi zote ilizotoa kwa Wakenya alipoingia ofisini mwaka jana. Aidha, kwenye kikao na wanahabari hapa jijini Nairobi, mashirika hayo yalikosoa namna maafisa wa polisi walivyokabiliana na waandamanaji wa upinzani na kunyanyaswa kwa vyombo vya habari kwenye mwaka wa kwanza wa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza.
Despite their initial efforts to rectify past governance errors, these attempts are overshadowed by deliberate constitutional violations, empty rhetoric, abuse of human rights, and perpetuation of state demagoguery.
President, his deputy, and other key officers are taking irresponsible actions and using illiberal language in clear breach of Article 10 of the Constitution. The assertion that Kenya operates as a country of shareholders is a violation of the Constitution.
It is regrettable and it's threatening to the public that this government has yet to learn the value of life. For police to shoot unarmed civilians to death or to go in their homes and beat them to death, this is unconstitutional.
Civil society documented over 75 cases of extrajudicial killings and forced disappearances during the period between March and August 2023. Shockingly, police killings have become normalized in this administration.
Na utafiti wa punde zaidi uliofanywa na kampuni ya TIFA unaashiria kwamba 38% ya Wakenya ndio wanaamini kwamba serikali imetekeleza ahadi iliyotoa kwa Wakenya. Utafiti huu uliotolewa siku ambayo serikali ya Kenya Kwanza inaadhimisha mwaka mmoja wa utawala wake unaashiria kwamba 50% ya Wakenya wanahisi kwamba ahadi ya kushukisha gharama ya maisha haijazaa matunda. 49% ya Wakenya nao wakihisi kwamba taifa linaelekea mahali pazuri, huku 26% wakisema kwamba hawaoni mabadiliko yoyote hasa kiuchumi. Utafiti huu ulifanywa kati ya tarehe 8 na tarehe 10 mwezi huu wa Septemba na ulilenga Wakenya 1007 kutoka maeneo 9 nchini. Na mbali na mtazamaji ni kwamba washukiwa wa mauaji ya msusi Jane Mwende katika eneo la Mlolongo, kaunti ya Machakos, wataendelea kuzuiliwa kwa siku 10 zaidi ili kutoa nafasi kwa uchunguzi kuendelea. Evelyn Wanza Katumbu na Faith Ndemba Kialo Were walifikishwa katika mahakama ya Mavoko hii leo. Hata hivyo, mshukiwa mkuu Januaris Musau aliachiliwa kwa dhamana na sasa atakuwa shahidi mkuu wa upande wa mashtaka kwenye kesi hii ya mauaji. Polisi walitoa habari kwamba Mwende huenda alitoweka kabla ya kupatikana ameuawa kutokana na mzozo wa kimapenzi uliomhusisha Musau, mkewe Evelyn Wanza na mwanamke mwingine aliyetambulika kama Phyllis Mbithi. Mwili wa Mwende ulipatikana kwenye shimo la choo hapo jana.
All right, Lulu, thanks so much for that. We appreciate it. We'll continue our coverage. And we're going to go first because there's been a whole slew of polls that just came out in the last few days. We find our very own Victoria Rubadiri in the Wananchi studios with some guests. Vicky?
Indeed, Jeff and Lulu, I'm in the opinion poll studio. Let me quickly introduce my guests. We have Angela Mbido, who is the founder and CEO of InfoTrack Research and Consulting. Thank you so much for coming in. We have Caroline Gaita, Executive Director of Mzalendo Trust. And last but not least, Dr. Tom Wolf, Research Analyst at TIFA. Thank you all for joining me. What's been interesting, the common theme across the poll findings was most Kenyans feel the country is going in the wrong direction. And this is primarily linked to the cost of living. Angela, interesting stat that came out of the InfoTrack poll. The president got a C. You know, we're obsessed with grading. What does that mean? Because it showed the average in terms of how he's performed in the last year. But what informed that grade?
Victoria, thank you very much. This was a very simple question, which is a perception question on the president's performance based on, you know, that which the citizenry perceives to be the president's role. So we didn't actually query in detail, as we did in December, all the promises that he had made and said that he would do in his first 100 days. That we did, you know, in detail. So this time round, we just asked a simple question for the citizenry to rate the president's performance, overall performance in his first year, on a scale of 1 to 10. And so different people on the sample of 1,000 gave the president a score, and that was then consolidated into a mean score, which then was the 55% that he got.
Okay.
So in essence, it's an average score. And if you perhaps looked at the poll findings, then you'll see that there was quite a substantive number of people who actually gave him a poor rating. Now, the way the averages work is that if you also have on the extreme side quite a number of people giving you a good rating, then indeed it will, you know, when you average it out, your mean score would be a mean score that sits pretty much in the middle.
Right.
And so, you know, it depends on how one wants to look at it. I mean, you and I were just talking about our kids going into university and of course the grades they have to get to make it, the threshold.
Right.
And so a C-score at this stage for, you know, a government that came in on a pedestal of wanting to do better, claiming to have the solutions, is by no means not a good score and should worry the government of the day.
Let me bring Tom in here because you gave him an average of 38. What does that number actually mean, and what were you kind of using to appraise the president?
Well, thank you very much for asking the question. In a way, it just piggybacks onto what Angela just said. And Dada Lulu atanisamehe kumsahisha kidogo vile nilikuwa namsikia akisema 38% walikuwa nampongeza serikali kutekeleza ahadi. It wasn't actually, the percent does not represent a proportion of respondents. What we did is exactly what Angela said. We asked all of our respondents to give a score from 0 to 5 on to what extent they think that the government has implemented its promises. Now, I have to confess, and I shouldn't be doing this in front of our competitor, that when we asked the original question, which was, can you remember 2 promises that were made during the campaign by Kenya Kwanza? 18%, they said they couldn't remember any. Now, I know some people are busy milking cows or digging shambas or whatever. My guess is, I guess I would have to check their education level, some people who voted for this government and continue to support it didn't want to mention any promises because they know most of them, especially the cost of living one, they haven't made much progress with. So maybe they were lying and saying they didn't remember any promise. That one I can't know. But what I will say to directly answer your question, we asked everybody on a scale of 0 to 5 how far the government has gone in implementing the promises. Only 7% gave a 5, meaning completely implemented. Just to go through these percentages, 18% said 0. Hakuna hadi yoyote imetekelezwa hata kiasi. And then score 1, 12%, score 2, 23%, score 3, 27%, score 4, 11%, and score 5, 7%. So we did just what Angela did. We just calculated an arithmetic mean so that the result was 38%. Again, of the total public's view of the extent to which promises have been implemented, not a proportion of respondents who think that the government has done that. But for many people, you know, it's not a simple, I was never good in maths myself, but I think it's very important for Angela to make that point, because even if the topic was a little bit different, that's the same method we used to come up with that percent.
Let me come to Caroline, because even though Kenyans may not have remembered the promises, Mzalendo Trust has been tracking those, and that's by status, and you're also looking at categories. So take us through that promises dashboard and what kind of informed it as well.
Thank you so much, Victoria. Thanks to my panelists. So yes, we did develop a promise tracker, and this was informed by 2 things. In 2019-2020, we undertook a research to review what the previous administration had promised Kenyans in their manifesto and how that had been implemented, especially in terms of legislative proposals. As you're aware, Mzalendo Trust, we keep an eye on Parliament, and we wanted to see whether the executive and the legislature were really speaking the same language. And what we realized was that, one, there was a disconnect, but most importantly, Kenyans were not very interested in what political parties promised during campaigns. So during the elections, we then came up with different tools that would enable Kenyans to know what was in these political manifestos. And subsequent to the elections then, we looked at the manifesto, the plan, but we also looked at the Azimio manifesto, the 2 of them, and said, look, Kenyans, whichever government comes into office, these are the promises that they have made for you. And so we came up with this tracker that only is based on the promises that were kept and the progress that has been made. And because for us the interest is also on Parliament, we were interested to then see what or how many of these promises are translating into the legislative proposal. And I could get into that a little bit later.
Certainly.
So in total, just looking at the promises in the plan, about 187 of them touching on different things. Others, of course, have been made subsequent to the elections. You know, the president has been addressing either a rally or a meeting or a cabinet briefing, and they have come up with things they have promised they would do. And so we've kept populating those. Why did we do it? One of the things that people have talked about the last elections was that it's one of the few that has really been issue-based. And so we hope by keeping track of what has been promised and what's being done, Kenyans can begin to change the narrative and begin to look at promises and implementation as opposed to issues that are outside what has been promised.
So out of the 187, how many have been fulfilled so far?
So we went a step further, first 100 days, 1 year, short term and long term. So the idea is that at the end of the 5 years, we'll do an analysis.
Okay.
For the average, looking at what has started and what is continuing, it's about 43%.
43%.
Yeah. What's ongoing at 34%.
Okay.
What's completed at 9%.
And we'll dig deeper into what that 43% actually is in terms of the projects. But let's quickly cross over to the Shareholders Center where Trevor and Rashid are standing by.
Naam, shukran sana Victoria Rubadiri. Kwa kweli kuna mengi ambayo tuyazungumze hapa katika ukumbi wa shareholders, na mimi na Trevor nadhani tutakwenda moja kwa moja kuzungumzia ile masuala ambayo kwa kweli yanakanganya sana wa Kenya, na nitaanza na sehemu ambayo wa Kenya ukimbilia sana panapokuwa na shida, ambapo ni katika majengo ya bunge. Na niko na kiongozi hapa ambaye si mwingine ni ndugu yetu Robert Mbui. Tutakatuzungumza kwa zaidi kwa 100% kwanza, kama kiongozi unaipa asilimia ngapi serikali ya Kenya Kwanza katika swala zima la gharama ya maisha?
Thank you. I think I would give them about 10%. And 10% just because they've shown up in the office every day in neat suits. But the reality is that when it comes to issues of cost of living, which was one of the promises that they gave during the campaigns, they have failed this country. Because you see, the first thing that you have to do when you deal with cost of living is ensure that you make sure that disposable income is available for the people. At the same time, of course, then you ensure that the prices of goods and services are also lowered. Now, the minute they brought the finance bill, the first finance bill under this administration, they pushed up the tax regime that raised the cost of all goods and services. Because the minute you touch on fuel, then everything goes up, because fuel touches on transportation, fuel touches on the cost of electricity, fuel touches on everything. So basically, even manufacturing. So basically what happened is that the cost of all goods and services went up. At the same time, the same finance bill, they've gone into the pockets of Kenyans, because everybody with a salary has been affected tremendously by this regime. So they have reduced disposable income. Those people are being made to pay. People are being made to pay for a levy for, I think, housing. Yeah. You are aware that there is a proposal now to even raise the hospital insurance fund. Yeah. So basically, what they have done is raise the cost of goods and services and reduce the amount of money that is available for expenditure. Okay. So how then do you expect the country to move forward?
So it's a 10%. Let me bring in Willis again on this. And Willis is an advocate of the High Court and also Secretary General of FINA Party. Have the promises been kept when it comes to the cost of living?
No promise has been kept. In fact, let me say this. The facts speak for themselves. I listened to the ministers speaking. I can tell you no Kenyan remembers what they said. The facts speak for themselves. They are not even able to articulate what issues are. When they came into office, the Kenyans were far much better in terms of their economic condition than they are today. You measure government based on the positive impact that it has on Kenyans. Last year, Kenyans were buying food, were able to access services at a higher rate than they are today. Today, it is more and more pain. In fact, when you listen even to the Mwananchi, this is the studios that was what was being covered before, people are just complaining about food. We are now reduced to a situation where all that is promised that we are sure will come is more taxation. We have reached a point where we're going to even tax swimming. Swimming, which somebody sees as a luxury, but in essence, it's more of a life skill. It can save your life. It's even a sport. But Kenya Kwanza has not kept any promise. In fact, if you look at the promise they've kept, the initial ones that could be mentioned, maybe somebody will tell you that we've appointed judges. That has now been reduced to Mambo ni Matatu. Mambo ni Matatu, which is outside the rule of law rubric. So for me, I'll give them a D-, and D- just for appearing.
Na labda pengine Trevor, kama kabla kuingilia Faith, kuna swala moja utalizungumza kwa lugha ambayo itakuwa ni rais kwako. Serikali iliingia wakati wa kuna kipindi kigumu sana, ilipata hali haikuwa nzuri ya kiuchumi. Ukiangalia mwaka mmoja ambao ameweza kumaliza, tunapaswa kuweza kuwapa kongole kwa zile juhudi ambazo wameweka, ama tupaswe kuweza kuwapa kongole kwa juhudi ambazo wameweka za kuhakikisha kwamba gharama ya maisha imeshuka?
So thank you. Now, when you look at 1 year since the president took on the reins, I can say that his inaugural speech was quite encouraging. He mentioned sectors that he's going to work on, particularly cooperative, SMEs, the healthcare center, particularly revamping NHIF and the likes, ensuring affordable housing. But sadly, I would say I cannot congratulate this current government as is, because the Law Society is part and parcel of the petitioners that were in court this morning, particularly on the finance bill. So there are challenges, and the weight on the people is quite heavy. And so we ask ourselves, is the government weighing based on IMF requirements, or looking at how can they jumpstart this economy? How can they ensure that there is access to credit to more people, that even the driver or the Uber rider can be able to afford to take loans to take on Uber driving? You see, more and more people are going into informal sectors to supplement their other formal work, because you cannot afford the current cost of living. We're having situations where people who live on their own are now opening, sharing spaces so that they can have B&Bs within their own living spaces. So this shows that the economy is not doing well.
So how do you rate the government's performance in terms of cost of living?
For myself, unfortunately, I'd rate 30%.
So 30%, that's close to an E, also D minus. Let me bring in Diana Geshengo really fast there. Diana, they say there's a plan. At least when we talk about fertilizer, subsidized fertilizer, it's there. They're saying that eventually will lower the cost of living. Aren't you convinced that there is a plan in place and they just need a bit more time before you give your rating?
Is there a plan? Was there ever a plan? Unfortunately, this government was able to articulate that there was a plan. But everything that has happened in the first year moves away from anybody who had trusted that there was a plan. Because what was projected around agriculture, around financial inclusion, around the plan was women 50-50. The cabinet studio has all men right now. They are struggling to get the women who will make it 50-50. Where is the plan? The plan was abstract. It has now remained, it is now vague. Maybe it's being recreated. There was no plan. Either that or the reality that they found within government was a huge shocker, that then they set aside the plan, and I think it's time they acknowledged that and recreated a plan with all Kenyans afresh. That will be something that we would believe, but I'm not sure. I'm actually waiting for Mzalendo to tell us where we are at, where there seems to be hope, but from where I sit, the plan has been vacated.
And your score would be a what?
In line with the new higher education guidelines, we would keep it at a D.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's cross over back to Ayub and get some answers from there. Ayub?
Thanks, Trevor. And this is the expert studio. I'm joined by Ndindi Nyoro. He is the lawmaker representing Kiharu constituency, who as well chairs the National Assembly's Budget Committee. He is joined by Dr. Joy Kiru, who is an economic expert from the University of Nairobi, and also Nderetu Mureithi, who is the former governor, Laikipia County, and a member of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition political party. I first come to you, Dr. Joy Kiru. 365 days later, does the reality match the pledge made by the government?
Thank you so much for that question. I am privileged because almost one year ago, I sat in this same seat, in this same studio, and I told Kenyans, come on, people are asking for your vote. What do you expect them to tell you? And I told Kenyans about a year ago, what you are seeing is persuasive rhetoric. Something to help with the objective of winning the vote. And I told Kenyans, what you are hearing, that is the main objective, to get into power, to get into office. And I told Kenyans, now, if you look at the indicators of what happens to whoever comes into this power, you can only see how much hard work they have ahead of them. Like, for example, we were inheriting an economy whose debt was about 70% GDP. We were inheriting an economy whereby the global economic situation was not encouraging at all. We were seeing fuel shocks. We were seeing a war in Ukraine complicating the food situation. And we were seeing already Kenya was undergoing through a drought, and the sector of agriculture was already receding. That is, it was going down even before they took off power because of a drought and so many other challenges. And so we told Kenyans, whatever you are hearing now, no, the objective is to get into power.
Okay.
When they get into power, the job begins.
Okay. Well noted, Daktari. Coming to you, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, you promised a lot, especially in wanting to change the Kenyan people's lives, the cost of living. That was the pillar of your campaigns. A year later, have you improved the lives of Kenyans and generally the cost of living in the country?
Thank you very much, Ayu. I am a very proud Kenyan and also a proud leader, because looking back for the last 1 year, we have been able to do a lot of heavy lifting in terms of the economy, because even before you talk about the personal economies of people, the micro ones, they all generate from the macro perspective. And I can tell you, Ayub, and all Kenyans have a right to know that we had a lot of heavy lifting to do in terms of putting our economy into shape, in terms of having the right infrastructure of the economy, in terms of having the right basis. And I can tell you, Ayub, actually comparative to many other economies, that we are in a place that we were a year ago. Some have already degenerated and descended. If you look at our neighbors without naming names, and I can say them because it is important for us to base our arguments on facts. If you look at countries like Zambia, even our neighbors in Ethiopia, and several others in Africa, you can see that Kenya actually have made many leaps forward. And that has been based on deliberate decisions in terms of stabilizing our debt area around paying of interest rates. Because even before we talk about the plate, even before we talk about the microeconomy of individuals, the country needed to stabilize. Coming to your question directly, the standard of life or the cost of living in terms of Kenyans is hedged on inflation, is hedged on specific things. And specific things, number one, which is very important, is actually food. I am very proud that through deliberate policies, we were able to attack production, we were able to attack the issue of the cost of living on the side of production. And actually citing just one statistic, Ayub, is that Kenya consumes around 46 million bags of maize. And on year, we produce around 40 million bags of maize. Every year, we have had a deficit of 6 million bags to 10 million bags. This year, out of the deliberate decision of incentivizing production, we are anticipating production of 60 million bags of maize in one season, not 1 year. That has a compounding effect in terms of even the plate. But also, let me put it this way, because many times we dwell on what is the cost of this, what is the price of this. Inflation as it is not just a factor of prices. It is also a factor of incomes. And I want to give you an example. If you go to our supermarkets today to buy bread, and you go to a supermarket in the US or any OECD country to buy the same bread, you find that the bread in those countries is many multiples of Kenya. But you do not accuse them of having inflation because there is a variation in price. Prices generally go up. That is why when I was in nursery school, the price of uga was very different from what it is now. What is of importance is that as the prices go up, we also carry incomes of people together. And I can tell you, some of the discussions I'm listening from various studios, I wish we had time to take this studio today, for example, to the food baskets of our country. We talk to our farmers because a segment of majority of farmers are very happy. Why? Because if you look at the margins they are going to enjoy around the production of various commodities, it is way different.
Thank you.
So what am I saying, Ayub? We have had a lot of successes, but there is a lot of work to do. All right. And we are up to the task. And we are doing it.
Okay. And the work here revolves around how then do you improve the living standards of Kenyans before you go to Nyeri County. And when you talk about what you have done so far in the past 365 days, then how do you talk to the Kenyan voter tonight who feels or is experiencing a squeezed household budget because of the cost of living crisis, a limited or a rather small in terms of his disposable income, and the skying cost of basic commodities in the country, who might see your submissions as rather not the reality on the ground in terms of what they are facing?
As I have clearly stated, it depends on where you sit in terms of the economic spectrum. When you go at the production side, everyone in the primary production in Kenya is actually happy. Primary production, and especially farmers. Farmers are happy in this country because they can actually look at their farms and they see money. That is number one.
Okay.
Number two, even as we talk about what is squeezed, and especially even my pay slip is squeezed, but to what end? It is squeezed to an end that is palatable, I can live with. Because we have to look at it in both dimensions. As we talk about the squeezed disposable incomes in terms of taxation and especially pay,
thank you.
It is important, Ayub, to also look at what is it that the government is doing with these monies that we are squeezing some of the Kenyans.
Okay.
And Ayub, just to cite a few. Number one, I've talked about fertilizer.
Briefly, okay.
Number two, I can talk about CBC.
Okay.
Now it looks like it has been there, but it needed a deliberate government to come and implement CBC.
Okay.
When we get time, we'll talk about the funding in our tertiary education, the Hustler Fund, and many other deliverables that we'll be talking
Honorable
about.
Ndeni, we have a vast array of other issues to talk about, including fertilizer. Honorable Ndeni Mureithi, from the opposition's perspective, what's your view of the past 1 year of the Kenya Kwanza administration?
Well, I would have to say it's been a disastrous year because Kenyans are by and large worse off than where they were 12 months ago. On the cost of living, it is clear that just about the price of everything has gone up. Now, cost of food has gone up, and you would think that might make farmers happy. I'll give you an example. Onions, the price of onions is up 22%. The price of milk, 14%, and so on. Beans are up 32%. So you might think the farmers are better off, but they are not, because the price of electricity that farmers are using, the price of diesel that the farmers are using, electricity is up 63%. Diesel is up 28%. Paraffin that we use in the homes is up 32%. So even though the farmers may be getting slightly more for what they produce, they are actually worse off because the cost of that production, with the exception of this story of fertilizer, the costs are up. If you look at transport fares from Githurai here to town, just in July alone, the fare went up 17%. So Kenyans are by and large worse off. If you look at debt and the management of the debt position, this government has borrowed more, and it is borrowing at a much higher rate. I give you one example. Last June, they borrowed in 1 week 213 billion shillings at the equivalent of 22.5%, which means you and I, as small businesses, when we go to our banks, we now have to pay 25 to 30% interest on our loans. So overall, Kenyans are worse off, and I hope we get time to go into detail.
Thank you. Of course, we'll get time to go into details on the array of areas that await our attention. We now cross over to the Cabinet studio where Sam Gituku and Nimro Tabu are standing by.
All right, thank you so much, Ayub. And let's just put things into perspective by looking at the numbers of how things have changed since September last year and today. 13th of September 2022, a day like today a year ago, petrol was retailing at 159 shillings 12 cents. Of course, this was after a subsidy had been given by the administration then. But now, the following day, the price of petrol changed, and now it's retailing at 194 shillings 68 cents in Nairobi. Diesel was retailing at 140 shillings in September of last year. Now it is 179.67 cents. Kerosene was retailing at 127.94 cents. It's now 169 shillings 48 cents. If you have to focus on something else about the cost of living, this is what the government has done. It scrapped these subsidies, the failed subsidies that were at that time, and now there's something that has been introduced. The president says it is not a subsidy. It is a price stabilization which has been introduced. It is between 3 shillings 59 cents and 7 shillings 33 cents. Of course, 7 shillings being for petrol, it should have been retailing at about 202 shillings without that price stabilization. But if you have to look at the foods that Kenyans consume, bread was retailing at, no, this is not the accurate figure. It was the bar of soap of 800 This should actually be sugar. Sugar was supposed to be 316 shillings last year. It is now between 420 shillings and 500 shillings. Some shops will find it at a higher price. If you are to talk about maize flour, it was retailing at 200 shillings plus. It is now between 170 shillings and 200 shillings, depending on the shop that you buy. But this is the packet unga. If you are to talk about something like cooking oil, at that time it was 450 shillings per litre of cooking oil. It is now 340 shillings. Has been a decline, but along the way, there's a time that it had spiked, but now it's settling down and getting back to that point. For something like this should be what? Bread. It was retailing at 55 shillings. At that time, it is now retailing at 64 shillings. And of course, different prices for different commodities. But I want us now to subject this to the Cabinet Secretaries who are here in studio. And just to introduce that Nahumicha Wafula, the Cabinet Secretary for Health, has now joined us. Good evening. And we'll be talking to you. But let's begin with you, Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria. As far as the cost of living is concerned, because this was one of the biggest promises that was made by the campaign of William Ruto before he became president. In fact, the promise was that that would be one of the issues to be focused on. There has been a bit of change, but not necessarily where people would want to see it, especially if you have to talk about the cost of fuel and cost of food and other commodities. What would be your response in terms of the action, and what should Kenyans wait to see happening in the coming months?
I like this question, Sam, but I wish your figures are factual. And you know, you pride yourself that your TV is the most watched in the country. So don't forget there's somebody who is watching you from a supermarket. So be careful.
What is the figure that you have a question about?
Let's take cooking oil, for example.
Right.
It's much lower than what you project there, and Kenyans know that. Yes, you've said correctly that the price has come down, but it's not even to the level you have said. It is by 50% since we came to government.
So our figure is an estimate of 340.
No, it's much lower
than that. What is your figure?
It's much lower than that. It's in the region of 230, 240 shillings.
230 shillings a litre of...
Yeah, a litre of edible oil. And I'm sure there are some Kenyans who are watching you from a supermarket. So, everyone can be entitled to their own opinion, but not everyone can be entitled to their own facts. Facts are universal. I want us to also look at the issue of sugar. Ask you, maybe before this program is over, make some few calls. I suggest you call some supermarkets here in Nairobi, up country, in the shops.
So at the moment, we're giving a range of between 420 shillings to 500 shillings plus for a 2 kilogram pack of sugar.
2 kilogram pack.
What is the price according to you?
Well, I'm just saying, let us reconfirm that. I know for sure that edible oil is much, much lower than that. But anyway, I digress. I'm just asking you, because I've seen you inciting Kenyans.
No.
I've seen you inciting Kenyans with the panel.
If indeed you question the figures,
I've seen. Let me just put it this way.
It is good for you to give us
the problem with you, and that is why you are Azimio roast. That's why you are Azimio roast.
That is what you're talking about.
Sam, let's put it this way. I laugh. You never learn. You never learn. The same way you are falsifying facts last year with your Azimio is the same way you are falsifying it now. The same way you had skewed panels during that time is the same way you have skewed panel now. The same way you are using fake opinion polls that time that tell you that Azimio was winning is what I've seen in that panel now. Anyway, let's get back to the facts. Let me start with fuel. Now, on the issue of fuel, we have something called PDL, Petroleum Development Levy. The purpose of this PDL is what we call making hay when the sun shines. That let me accumulate some money as a buffer so that when the global dynamics are not in my favor, then I can be able to use that to cushion the consumer. That money was deducted from the consumer. Where did you want it to go? The right thing is, after you accumulate it, you tell them, Mr. Consumer, Mr. Motorist, Mr. Passenger, I have now accumulated so much money because you are the one who gave me this money. It is only right and fair that I give this money back to you. So then you guys go all over saying it's a subsidy. It is not a subsidy. This money, we saved it from every liter of petrol to go to some kitty as a safeguard so that now when the situation is not very favorable, we don't have our own crude oil, we don't produce oil, then that goes back there. Number two, because of the situation in the US, whereby inflation in the US is at the highest. You know, you look at the interest rate, 5% interest rate in the US market is never heard of. The whole world is suffering because of the actions of the US. You know what they did during COVID? They printed money. And you know what we are doing? We are all paying for that. You've had everyone. You've had President Ruto. You've had Antonio Gutierrez, who is not a member of Kenya Kwanza, talk about this unfair, practice by the U.S. and by the, global North that we in the South are suffering like that. So is this Antonio Gutierrez at one? So is this all those people who are talking about all these things?
Did you know this during the campaigns?
Sorry, say that again.
Did you know this about during the campaigns about what the U.S. had done?
No, they had not done it that particular time. Since this year only, my friend, just go to the U.S. and look at the interest rate on what has happened in the interest rate. We've been talking about, I don't know where you guys have been, we've been talking about the unfair financial system in the world. Antonio Guterres was here. Japanese Prime Minister was here. We've talked about it all the time and saying, look, it is not fair to expect the global South to continue paying for the unfair practices of the North. And all these things that you mentioned, the whole thing of a fair financial system in the world is coming here, as it is in Uganda, as it is in all these countries. But you know what? What worries me is that when I talk to the actual people, and I think Ndindi Nyoro has mentioned this, when I talk to the people who voted for us, overwhelmingly, how come they get this more than you guys who claim to be educated? How come these farmers, I was in Transo here last week, how come these farmers get it? How come they are telling me they are taking selfies in their maize plantations? The actual people who voted for us. But because of snake oil salesmen in royal media and in all these other places, you continue getting, I have never seen, I've never seen people who are more consistent than royal media. You are consistent at getting it wrong.
Just hold on. We're just starting the conversation, and it would be important that we focus on facts. I have told you that the price of unga was 200 shillings plus September 2022. Today, it is a range of between 170 shillings to 200 shillings. Is that an Azimio figure, or is the reality in the market? But also, what do you explain to Kenyans? Even if there's a bumper harvest, the price of a packet of food has not come down.
I think some, because you're talking about facts, and facts are stubborn, you say it was 200
shillings plus, yes.
200 plus, it was 220.
Yes.
250. Add the subsidy, because that was after subsidy.
No, that was after the subsidy had expired.
No, that was after the consumer subsidy.
The subsidy had expired in August.
No, let's have a subsidy. Let us put a subsidy of like 20 shillings there. So the actual price, the real price, because it was still subsidy was coming from the pockets of Kenyans, was somewhere in the region of 270 shillings, down to 170. Before the harvest, we have not put consumer
Let us talk about the facts. The subsidy had expired in August. I'm talking about the price 13th of September 2022.
Granted, can you imagine it has fallen without the subsidy? Granted, it has fallen when we were not harvested. Granted, it has fallen when there has been, the worst drought in the country. It has fallen. Don't you think we deserve a medal?
Allow me to chime in.
Mheshimiwa, ningependa sana uchangie kwa sababu najua swala hili liko karibu sana na moyo wako. Manake tunasikiza wengine wakizungumzia swala la uzalishaji chakula. Unatokea sehemu ya Trans Nzoia ambapo ni sehemu moja ya uzalishaji wa chakula. Unapomsikia Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro na wengine wanapozungumzia magunia milioni 60 ambayo yanatarajiwa kuvunwa iwe ni ya mahindi, tupe taswira kamili ya Trans Nzoia, kwa sababu kuna wengine wanafisi kwamba baada ya kupata mbolea ya bei nafuu kuna watu waliongeza ekari za kupanda, lakini hali si kama hivyo ilivyo Trans Nzoia. Trans Nzoia watu wamekuwa wakipanda kadri ya uwezo wao jinsi ilivyo. Tupe hali halisi.
Kwanza ni changie hapo kwa bei ya unga. Naam. Hii bei ya unga ambayo tunaongea juu yake ni ile unga ambayo iko kwenye packet, iko kwenye supermarket, iko kwenye miji. No. It is in the cities and in towns. If we look at the population of Kenyans who access packeted unga, I am confident to say it's a very small fraction compared to majority of the population that is in the up country. In the up country, they siaga their unga, gorogoro. I come from Trans Nzoia. Over the weekend, I was at home. A gorogoro of maize right now is retailing between 70 and 90 shillings. That 70 and 90 shillings gorogoro of maize, if you take it to the portion mill, you'll spend another 10 shillings to make it into unga. That means at the end of the day, you have 2 kilos of unga at 100 shillings. So that is what it is right now for the larger people at Mashinani. I am a farmer. I have farmed. And I can tell you for sure, this year, my harvest is not what I got last year. It is a bumper harvest. And I want to confirm, from majority of the people who are farming in Trans Nzoia, we have a bumper harvest this year. In fact...
Unaweza kusema hiyo kwa sababu ya kuwa mbolea imeshuka ama kwa sababu gani inakuwa bumper?
Mbolea imeshuka na pia Mungu ni mwema, tulikuwa na mvua nzuri. Hizo vitu mbili zimefanya tukakuwa na harvest ya kutosha. Yeah.
Asante.
Okay. Pia nichangie kidogo vile mwenzangu amesema hapa. Mpangilio wa serikali wa mbolea na kuhahamisha wakulima kwamba kuna hii bei rahisi ya mbolea iliwafanya wengi ambao pia walikuwa hawajihusishi na ukulima kujihusisha. Sababu wengi waliacha ukulima kwa sababu ya bei ya mbolea na bei ya mambo mengine ambayo yanachangia katika ukulima. Kwa hivyo pia mpangilio wa serikali ulikuwa sabamba, ulikuwa umepangika na pia Mwenyezi Mungu akaweza kutupa mvua na ndio sasa tuko.
Je, ina maana kwamba tutaona kwamba kutakuwa na mavuno ama kulikuwa na upandaji katika sehemu ambazo kawaida huwa hawapandi mahindi?
Ya, kuna sehemu ambako watu walikuwa hawapandi kwa sababu ya gharama ya bidhaa ambazo zinahusika na ukulima. Lakini na hasa kabisa bei ya mbolea iliwafanya wengi ambao wana ardhi lakini hawakuweza kutumia ardhi hiyo viwavyo kwa sababu hawakuwa na uwezo wa kuweza kununua bei ya mbolea wakati huo 7,000 na sasa wakati iliposhuka 3,500 wengi wakajihusisha na ukulima.
All right, of course we'll wait to see the ultimate harvest and weigh against what has been done before. But Waziri Chelugui, talk to me about, because Waziri Nahumicha here says that the portion or proportion of Kenyans that buy unga at supermarkets are very minimal. But they are Kenyans, isn't it?
Right. That's true.
If you look at the cost of production of maize flour, it is not just about the raw material. There has to be the input costs. There has to be the production cost in terms of the cost of energy. It has gone up. If you look at the field that we are talking about, transportation has gone up. So really, this question has not been answered by the government. And if it has been answered, not as far as it had been promised.
Thank you, Sam. When you talk of cost of living, you look at what do Kenyans require to sustain their livelihood. One of the biggest factor in this cost of living is food, cost of food. And food, you talk of what is our staple food, as she says, is maize, ugali. Majority of our homes are taking ugali. Some of them taking mudokoi, some of them taking githeri. All these are food products from maize. Now, government at the onset identified this as a key challenge facing many Kenyans, facing this government. And therefore, the intervention was not on subsidizing consumption, but subsidizing production. So that effort, what was done through KNTC, that was done by National Cereals and Produce Board, registration of farmers. I participated actively through the cooperative movement to register farmers. Today we have 5 million farmers who are engaged in production of maize and other products.
Right.
So as we speak today, I believe if you look at the statistics, by the way, even though many Kenyans are making a lot of, I've had them on TV, making noise about the cost of living. But when you look at the statistics, Kenya is 46.6% lower than UK in terms of cost of living, and 54% lower in cost of living than the US compared to US. So what do we need to do? As a government, we need to invest in production. The more we increase supply, the lesser the economies of scale in production if we have many farmers who are supported. My ministry will be working with the Ministry of Agriculture in ensuring that extension services, aggregation of farmers through cooperatives so that we increase production. And hence, when the supply is high, and demand is lower, the cost definitely, the market forces will fix a better price. And that is how we're going to reduce the cost of living.
Okay. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Chelugui. Mheshimiwa Moses Kuria, ni kurejeshe kwenye lile swala la bei ya mafuta. Na kuna Wakenya ambao wanakutazama kwa sasa hivi ambao kuna makisio kutoka kwa wadadisi na hata shirika la EPRA kwamba huenda bei ya mafuta kufikia kesho itakuwa inabadilika. Ina maana kwamba huenda ikapanda juu zaidi. Kwa wale wanaokutazama, haswa kutokana na msemo uliotoka kwa Rais William Ruto mwenyewe na naibu wake wakati wa maagano mapya na serikali ya Saudi Arabia na milki ya Kiarabu kwamba sasa tunanunua mafuta kwa kutumia sarafu ya Kenya ambayo ni Kenyan currency. Akasema mwenyewe na kutangaza kwamba kwa muda fulani bei ya mafuta itakuwa inapungua, lakini sivyo. Na kuna wale wanaokutazama kwa sasa hivi, una yapi mengine ya kuwapa kutoka kwa serikali ambayo itawatia moyo kwamba bei itashuka hivi karibuni au la?
Kwanza kabla niingilie mafuta ya petroli, naamini ya kwamba unaongea mambo ya mafuta ya petroli. Kwanza nimepata risala mbili. Moja ni kutoka jamaa kwa Ruiro. Amesema kama mnaweza kupika pale Ruiro mafuta ya kupikia, akasema ni 210. Amenitumia risala hiyo moja. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Martin Kinyita, ako sehemu pale kwangu nyumbani Katundu, na amesema yeye amenunua unga leo huko ni shilingi 150. So tuamini ya kwamba hao ni Wakenya pia, na pia sababu wanatazama hii runinga. Kwa hivyo kuna wale walisikiza rais wakati huo, lakini kuna wale ambao wanasikiza Citizen leo. Na unajua lazima tuanze leo kabla kurudi hapo nyuma. Niseme hivi mambo ya mafuta. Ile mpango tuko nao wa kununua mafuta kwa shilingi, sio kwa US dollar. Sana sana wacha mambo ya bei, kwa sababu bei inaweza kupandishwa na sababu tofauti. Kuna bei zinaweza kupanda kwa sababu ya crude oil ile ya dunia vile inaenda, na tumetazama crude oil vile inaenda. Bado hatujaanza kuwa na mafuta yetu, lakini kwa kila mwezi ukiangalia ile US dollars, dola ya Kimarekani ambao sisi tunaweka tukikojea mambo ya kuwe bora zaidi, nikuambia ya kwamba Nimrod, na mimi ni mtu wa uchumi, nimesomea mambo ya uchumi, kama sio hili jambo hata hiyo shilingi tunasema imedhoofika. Kama sio hilo jambo ingekuwa imedhoofika zaidi. Kwa hivyo kuna upande wa bei upande moja, lakini pia kuna ule upande wa sisi kutotumia dola yetu kila siku. Nilikwambia Nimrod,
kuna mmoja ambaye aliwasikiza katika kampeni yenu mkieleza bayana kila katika safari ya kampeni kwamba tutakapoingia tunajua tatizo liko wapi, tutashukisha bei ya mafuta. Leo hii hiyo suluhu iko au haiko?
Iko, kwa sababu kama hatukifanya hiyo mikakati, my friend, wacha nikuambie ukweli. Kama wale jamaa Azimio wangeingia na wafuate sera za ile serikali nyingine, hii serikali ingekuwa imeporomoka kwa mwezi wa 4. Usikie hiyo. Ni miujiza vile tumeshika uchumi ambao ilikuwa taabani kabisa, iko katika ICU. Sasa hii unaweza kusema haijashuka, lakini nilikwambie bayana kama wangefuata sera za serikali ile nyingine, kwa wakati huu uchumi ungekuwa umeporomoka kabisa. Tukiona ya kwamba uchumi yetu umejizatiti, licha ya kwamba duniani mzima bei ya crude oil imeenda juu, licha ya kwamba vita ya Ukraine tulikuwa tunakadiria kwa wakati utakuwa imeisha, haijaisha, licha ya kwamba uchumi wa Kimarekani unaendelea kudhoofisha nchi mingi mpaka China, mpaka Europe, bado wako na hii shida ya uchumi ya Amerika, na ile sera inachukuliwa na serikali ya Kimarekani. Tuseme ni miujiza na tushukuru Mungu, lakini ya maana ya kwamba ile jambo inanifurisha zaidi, inapea roho yangu furaha. Wale watu walituchagua wanajua ulikuwa liko kuliko.
Waziri, that's fine for you to say that, but I remember the president at the presidential debate indicating that there were 15 taxes and levies and some of them needed to be scrapped. We have come to the Finance Act and you know what happened. So in fact the VAT was raised from 8% to 16%. Yes, there are 2 levies that were reduced, but it's
not 2, 23.
There were 2 levies.
23 taxes.
The ones that
23 taxes were reduced.
Waziri, I know what I'm
But I know
Waziri,
in royal media eyes, the 3 was not visible. It was Waziri, 23, not 2.
Just listen to the question, it'll give you answer. There are levies and taxes on fuel. 2 were reduced. Import declaration levy. And another one, the VAT was increased by 100% from 8% to 16%. That was not the promise. How do you account for that?
Because wakati huo hawakuwa wamefungua, they had not opened the safes at Treasury. And when we went there and we looked at what was there, it was horrible. It was actually horrifying. By the time it was 8%, they had not opened the Treasury, which they rooted in the last 2 weeks of power. Do you know how much rooting happened in 2 weeks? And we have got record, and we've said publicly. Sorry, go and ask those who rooted. Go and ask Uhuru Kenyatta and his people. How much did you root in 2 weeks? You know, it was like a Scotch ad policy. How do you expect us to, on one hand, you've rooted the Treasury. On the other hand, you've left us with debts. Unbelievable debts. And they know what they were saying because they knew what they had done. They had said, give these people until December. This government will collapse because they know what they had done. So we thank God and we thank our Kenyans for being patient with us. That despite the fact that we found a poison pill, that because they had set up conditions that could have led to the collapse of this economy, we were able with our Kenyans, because at the end of the day, people who we went to explain to them, Kenyans understand this is a situation. This is what I found them to be. By the way, you know, Kenyans are amazing people because they have been very patient with us, and they know because we have not made errors on fundamentals. You know, there is errors on the contemporary facts, and there are errors on fundamentals. We scrap subsidies on consumer at the consumer level. We did subsidies on productions, on fertilizer. We have done stabilization of all the macroeconomic, indicators. We are saying that maybe today is not as good as we would have wanted it to be. But because we didn't mess up with the fundamentals, as we build the curve and as the global economy improves, I know Kenyans know that we've got a better tomorrow.
Asante Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa, nakumicha na kurudisha pale pale kwenye gharama ya maisha na hususan upanzi wa mahindi. Mnapozungumzia bumper harvest, Mheshimiwa amezungumzia lakini hakuliweka bayana swala la gharama ya mafuta. Kufikia kesho April huenda ikatangaza bei tofauti ya mafuta. Na ikiwa itakuwa juu, basi huoni kwamba hata kukiwa na bumper harvest tutarudi pale pale katika hali ya uchochole? Kwa sababu gani? Kila kitu kinapanda kulingana na gharama ya mafuta. Ina maana kwa wale wanaonunua mahindi kuyasafirisha mahali fulani, yale mafuta ya lori yatapanda. Kwa wale wasagaji ambao wanatumia dizeli, mitambo ya kusaga, watapandisha bei zaidi ya unga. Hilo litakuwa vipi kwa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza?
Asante. Kwanza, vile mwenzangu amesema, kuna factors mingi ambazo zina influence bei ya mafuta. Na vile amesema ya kwamba tulikuwa tumepromise ya kwamba tutakuja kuangalia hizo bei, lakini hizi factors, external factors, they have continued to persist. One of them is the Ukraine and Russia war. It has continued to persist. The economy of the US has continued to persist. So regardless of what else we do, and these are things that are controlling the cost of fuel. So there's so much that we can do to change that. But if you find a leaking bucket, you first have to fix the holes before then you start putting some new water into that leaking bucket. So this economy, we found it leaking. So we have spent quite some time to seal the holes of leakage. That after we are done with sealing the holes of leakage, then we can start moving forward and putting in clean water. In terms of harvest, one thing that I know that we are doing, and I think we are expecting the next few days, my colleagues will correct me, is that we are getting seed dryers. So that and improve on storage of the harvest. What normally happens, and the people you're talking about with the trucks, are the people who are middlemen, who want to go brokers, who want to go and influence the price of the harvest at this moment. But the government has made plans. We are getting seed dryers. We are also getting storage facilities, so that people can aggregate their harvest and keep it up to that time that then it can be used.
Okay. Well, Waziri, thank you for that. Of course, we are bringing you the figures as we know them from our research. CS Kuria has his figures from Ruiru and others. Let's go to Eldoret to listen to John Wanyama to give us the real figures live from Eldoret in a supermarket. Wanyama.
Thank you very much. We are at Naivas supermarket, Sam, and clearly, as we have seen here, the prices of different types of cooking oil here, like this one, Ufuta, they are selling at Naivas at 347. If you come here, this is Salit oil, cooking oil. This is going at 325 shillings, and here Golden Fry, it's going at 355 shillings. Just to sample out quickly, we have here Top Fry, which is going at 307. Clearly an indicator that really the cooking oil has gone up in their prices since maybe in the few years or few months ago. Those whom we have talked to, they are saying it has gone up to maybe 3 times of what they used to buy. That is what we have found here at Naivas supermarket. Sam.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, John Wanyama. I see Waziri Nakhumicha, you're perturbed by the figures saying on this.
You have it on your board.
That is 450 September 2022.
It was 450.
Yes.
Right now, the figures that he's reading, the list that he has talked about is 307.
And that's 5 liters.
No, Waziri, he has given a range. There are different brands. Some are 347, others are 325.
Yes.
We've given there an estimate
per liter or per 5 liters?
Per liter, 1 liter.
Yes.
In September 2022, a liter of 340 shillings. Totally.
We will be patient with you. Just go now to Ruto.
That's not
Go to Ruto. Yes. Send a crew there. We are here for 2 hours. What's the hurry for? So you're here for 2 hours. So when the Ruto.
Okay.
Why should we go to Ruto?
Sam, I want to address an issue on the fact that influence the crude oil prices. I think as Kenyans, we agonize so much on how to fix these prices. One, we are not producers of oil and petroleum. We import this commodity. And just like any other commodity, faces many factors. And there is import, there are insurances, there are logistical costs that determine the cost of oil. One of the leading and very important fundamental factor in determining the prices is actually the current supply and also the output in the recent past. The second one is OPEC. That is Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They always supply this commodity through quotas. So any time that we import this oil, this has to come into play. Okay. Then we also have the future supply and reserves, which is also a consideration in determination of price and the demand from major countries. Remember, our consumption is relative to other major countries. And finally, the political events and crisis. As we speak today, we have an issue, a crisis in Europe, Russia and Ukraine. All these have contributed. They have affected the routes, the shipping routes of oil across the world. The price of wheat, we import our chapati, unga, largely comes from Ukraine and Russia. So all these have contributed. So as we struggle to fix this problem as a country, as a people, as an administration, let us remember we operate in a global village and we are all subject to all these factors. So it is good to beat ourselves, but also understand and appreciate where the environment that we operate in.
I have a question. I have got Mercy Luceno, my friend from Kakamega. Would you allow me to call her so that she tells us about the edible oil in Kakamega?
No, what you can do, you can get
it's okay, because you know Mercy Luceno.
Waziri, please, you can get the information.
Is a leader in Kakamega.
Waziri, please.
If you allow me just to settle, because here I don't have my studio person.
No, we won't do that on set.
No, we can. I am going to do it.
Waziri,
because you know Mercy is there in Kakamega. She's telling me she cannot allow you to lie. Or that guy.
Waziri, I do not doubt you.
That guy is putting is for 2 liters.
Waziri, please, let us just be orderly. Waziri, you can call Mercy Luceno. We don't doubt you, by the way, that you have information. We'd be glad to hear from you. But in the meantime, we're going to cross over to Victoria, who has the opinion pollers on what they have to say about what they found Kenyans are saying about the cost of living, this very hot issue here in studio.
That's right, Sam. A hot issue indeed. We heard the CS Kuria saying the figures were not credible. The pollsters are here to give immediate feedback to that. Angela, in your poll, it showed 89% of at least the respondents felt the high cost of living was the reason why the country was going in the wrong direction. How do we dig deeper into those numbers? Why the cost of living now?
Thank you, Victoria. We have asked the question over, the last couple of months, just to understand, to get contextualize what Kenyans mean by high cost of living. The first thing that has been mentioned is, basic essentials, the ones that have been discussed at great length in the various studios. So food, shelter, housing, and other necessities like food. Generally, in essence, when you talk to Kenyans, and one of the questions we normally discuss in our focus group interviews is how much can 1,000 shillings buy you today vis-a-vis what it could buy you 2 or a year ago, which then links to inflation. And we would be fooling ourselves to say that the 1,000 shilling today can buy you the same as you would buy before. And I saw someone in the studio earlier giving an interview to a gentleman who was in a supermarket who said that he had a small paper bag. And he said, can you imagine, I have actually spent 6,000. And this is all I'm carrying. So that is really what Kenyans are talking about. The other thing that obviously is critical when they, Kenyans talk about cost of living is essential services, the cost of healthcare, which is, affordable, and I see the CS is there. Quality healthcare is critical for all Kenyans. Is that the case right now? Could it be better? What are the comparative costs? But in essence, it behooves on us to say to our policymakers that the citizenry feels that that cost is hinging on them uncomfortably. Education, you yourselves have reported kids being sent back home from public schools just when schools open because they had to, due to lack of capitation, they had to actually fork out fees that hitherto they were not doing. So that then is one of the reasons why they say the costs are higher. Transport, I think, was mentioned by somebody else, in one of the studios in terms of just the cost of, I think it was Sam, actually. But then the cost of energy. How much does 1,000 shilling token give you today, or accrue you today, vis-a-vis what it was accruing you last year? I will tell you that 1,000 shillings used to accrue 64 units, and today it accrues about 34. Is that high cost? Yes. These are the things that people are talking about. And indeed, I heard some of our, focus group respondents saying when they got their paycheck this time, especially those who are, formally employed, and they looked at the tax, they joked and said, it is so high that you have to give away 34% of your salary thereof, and then you have to give 10% of your gross as tithe.
To God, right?
To God.
Let me bring Tom in really quickly here, because you did a similar poll back in June, basically asking Kenyans whether they felt the country was going in the wrong direction. There's a decline from how they felt in June, or rather July, to September. What informed that shift? What was happening?
That is, compared to June, the most recent survey, correct, showed, I think, a decline in those thinking the country was going in the wrong direction by nearly 20%, which means an improvement. I don't have the other figure. Well, I think there are several factors that were involved. Excuse me. One is, I think recently, in the last month at least, there's been largely an absence of demonstrations, protests, the response of the police, and so on. We saw in an earlier clip the deaths that have been attributed to police violence and so on. One factor. I think also that survey that was done at the end of June, although I can't prove this, the data collection ended on the last day of the month, one day before the new Finance Act was supposed to take effect. And I think, especially with regard to the housing levy, most Kenyans were thinking, and I have the data, but I don't have time to look it up, far more Kenyans were expecting to be subjected to that 1.5% than actually turned out to be the case. Yeah. So that, I think there's been a kind of a calming effect. Even if the case, certain aspects of the Finance Act are in court, as we saw today. Also, on the other side of the demonstrations, the reconciliation talks have taken off. So I think these other factors help to, and also perhaps, again, I can't prove it, but the very, very positive publicity that the president got last week at the climate conference, just before we started our interviews. Now, we didn't ask people, are you aware of a climate conference? How do you evaluate the president's performance, for those who are aware? So we didn't track that. But I think those are some of the factors that led to the more positive estimation of the country's direction. There are several other things I could add later, but just one I'd like to add now. We had a discussion a few moments ago about how much of the food that Kenyans eat actually comes from shops as opposed to shambas, whether their own or relatives or whatever. And we did ask this question in June. We found that only 29% of Kenyans say that all of their food, or most of it, comes from a shamba. Only 24% said none of it comes from a shamba. So I think the point that was made by one of the CSs is that when we're looking at, I'm not saying that the price of unga in the shops is not important, and we have the figures which obviously show that in the urban population is much more dependent on bought staple of unga than people in rural areas. But it is definitely a mixture, and that was even in the aftermath of this long drought. So when people are complaining about basic commodities, we have to dig deeper and find out what proportion of their table food is actually coming from shops versus shambas.
I'll bring Caroline in a bit later on that issue of what the government has prioritized in terms of promises, because we've heard a lot about the economy being on the back foot, the need to be in recovery over the last year. So I'll come back to you, but let's quickly cross over to Kibra, where Chamtai Goin and Waweru are standing by with the conversation there.
Thank you, Vicky. It doesn't get any better than this when those in authority are checked by those who put them there. And right now in Kibra, we are with people who have been following the discussions in studio, and we want to check whether what is being said by those in power is actually what is happening at the ground. And I'm joined with them. Some of them are joining me here. Excuse me, sir. Karibu sana. Mheshimiwa, viongozi ambao wako studio tukiongozwa na mawaziri wamesema ya kwamba bei ya vitu imeshuka. Hapa Kibra, bei ya vitu iko chini ama hali iko vipi?
Tanisame kwa bei ya vitu bado ingali iko juu zaidi. Na la kunishangaza ni hili. Swali lile mimi huwa najiuliza ni kulikuwa na bilateral agreement katikati ya mataifa ya Kiarabu na serikali ya Kenya kuhusu ununuzi wa mafuta, na tuliambiwa ati shilingi ya Kenya itashuka, itakuwa chini ya shilingi 120, lakini leo imefika 150. Swali lile najiuliza, jamani, yale masikizano ilikuwa namna gani? Number 2, inafaa kuna economic growth and economic development, ambapo serikali ya nchi ingehakikisha kuna ile economic development, alafu ndio tuambie watu walipe ushuru, ingekuwa bora sana. Hayo ndio ningesema tu.
Asante. Going, what is happening on your end?
Well, in studio we have Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives, Simon Chelugui, and one of the issues you expect him to talk about, of course, is the Hustler Fund. And here are a number of young people that are here. Je, unafahamu mkopo huo ama hazina hiyo mkopo ya Hustler Fund, umenufaika nayo ama maoni yako ni yapi?
Mi kwa kusema tu sijanufaika, kwa sababu tukienda kuclaim hiyo mambo ya Hustler Fund hizo zingine unaambiwa hujakuwa qualified, kuna hizi documents zenye hauna, zingine zenye unaitishwa. Sasa mtu anachoka kurudi huko, unaambiwa lazima uende utafute hii ndio urudi, na utapata vitu zingine wanakuitisha, mwenye ako kwa ofisi anakuambia rudi tu
Lakini mkopo huo si kwenda kwa ofisi, sababu unaipokea kwa simu. Kwa hivyo labda kidogo hiyo pia ni changamoto kwa waziri wa mambo ya cooperatives, kuwa labda kuna vijana ambao hawajaweza kupata information kikamilifu kuhusu mkopo huo wa Hustler Fund na jinsi wanaweza pokea. Kwa hivyo pia ni changamoto kwa serikali. Kidogo pia tusikize kwa kijana wengine kutoka hapa eneo la Kibra, labda tueleze mwaka moja ya uongozi wa Kenya Kwanza, maoni yako ni yapi?
Kwa majina naitwa Hassan Abdul Kadir Salim, mkazi wa Makina. Kwa kusema ukweli hakuna kitu mimi nimeona serikali imefanya, kwa sababu wakati rais anaingia kwa usukani alitupea mambo kama 7. Vijana mutapata kazi, wamama wa mboga mutainuliwa. Sitaingia kwa mambo ya judiciary, sitaingia kwa mambo ya mawaziri wafanye bila wanataka. Nitafuata katiba. Ukiona CAS wamekuwa 50, hiyo ni against katiba. Ukiona vijana wengi kwanza wa bodaboda walikoko na hope, walipewa hope mpaka mtu anaona rais akiingia hivi dunia ameokoka. Lakini imekuwa tabu ni mingi hata kushinda wakati wa Uhuru Kenyatta. Zamani wakati wa Kibaki na wakati wa Uhuru Kenyatta kulikuwa na kitu inaitwa subsidies. Mambo ikiwa ngumu, serikali inatoa nusu na ingine kwa ile ushuru yetu nusu, mambo inakuwa rahisi. Petrol wakati Uhuru alitoka ilikuwa ni 159, sasa inaingia 200. Maisha juu chini iko juu sana na inatuumiza.
Asante sana. Na kabla Waweru, I hand over to you, labda kidogo tusikize kutoka another gentleman from here. There are a number of issues that have been discussed by the cabinet secretaries that are in studio, and we've seen that they have talked about the cost of living. Prices have gone down. As a Kenyan and as a possibly tax-paying Kenyan, 1 year later, what do you feel about the 5th administration's term in office?
Oh, my name is George Ambunya, resident here in Kibra. I think it's upside down. It's upside down according to me, because ukiangalia the cost of living venye iko kulingana na Finance Act ambayo iliongeza petroleum product from 8% to 16%, iliongeza gharama ya maisha. Pia katika hapo hiyo Financial Act kuna house levy, that's 1%, ambapo pia ina 1%, 1.5%, yes. A bigger pardon. Yes. You also imeongeza pia gharama, kwa sababu unapata mwajiri analipa anakatwa pesa ya nyumba, pia mfanyakazi anakatwa pesa ya nyumba, na ile hali mwajiri akuji kulala kwa hiyo nyumba yako ambayo serikali ina claim kwamba inakujengea. So unaona hapo ni pesa ambazo hazijui zinaenda wapi. So hiyo pia kumekuwa na hiyo mambo ya affordable housing. Hiyo mambo ya affordable housing, hizo nyumba unapata ni 3 million, lakini wanakuambia 10%. Hiyo 10% unapata kama hapa Kibra watu wengi wanalipa nyumba 3500. So vile mtu atapata hiyo 300,000, 10% aenda ingia kwa hiyo nyumba affordable housing, wanapata pia is also a pipe dream. So there is nothing like that. Alafu pia kuna mambo ya corruption, jambo fighting corruption.
Asante.
The huduma number.
Ruhusu wenzetu pia wachangie mswali.
Another thing ambayo inakula 1 billion. So na priority and waste of funds.
Asante sir, thank you very much. Waweru, labda kidogo kabla turejee studio, back to you on the other side.
Nina mwenzangu hapa Shila, kwa dakika moja tu Shila, unaniambia kwamba umekuwa ukifuatilia sekta ya kilimo. Je, unaweza sema ni mambo yepi yametokea ambayo yamekuwa ya manufaa zaidi hasa kwa wanaoishi mjini mkuu?
Kwa majina anaitwa Sheila Kihima, ni kiongozi katika mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza. Nitasema hivi, tumekuwa tukiangazia maneno ya cost of living imekuwa juu. Yes, tujakataa. Wakati Mheshimiwa William Samuel Ruto alichukua uongozi, maisha ilikuwa juu. lakini wakati aliingia alipromise kurevive sekta ya agriculture, akijua akirevive sekta ya agriculture tutapata chakula, vitu zitashuka. Yeye ndio kiongozi wa kwanza ama president wa kwanza kushukisha mambo ya mbolea. Yeye ndio kiongozi wa kwanza ama president wa kwanza kuangazia zile viwanda ambazo zilikuwa zimeanguka kama Mumias Sugar Company. Kwa hivyo as we speak alisema atashukisha bei ya unga, na right now tumeanza kuona katika maduka zetu unga imefika 150. Congratulations mheshimiwa.
Asante sana.
Neno ingine ndio inchi ikuwe stable ama economy ikuwe stable, lazima security issues ihandoliwe vizuri. Regime ya Kenya Kwanza imekuwa ikihandle mambo ya security through mheshimiwa Kindiki, na hatujakuwa na malumbano na tumeona tuko na amani. Health sector, KEMSA ilikuwa no go zone, lakini tangu mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto aingie alileta kifagio. Madamu wetu Susa Nakumiza heko kwake amefagia KEMSA, na saizi tunapata madawa katika hospitali zetu. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. That is what we are all about here. Listening to what Mwananchi is saying and linking it up with what is happening in our studio. And we are about to hand it over to someone who is doing exactly what we are doing here in Kibra. And we are joining Jael and Lincoln. What is happening on your end, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you very much. Right here at Charter Hall, the debate is still hot on how to put food on the table, the price of unga, the price of cooking oil. How much does it cost for the local Mwananchi to put food on the table? And Tabu was just discussing with us how it has been easy or difficult for him. Tabu.
Oh, thank you. My name is Tabu Charles, Chairman Bungala Zalendo. The cost of living is very high, that is a fact, and it is well proven by the supermarket cost of products. What we need to focus on is that the government has failed us in one way. There is the difference between the government services and also the promises. The promises, political promises, are there which have not been fulfilled. And these are the repercussions that we are now facing. The cost of living has come up as a result of increase on fuel, electricity, among other factors. And we have been communicating to our government in various occasions, but they are not good listeners. The only thing is that they like lamentation. We want services right from the high office, that is the president office, to the lower offices. Secondly, the cost of living cannot be factored only on the aspect of fertilizer, because their fertilizer factor has been a big debate on them. That is the cost of living. No, there are so many elements that are in. That's why this country is in economical limbo as a result of failure for them to listen. One, we need to involve professionals in our services, government services, especially the CS. Because we have come to realize now people are trading. We are not getting the services. These people are now trading in the government. Instead of getting those services on the ground and also the factor that can improve the common Mwananchi to get a coin in the pocket, look at the recruitment. They are done selectively and secretively. Look at the aspect that the way they are offering as a way of telling the Kenya citizen, this is what you have done. They are telling us lies. Failing to understand, we are also educated and learned, and we are also examining everything, and we are doing research pertaining to each and every state agency and their performance. So I would like to tell my president that be a good listener, but talk less.
Bila shaka kama anavyosema pale, serikali iwe ya kusikiliza zaidi na sio kuzungumza zaidi. Tumesikia mjadala mkali sana pale katika ule ukumbi ambao mawaziri wapo pale wakizungumzia kuhusiana na bei za bidhaa, kwamba bei za bidhaa zimeshuka kinyume na kile ambacho labda wengine wanakifahamu. Lakini hapa itakuwa ni vizuri tupata hisia za moja kwa moja mwananchi apate kutuelezea kile serikali inasema kwamba maisha ni afadhali kidogo ikilinganishwa na miaka hapo awali. Wahisi namna gani? Ndio ukweli ama mfuko una tatizo kidogo?
Asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Kizito Uma. Mimi ndio spika wa bunge wa Zalendo Kenya. Nashukuru sana kwa hiyo swali ambayo umeuliza mimi, kwa sababu hata sisi kama wabunge wa Zalendo tunajaribu kuulizwa sana kama wanafikiria sisi ndio wabunge ambao walichaguliwa na wananchi. Kusema ukweli, maisha imebana watu kutoka huko masinani mpaka hadi mijini. Watu wana mashida ya kubeba school fees, ni kogali, stima vile wamesema, manyumba ya kulipa, usafiri, kwa sababu ya mafuta ambayo tunayotumia katika manyumba zetu na pia katika njia nyingi ambayo tunayotaka. Hivi ninavyosema kwamba nimeona waziri wa biashara akijibu. Nilikuwa nafikiria anaulizwa swali ambayo anaweza pia kutueleza hali hivi inavyoendelea, lakini sikuridhika na jibu lake. Kwa sababu ikiwa kweli tutakuwa tunaambiwa tu ni subsidy ya mbolea ndio ni sawa, serikali ilifanya vizuri ikapeana, lakini sasa sio sababu ya maisha ambayo tunayopitia. Hivi sasa maisha imetubana kwa sababu nyingi ambaye hasa watu ambao wako mijini wanaumia sana kwa sababu misara ya makampuni ambayo tunayoona hapa ni mdogo sana. Jambo lingine, nashindwa vile waziri wa biashara vile anataka kujibu maswali ambayo inafanya. Na nimeona makampuni kubwa kama Hilton zimefunga, Intercontinental Hotel zimefunga, sijui nyingi ambayo zinafunga, na hizo ndio zinaleta dola. Dola ndio imetuletea shida katika njia yetu ya Kenya. Tafadhali President, kama una waziri ambao wanaoshughulika kukusaidia kazi, waambie wafanye kazi, kwa sababu maisha ambayo tunayopitia ni magumu sana. Asante sana kwa kunisikiza hapa.
Na bila shaka tupate hisia hapa kwa mwenzangu hapa, alafu tuone wahisi namna gani serikali inaposema kwamba mambo ni mazuri. Kulingana nawe, wafanya kazi gani na hali iko vipi kimfuko?
To tell you the truth, the present lifestyle of a Kenyan has gone down, totally down. First, I would like to talk about when the president was, when we had a deputy president debate, that debate between Martha Karua and Gachagua. He was talking about the issue about state capture. So he came, in fact, even to define the state capture as if it's the present state that we are in. When you talk about now things like judiciary has been captured by the state. When you talk about parliamentary system, this is legislative, has been captured also by the state. So there's a lot of no transparency in the government, the executive. The executive is using all the other state arms to manipulate the whole country. First, you can look at when the judges rule against the government's decision, you find that he is either transferred or he's either demoted in those cases. Like you can look about the issue about this financial bill. You look at Justice Majanji, what he did, he has been transferred to Lamu. And that's what we call there's no transparency in the government. So the president transfer the government makes us look as if we are still in state capture. There's a lot of corruption. The corruption case, you find that those places that where the corrupt.
All right, thank you very much. Those are some of the thoughts that are coming up at the Charter Hall at the CBD in Nairobi. And from us here, my name is Jai Leta and my colleague Lincoln Jogu.
Koko Trevor, studio.
Naam, shukrani sana. Tunazidi kuendeleza mjadala. Nakumbuka kwamba tupo katika ukumbi ule wa shareholders, na ukiangalia swala zima la gharama ya maisha, Trevor, tunazungumzia maisha yetu, kwa sababu hapa tutaweza kujua ukweli uko wapi, na itasaidia sana kujua mbivu na mbichi, ndio kesho tusipate wananchi kuweza kulalamika na masuala ya gharama ya maisha. Tumeweza kusikia upande wa serikali ukieleza kwamba wapo wakulima ambao wanacheka hivi sasa, kwa sababu wakiangalia mashamba yao wakitarajia mavuno na kwamba watakuwa na maisha mazuri zaidi. Nitakuleta Samuel Karanja, kwa sababu unawakilisha wale wafanyabiashara wadogo. Uhalisia wa wafanyabiashara hao ikija katika swala zima la gharama ya maisha ukoje? Ni ukweli kwamba tuna nafuu ama hali ni ngumu?
Asante Rashid. Let me say that it's very unfortunate. Many times we rate the political narratives with the economic narratives. The biggest problem that you're having is we believed what the politicians told us. The reality on the ground for micro, small, medium enterprises is a dire situation. And the reason why it's a dire situation, because that is the narrative that the government rode on to get to power. And so ukiangalia kama ni mama mboga, ukiangalia kama ni mtu wa bodaboda, kuna mambo ambayo serikali iliwaahidia itawafanyia, but it is not so. Let me give an example. When you look at the bodaboda sector, kuna mambo ambayo waliambiwa. They were told, first and foremost, they are going to get designated areas of operation. Secondly, they were also told, as you get the designated areas of operation, you're also not going to be paying taxes. The minimum taxes you're going to be paying to the county government will cushion you to do business. When you look at what the governor of Nairobi proposed in their finance bill, they are proposing to hike, for them to operate within the CBD to go up. When you look at the mama mboga, they were told they are going to get designated areas of operation, markets and everything else. These people are organized groups. And the organized groups, they are supposed to be given government subsidies. Where are the government subsidies? We have demonized that subsidy as a matter of principle. A subsidy is the government looking at what their citizenry are going through, then coming up with innovative ways of cushioning them. But if the former regime became corrupt with the subsidies, this regime must make the subsidies right so that they can cushion the SMEs. Okay. Lastly but not least, taxation. We are highly taxed. When you look at the government, they came and said that you are going to lower taxes. Look at the import duty. It has gone up with 10%, from 25 to 35%. So importations are very expensive. We are a highly consuming nation. We are not in the production sector. So when you look at that, the government is making sure that wanafinya watu wale wanaleta bidhaa kutoka nje, na pia wale wanataka kuanzisha the productions in the country, pia wanafinywa kwa sababu ya gharama ya electricity. It's a very unfortunate situation.
Okay, let me bring in Martin Chomba and on this, and please pass the microphone to Martin Chomba. He's in the chair Petroleum Outlets Association. Martin, there was a G2G agreement that had fuel was supposed to be subsidized at that level, ADNOC and Saudi Aramco. Has that had any impact on the cost of energy?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead. Your microphone is fine.
Thank you very much, Trevor.
Okay, let me switch that microphone to you. Just pass the microphone back there for a bit. Yes.
So thank you very much for the opportunity. I would want to probably bring something into perspective, because I think petroleum industry is one of the most misconceived industry in this country. Because one, it is the lowest hanging fruit when it comes to economic discussions. Everything seems to ride on petroleum. First, I would want to say that in Kenya we don't have a petroleum industry. What we have is a petroleum logistics industry. Saying this, what I mean is we don't have economic aspects of our own. We are susceptible to every other economic shocks across the world. Today, as we speak, what is happening across the world is that there is an organization called OPEC. And what they do is that every time we have prices coming down, they usually spike demand by cutting down production to make sure that the prices go up. Irrespective of what the government of Kenya will do, they cannot make decisions of their own. When coming to the issues of the G2G arrangement, the G2G arrangement, in my opinion, was ostensibly to make sure that we don't mop up dollars out of the economy in a haste, the way we were doing spots buying of dollars. And today we are buying, I think this is the month that we are starting to pay the first batch of the G2G in terms of dollars, because the banks that issues the LP are the ones who are able to mop up dollars in 6 months and pay. So basically what is happening within the industry of petroleum is, one, when we offer subsidy in petroleum, it's actually, you and I know that the government does not get money from anywhere else. So if I'm giving subsidy from this pocket, I'm getting that taxes from here. So the petroleum development levy that Waziri Moses Kuria was talking about, which is 5 shillings and 40 cents per litre. Every litre that you consume, whether you know it or not, you pay 5 shillings and 40 cents per litre. That is the money that is ostensibly supposed to be collected so that it can be a stabilization fund, not a subsidy. And this stabilization fund is to cushion when the prices are going up and when the world prices are astronomical. Today, as we speak, tomorrow the prices are supposed to be read by April. I don't know how they will read it, but the indicators world over. Yeah. Because in Kenya we consume the best crude in the world. It's called Muban crude. It's one of the best crudes that we have in the world. The prices of the plats plats have gone up, and we are trading today at around 98. It's expected that it should go up, unless the government now come up with an ingenious way of going about it. From where I sit, you don't envy to be sitting where the government is sitting, because either way you're down.
Naomba kuleta Moses Kilonzo ambaye anawakilisha watu wanaishi na ulemavu, kwa sababu kuna mjadala unajitokeza Trevor, unaonyesha kama ambayo wale watu ambao wanaishi mijini wanapata makali ya gharama ya maisha, lakini wale ambao wanaishi vijijini labda huenda maisha yakawa hayana ugumu kama vile yako katika hizi town. Unasemaje wakati unawakilisha ndugu zao katika ambao wana ulemavu, wamezungumzaje kuhusu gharama ya maisha?
Asante sana Rashid kwa kuwa na mimi siku ya leo. First of all, wacha kwanza nizungumzie, kuna jambo nimesikia kwa studio ambayo iko na rafiki yangu mkubwa Victoria Rubadiri, wale pollsters wakidiscuss na wakisema aina ya maswali ambao walikuwa wanauliza watu, na nikashangaa. Na ndio maana Wakenya wengi huwa hatuamini hizi polls, kwa sababu ukisema unauliza mtu shilingi 1000 saa hii inakununulia chenye ilikuwa inakununulia last year, hiyo ni kama kuuliza wakati wa Kibaki shilingi 500 ilikuwa inakununulia for example kitu ambacho ungenunua 1992 Moi akiwa president. Na tunajua hilo haliwezekani. Vile masiku zinaenda ndivyo pia maisha yanaendelea kupanda, na pia pesa zinaendelea ku lose value. Kwa hivyo pollsters hawa mimi siwaamini kabisa. Now kwa hili ambalo ni
uamini kwa sababu unaona kwamba gharama maisha iko juu zaidi, ama uamini kwa sababu unaona kwamba gharama maisha iko chini? Ni nini ambacho uamini?
Siamini hawa pollsters kulingana na yale maswali huwa wanauliza watu, kwa sababu hayo maswali huwa hawapati kile ambacho wanakitafuta, lakini kile ambacho wanachokipata sasa wanakiportray ni kama kile ambacho walikuwa wakikitafuta, ili hali lile swali ambalo waliuliza halikuleta haswa hicho ambacho walikuwa wakikitafuta.
Mwanzo nitakaoshikilia hapo Kiruni, nitakupa nafasi utuambie sasa nini ambacho ulikuwa unadhani kwamba walikitafuta wakakikosa. Nitakupa nafasi utuambie zaidi ni yapi ambayo unadhani kwamba kama ongeza kutumia swali lao vizuri wangepata kuweza kuwakilisha yale ambayo katika nafsi yako. Lakini tuzungumza hayo na mengine nafikiri baada muda sio.
Absolutely, tuende katika break kidogo. Swali imeishia hapo. A quick break. We have the cabinet room on the other side. They'll come back and also be with us. The experts are also still here with us. This is the Shareholders Center, and also we have Kibra and the Charter Hall right after this break. All right, the big conversation continues.
yaku magi kiroke iguru na mathogora mufashirire oya kanya gaka twina special offers hari gauge 30 box profile na shiringi 450, Roman tile profile na shiringi 621, stone coated tiles na Roman stone coated tiles na shiringi 600. Twina stock ungigura no kuwe muthenyoro ucio na delivery etari marihi guothe bururi-ini kwa ihinda ria mathaa 72. Uhoro ungi mwega ni ati wareha 50% hau twambagiriria mibango ya delivery na oho twina marihi ma kahora kahora. Tuhurire thimu 0746 667456 kana tucerere wabici-ini umuthi ukenere discount utangitigithia.
Bingwa inafanya ile kitu venye inafaa.
You are my champion, but this Bingwa is the real deal.
Mommy, I need some more. I want to be strong like Daddy.
Bingwa ni tamu tamu. Bingwa ni tamu.
Bingwa Premium Maize Meal ni mutu uthondeketwo na gikiro kia iguru na ufashiriri munene ni athondeki njorua a mutu wa ngima na shafashi. Bingwa Premium Maize Meal, unga mtamu wa mabingwa kutoka Grain and Millers Limited.
Mugondo wa Joska turakwenderia 395 tugutureire mai ma borehole tugagwikira storage ya kuigana namo mai tugagutambiria okia na cio ici ciothe ni title cia mugondo uyu
wi Nairobi Metropolitan tuhurire thimu o riu 0708 000 999.
Top Care ni mucie waku mwehokeku wa uigithia.
It's another holiday and the little ones will be all over in your space. Why not let them meet Tilly, AJ, Kim and Pendo for some great inspiring stories in the Hummingbird Tales.
You know, as we grow up, we can change what we want to do.
And for parents, sit back and let the little ones enjoy their favorite cartoon on Viewsasa, the safest place for kids' content. There's a lot more to learn. Dial *487*1# or visit viewsasa.com to renew your subscription.
Nĩ ũrenda kwambĩrĩria thabarĩ ya gũgũcanjamũra na gũkũruta maũndũ maingĩ ya gĩthomo kĩa ngathĩ ya igũrũ. Ũka Tips College Thika, kũrĩa twĩrutagĩra makĩria gũkũhe gĩthomo kĩa mwanya gĩa theory na practical harĩ kothi ta hospitality, engineering, cosmetology and beauty therapy, business, journalism, community health, driving na ingĩ nyingĩ. Nĩ wĩharĩirie kwambĩrĩria thabarĩ ĩno ũtakariganĩrwo ya kĩrĩa ũtũire wĩrirĩirie gũthomera. Intake no ĩrathiĩ na mbere. Tips College, a highway to future success.
Goko kwa Alpha Mabati, we customer wito we wa bata muno na nikio tuguthondekagira mabati ma kugita nyumba yaku magi kiro kia iguru. Edito ria mohigireire wira-ini wao makwendagiria kiria kiagirire ni undu wa kiria urenda kugita kuringana na mithemba itu ngurani ya mabati iria tukoragwo nayo. Wicagurire kuma mithemba ya marangi matiganite na muigana wa ibati riria urenda niguo honokie mbeca ukigita. Nitui ati mahinda ni mbeca na nikio tugukinyagiria kiria urenda oro haria uri guothe bururi-ini na mathaa 22 tutegũkũrĩhia. Tukoragwo Northern Bypass hakuhĩ na KU Referral Hospital na rĩu twĩna rũhonge rwerũ Nyeri Town kũng'ethanĩra na Toyota Kenya. Alpha Mabati, the roofing industry bearing us.
Introducing the new and tasty Sangare yogurt. Comes in strawberry, vanilla and all natural. With a taste that makes you go, mmm. Made from Sangare Farm fresh milk to give you that creamy goodness, rich in nutrients, full of energy, vitality and irresistible sweetness. Perfect for your breakfast mix or a snacky fix. That will leave you feeling good. Experience more goodness with Sangare today. At Sangare, we craft a wide range of natural, wholesome products from milk, yogurt, cheese, and honey so we can deliver freshness and quality. More Sangare, more goodness.
Nati maithori ndari maige ni thina wari ngoro no thio mere atirire ati thata no yongithie mere thina nduturaga maithori ni mari muico thie wiri andu agwitu.
Ungienda rwimbo ruru ruke thimũ-inĩ yaku ũkũhihinya *487*71#. Ririkana no nĩkuo mũciĩ wa arĩmi othe.
Wigwatire Buroti Serviced, Kingswood Park, area negated community ĩkũndũ kũhoreru thĩinĩ wa Vipingo Development Kilifi. Gũkũ nĩ kũndũ gũthaka mũno kwĩna gwa kũhurũka, gũthakĩrwo nĩ ciana, kĩharo na kwĩna maĩ ma kũigana oro ũndũ ũmwe na thitima. Thogora nĩ 2.8 million harĩ buroti ya 8th acre. Kenera discount ya ciringi 100,000 wagũra mbere ya tarĩki 30 mweri wa 9 mwaka ũyũ.
Climax Beauty College ne college taburikanite hari uthomithania wa beauty na computer.
Wimwega muthikiriria ni Peter Kahiga kuma guku gwa Climax Beauty College. Tuthomithagia kothi ta hair dressing, facial therapy na ingĩ nyingĩ. Guku Climax Beauty College ni twĩkĩrĩire muno maũndũ ma discipline ni ũndũ wa kũiga mũrutwo etĩkĩrĩkĩte society-inĩ.
Mũciari ũguo nĩguo kũrĩ. Rehe mwana waku Climax Beauty College tumuharĩrie agatuĩka mwandĩkani. Tũcerere Ruiru bypass Kĩhunguro kana ũhũre thimũ namba 0700818888 o rĩngĩ 0700818888. Doug Balance, the Mayira deal, Moto Methaine, Tagagoto, Kangundo Road, Victory Gardens Phase 3, 380,000, Baraka Gardens Phase 1, 585,000, Nakwo Makutano, Prime Gardens Phase 3, 350,000, My Mahio, Longonot View, 485,000, Deposit Yabigo Dedone, 100,000, Title Deed, Electric Fence, Maina Vitima, Zipon, Oka, Wafish Ito, CNM Center, First Floor, Ruiru Kehuguro, Vibone 0740-888-111. Doug Balance, we promise, we deliver.
Sasa kwa thao moja tu unaweza pata third party cover for your private motor vehicle valid for 30 days. Say goodbye to expensive motor vehicle insurance. Pata bima kutoka Direct Line Assurance. Kujisajili bonyeza *487#. Weka namba plate ya gari yako, ID namba yako, email address yako na ulipe thao moja tu. And your digital cover will be sent to you instantly. Collect your sticker at your nearest Total service station. Dial *487# upate third party motor insurance valid for 30 days. Pap, ni thao tu.
Ni urenda kugita nyumba yaku na mabati ma gutura na ma uthaka wa kiriu. Horera riu tondu kambuni igatu ya Ruiru Mabati Factory Limited iria yoikaine na wendia nguthi wa mabati ma gikiro kia iguru maria metiragia mbura nene na riũa rĩhiũ. Twi haha ni undu waku. Endia itu ni mohigeire wira-ini wao, koguo ni magutaraga na magakwenderia kuringana na muigana kana muhiano wa nyumba yaku, ukahuthia wira na ukahonokia mbeca. Wicagurire kuma kwi mithemba ngũrani ta Jenga Tile, Europe Tile, Box Profile na mangĩ maingĩ. Oho ni monekaga na marangi ngũrani na tugakurehera nginya o gwaku mũrango-inĩ gwa kahinda ka mathaa 24 tu. Tucerere Ruiru Town kana ũtũhũrĩre thimũ namba 0111050700. Ruiru Mabati Factory, mali safi kwa bei poa.
Big conversation here at Citizen TV, Noro TV, Ramogi TV, and also on Radio Citizen and Hot 96. I tell you, if you've missed any of the last 3 hours, all we can tell you is that it's been smoking, Lulu.
Na imekuwa smoking mtazamaji, lakini lengo na madhumuni ya mjadala huu mtazamaji ni kuelewana, kusikizana, kuweka mambo sawa ili mradi tu taifa liweze kusonga mbele.
Absolutely, and we still have a couple more topics to go through, Lulu. We have the topic of health, we have the topic of affordable housing, and that of access to credit and the hustler fund, of course.
Okay, ni mambo ambayo tutaweza kujadili baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu, lakini kwanza Jeff, tupate taarifa.
Safi. Now, civil society organizations have termed President William Ruto's first year in office as, quote, below expectations, saying the Kenya Kwanza administration has not met Kenyan satisfaction 1 year on. Now, the pledges made during the campaign. Now, civil society organizations faulted President William Ruto's handling of opposition protesters, harassment of the media, as well as the fight against graft. Let's get more from our very own Stephen Litto.
Hakutatuzuia sisi wananchi kunyakuwa uhuru wetu.
Civil societies organizations have released their scorecard on President William Ruto's first year in office. The Kenya Kwanza administration has been criticized by CSOs for failing to correct errors made by the previous Jubilee government.
Kenya Kwanza's first year in office brings to light a series of unfulfilled promises, a prevailing culture of impunity, a continuation of the campaign posture, and the discordant governance experienced in the previous administration. Despite their initial efforts to rectify past governance errors, these attempts are overshadowed by deliberate constitutional violations, empty rhetoric, abuse of human rights, and perpetuation of state demagoguery.
President William Ruto's administration criticized over withdrawal of high-profile corruption cases touching on members of his cabinet, his deputy Rigathi Gachagua, and other prominent individuals.
With Ruto being sworn in as president, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution withdrew some cases for a number of individuals who were soon appointed to public office. The ODPP then provided an implausible explanation, asserting lack of evidence to pursue these cases. The regime promptly appointed some of these individuals to the government, a stark contradiction to the pledge to uphold the rule of law. Corruption therefore remains at the core of this administration's operations. Reports have also emerged indicating that the government has incurred massive financial losses amounting to billions of shillings through various scandals spanning from the National Health Insurance Fund to the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, KEMSA.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's remarks about shareholding in government drawing condemnation.
The assertion that Kenya operates as a country of shareholders is a violation of the Constitution, and in particular Articles 4, 20 and 27 of the Constitution. And this has led increasingly to divisions along ethnic and regional lines, and a continuation of the colonial legacy.
The government's handling of opposition protesters during the anti-government protests, another point of concern. It at one time drew the attention of the United Nations Human Rights Office.
It is regrettable and it's threatening to the public that this government has yet to learn the value of life. For police to shoot unarmed civilians to death, or to go in their homes and beat them to death, this is unconstitutional, this is wrong, and regrettably the president himself did not condemn. In fact, alisema polisi wamefanya kazi mzuri.
During the arraignment of opposition MPs, police officers clobbered journalists outside Milimani law courts, attracting condemnation from the Media Council and the Kenya Editors Guild. The civil society members faulted Kenya Kwanza's resolve to effect devolution. The group say the national government continues to sit on billions of shillings meant for devolved functions. The rate of unemployment, according to the civil society members, as well as the housing scheme, touted as one of the solutions to ending the crisis, also drawing criticism. Stephen Leto, Citizen TV.
And that is the top story of the day. We're going to go back to the big conversation, Lulu, where we headed.
Kwa hivi sasa mtazamaji, tunaenda kwenye cabinet room, manake tunaangazia swala zima la afya. Mtazamaji, imekuwaje na mipango yao ni ipi? Nampisha Sam Gituku na Nimrutab.
All right, thank you so much, Lulu and Jeff. And I want us to start by looking at two issues. That is the plan and the action taken by the government so far. This was in the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. For instance, on the question of health promise, there was a promise to make sure that primary health care becomes fully publicly financed. There was a promise that there will be universal seamless health insurance system, and there was supposed to be mandatory NHF, meaning the health insurance fund, the contribution has to come from every person, and it's essentially to cater also, this was to be the primary cover across the country. But then also there was supposed to be a national cover for chronic non-communicable diseases, and of course that was supposed to be funded through the insurance levy from what would go to the National Health Insurance Fund, but also from government contribution. So what has the government done so far? They have, the cabinet has passed or endorsed, is it cleared? 4 bills to go to the health sector. One of them is the Digital Health Bill 2023. There's the Primary Healthcare Bill 2023. There's the Social Health Insurance Bill, and there is the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill. These bills are supposed to be introducing different funds, but also to outline how services are to be offered in different facilities. But there's something interesting. There's a proposal to come up with a social health insurance fund, which will be mandatory. But there has also been the talk about amending the current NHF regulations to introduce a rate of 2.75% on every person who is salaried, but also even those that are not salaried, there would be means testing to ensure you determine how much they should be paying to the Social Health Insurance Fund, and then every person has to be a member of that particular Social Health Insurance Fund. But Waziri, now that you're here, and we have seen the 4 bills that are being proposed currently in the stage of public participation, let's talk about the rate of 2.75% contribution by those that are salaried. First of all, when does it take effect? And knowing that what is being debated now is the NHF regulations, amendments to those regulations, how then will that tie to the Social Health Insurance Fund?
Thank you, Sam. Let me begin by highlighting the promise. You have highlighted it there, but let me just elaborate on it a little bit more. Why universal health coverage? Universal health coverage to ensure that all Kenyans access health care affordably without suffering any financial loss. And how are we going to do it? We are going to do it based on primary health care. In primary health care, you focus on preventing diseases, promoting wellness and health, and providing rehabilitative services. And that is the major shift in terms of what we want to do on healthcare. The current health system in Kenya is focused on curative services, where people want to seek services from facilities at the highest level, leaving those at the lower level. So we want to have a total paradigm shift on how we deliver healthcare, starting at the best. Remember, this is a bottom-up government. So for preventive and promotive services, we begin them at the best. And where is the best of health? The best of health is in the household. So what have we done? We have recruited and trained 100,000 community health promoters. Each community health promoter will be in charge of 100 households. That one community health promoter goes to 100 households. We have kitted that community health promoter with a kit that has basic first aid. It has water treatment tablets because we want to ensure that people are taking clean water. It has dewormers. It has basic testing. For example, for malaria, we have put inside the kit. They can also check your blood pressure, check the weight, and all that. That is what we have put in that kit. But equally, these community health promoters, each of them has a gadget. Remember, we said we are going to leverage on digitization. So each of the community health promoter has a gadget that they will be using to collect data from the household. This data will link up to the national headquarters. It shall be used in decision making. We shall use that data to do quantification of our products to know how much of each health product or commodity that we need to select. Having said that, as we move up from the household level, now we move to the next level of service, which is level 2, level 3, level 4. And we intend that we shall have primary care networks, that each and every Kenyan will be linked to a specific facility in terms of services. Why do we want to do that? So that we remove the queues from the higher levels of service. The queues you see at Kenyatta Hospital, not everyone you see there ought to be there. There are people who are there, yet they have gone for a cough or a cold. They make up the queue. Somebody who needs emergency care comes, or somebody who is critically ill comes, yet we have a cough and a cold on the queue. We want to ensure that the dispenser in Dagoretti is working. The health center in Dagoretti is working, and you are linked to it. By the time you go to Kenyatta, you must have been referred to go to Kenyatta. You first go through the lower level facilities. So we are developing what we call primary care networks. After we have the primary care networks, then now you move to the third level, which is level 3 and level 4, where now you go to access services, and lastly level 5 and level 6, which are the referrals. How we are going to do this, we have come up with the 4 bills. The primary healthcare bill that will take care of the lower level and organizing them into the primary care networks. We have come up with the digital health bill that then assists us in terms of leveraging on technology, but equally that we are able to provide services digitally. A specialist sitting in Nairobi can read a city that has been done in Trans Nzoia and give a prescription or make proper diagnosis for a disease. We have the FIF, Facility Improvement Fund. Why Facility Improvement Fund? That we have funds that are generated at levels of service. Each facility generates funds. But in most cases, these funds are not plowed back into the facilities. So we want to use the FIF to ring-fence the funds so that if you collect funds from health, you use them for health. That will not collect funds for health and take them to go and build a road elsewhere. They have to be brought back to commodities. Then lastly, the social health insurance bill. Social health insurance bill is where your 2.75% comes in, which I believe that was your question. This social health insurance, we have charged the 2.75% is on income, whether you are informal or informal. We will have a means testing, where we determine what is your income. Then we apply 2.75%. But I also want to clarify. I have seen people saying that, so that means somebody will pay 100,000 plus. No, we have a cap of 5,000 shillings. The minimum is going to be 300. And those who cannot pay, then through the means testing as determined by government, will get subsidy. Government will be able to pay for them. But remember, from the bills, the primary healthcare will be publicly financed 100%. That is level 1 and level 2 of health services.
Just clarify there, because so you said there's a cap of 5,000 shillings.
Yes.
So the president had spoken about those that are earning high will have to pay higher.
Yes.
And he had said that because an estimate of 1 million shillings, 2.75% will be 27,500. So that is no longer the policy.
Subject to.
It is subject to. But we have had discussion. Remember, when we started that, we have been subjecting these bills to public participation. So we have received reviews from the public. Equally, we have done our workings in terms of providing the healthcare, that if indeed we manage to prevent diseases and promote wellness, then we do not need to invest as much. By the way...
So the cap is 5,000 shillings?
5,000 shillings.
And how will you calculate the means testing that you just talked about on other incomes that are not based on salary?
We have an algorithm. First, where we have begun is we have developed an essential package. An essential package then indicates what a patient is entitled to when you go to a health facility. Besides preparing an essential package, we have done costing, that we know how much a service will cost. That if you are treated malaria in Trans Nzoia, you are treated malaria in Nairobi, you are treated malaria in Nyeri, it is one cost. So we are going to have a control on the costs. At the same time, we know what is the package that is going to be given to you. So now we have developed an algorithm, and we have gotten support from World Health Organization in developing an algorithm that then will be used to a means testing on your income. And that is what is going to be used to determine what your income is and apply the 2.75% to it.
Sam, I want to really weigh in on this issue.
Okay.
This is coming from the backdrop of one of the so-called Big Four agenda of the previous government. And universal health care was one of them.
Yes.
The only program a government came publicly to admit and confirm that it's a failure was the UHC under that government, especially in the last 5 years.
Yes.
Number two, why I love this program and what my sister is doing, this trend of charging people the same, irrespective of their means. It also compares with what my brother Ezekiel Machogu is doing in university education, whereby we are saying, if you can afford, then you pay. So that what you are paying now also covers someone who cannot afford to pay.
True.
Just application of kidogo brains and science helps us to move forward.
And let me clarify. The reason why UHC failed in the previous 2 attempts is that, one, it was not hinged on any law. And that is why we have come up with these 4 bills, so that then it's hinged on law. But the other bigger reason why it failed, that then many people got registered, but they went all swamped to the high level of services. Therefore, they exhausted all the cover that was there. That is why the UHC program failed in the last regime.
Mheshimiwa, tufafanulie katika mswada huu, manake tumepata habari za kwamba kwa yeyote atakayepata katika hazina hii bima hii ya SAHIF atakuwa ni mtu ambaye ameajiriwa na ni sharti awe nayo. Kuna sehemu ambayo inasemekana kwamba usipokuwa nayo huwezi kupata huduma nyingine za serikali. Tufafanulie kama hilo ni sawa. Alafu pili, zungumzia kwa wale ambao hawajaajiriwa, kwa sababu kuna sehemu ambayo inazungumzia kwamba serikali itatenga fedha fulani kugharamia kwa wale ambao hawana kazi, hawajaajiriwa. Hivi sasa na NHIF kuna wale ambao hawajaajiriwa na hawahudumiwi kwa sasa. Itakuwaje hii nyingine mpya itakuwa na uwezo wa kufanya hivyo, ukizingatia kwamba kuna wale ambao wataingia kwenye bima hii na siku za usoni wataacha kazi, kwa hivyo hawatakuwa na nafasi ya kuendelea kutozwa 2.75 ya mshahara wao.
Wacha nikurekebishe. Bima hii ya afya ni kwa kila mtu, sio tu kwa wale ambao wameajiriwa. Hapa Kenya wale wameajiriwa ni wachache sana, less than 3 million ambao wako kwa formal white collar jobs, mimi na wewe. We are very few. Wale wengi wako kwa informal. So tuko na mbinu tofauti ambazo tunataka kutumia. Kwa mfano mimi na huyu kakangu, huyu Moses, kuna ambacho tunataka kufanya kwa wana bodaboda. Hiyo ni informal sector, ya kwamba yeye pamoja na huyu ndugu wangu wa Hustler Fund wataweza kuwapatia mapeni tuwalipie hii insurance yao in advance. Shida ambayo tulikuwa nayo katika NHIF kubwa ni kwamba mtu anangoja akishakuwa diagnosed na ugonjwa chronic illness, ameenda ameambiwa wewe sukari yako iko juu, ananunua cover. Kesho yake mwezi mmoja ameingia hospitalini, ametumia pesa yake hiyo 6,000 ambayo alilipa kwa mwaka ikaisha. Lakini sasa tunataka kuhakikisha ya kwamba there is no adverse selection of payments. You pay at the beginning, then you access the services. Kwa hivyo hii payment si ya wale tu ambao wameajiriwa, ni ya kila mtu. Ndio kwa maana tunatumia the community health promoters. Kwanza tunataka tujue Wakenya wote households ziko ngapi. Unanielewa? Kwa hivyo ni kila mtu ataweka kwenye hii program.
Mheshimiwa, huja nijibu kuhusiana na sharti ya kwamba ambaye atakuwa hajachukua bima hii kwamba hawezi kupata huduma zingine za serikali.
Na bima hii sijui ni wapi umetoa ya kwamba hawezi pata bima zingine zozote.
Sijasema bima, huduma za serikali.
Huduma. Kupata huduma atapata, lakini katika ile hali ya kupata huduma utakumbushwa ya kwamba je, wewe unataka kuleta mtoto wako aende shuleni, je, umelipia bima? Kuna ukumbusho, na pia tutaweka registration desk ya kwamba unakumbushwa hauna bima ya hospitali, tafadhali lipa. Lakini si eti watakwambia huwezi kuaccess services. Utakumbushwa. Yeah. Na tumeprovide mbinu ya wale ambao hawataweza kulipa. Tuko na Hustler Fund hapa. Unaweza pia kopa na ukalipie bima yako.
Tunakuja hapo waziri. Asante.
And of course you'll also be telling us about the amount of money that you're hoping to collect versus what you're collecting at the moment. But CS Chelugui, the other plan of the government was that there was the promise that you would be spending some 250 billion shillings on MSMEs in 5 years. There was also the Hustler Fund that was supposed to be allocated 50 billion shillings every year. But when you look at the arrangement now, including the budget of the current financial year, 2023-2024, the allocation is 10 billion shillings. But when you look at the statistics, there has been so much money borrowed by Kenyans, over 30 billion shillings. First of all, clarify this for us, because there has been an ongoing question about whose money is this that you're lending. If the promise was 50 billion shillings from the government, but now over 30 billion shillings borrowed, but not from government, because the government has allocated 10 billion shillings, whose money is this?
Thank you very much. Just before I get there, Sam, allow me just to support my sister here on what she said. In our plan, our Kenya Kwanza plan, in our manifesto, we identified health, among other issues, as a key to delivery of service in Kenya. And we mapped out health on four areas that needed intervention, which my sister is pushing hard. The human resource and equipment availability, which she's done very well by separating medical services and the human resource. We also looked at insurance for us to succeed, and why the other system, the health, the 4 pillars, health failed because there was non-functional insurance or manipulated insurance, and then availability of commodities through KEMSA and others, and lastly, the standards. We saw we could have universal health care, but we must standardize the cost. You don't want the same treatment in Nairobi hospital to be 10 times the same cost in Katundu, just because you're in Nairobi hospital. We said the hospitality can vary, but the service, the cost of commodity, the cost of treatment should be universal. Okay. That is how we can address that. Now, back to your question. Some...
one government approach.
Yeah, that's one government approach. Okay. Now, some... the Hustler Fund is a government intervention to correct a market failure. We had runaway cost of borrowing at the time of our election. As you remember, our president campaign was premised on the hustler. That time, you remember the digital lenders were lending at the rate of 2% per day, 3% per day, hence this initiative. That time, when the president took oath of office and he put us in office, he gave me 23 days. I mobilized my colleagues here, we established the fund, and today as we speak, the numbers are clear. The facts are open. We have everybody knowing. But before I get to that, the question that you raised, we as at today lend out 36 billion shillings, 589, 538, 670 shillings to 21 million Kenyans, 201. We had projected to support 22 million Kenyans. We are short by only 799. So we cover every Kenyan to be onboarded. There are 2 things that we have already achieved. One, we've been able to map every Kenyan digitally, promote financial literacy, promote digital knowledge, and also begin to introduce a new way of lending in Kenya, that is the credit score, which was not there. All of us here were brought up from humble background. Our parents did not have the security, the titles, and the kind of collateral that is used by conventional banks and lenders. But today, we've given an opportunity. We have rehabilitated 7.5 million Kenyans. We have saved 1.8 billion shillings in their savings. Now they will have a retirement like any other formally employed person. Now, in the end, these 7.5 million Kenyans, whom I call premium hustlers, these are Kenyans who come to us every day in the morning at 4 a.m. They are mama mbogas, they are boda guys, they borrow and they repay at 9 p.m. in the evening. So we can afford these fellows to now mainstream financial institutions. Having said that, we also introduced the group loans.
But Waziri, you haven't told me, whose money is this?
Now, we got a grant or a support, budgetary support of 12 billion shillings last year. And we have added another 10 billion shillings this year. The rate of borrowing and repayment, the turnover of this money, the number of transactions per second, at the peak was 325,000 per second. It has never been registered anywhere. It means this is where the hustlers are. So those who pay and repay and borrow and repay are the ones building the fund. So the fund is growing organically because of those who borrow and those who repay ends up adding up and building the fund.
How is the payment rate versus default rate?
Now, as we speak, we have received, out of 36 billion shillings, we have received in repayment 25.9 billion shillings, amounting to 73%. So those you count as, these are not defaulters. These are fellows who are remove first 1.8 billion from that, you call it default, because these are monies with us. they are in savings. We are building for them. And in the end, we'll release. On 30th of this month, we are releasing the first 30% of their savings because they will have the terms and condition of this loan was an annual saving for the short term, and 70% will be long term. That is at age 60. So that is 1.8 billion shillings in savings. And then the term or the loan period is ranging between 14 days to 3 months. So those who are within the borrowing period or the loan period are 4.5 billion shillings, are holding 4.5 billion shillings. So in the end, you will find less than 10% are now within the bracket you can call default, you can call delayed, you can call awaiting recovery for any other reason. You can call them anything.
Mheshimiwa Chelugui, umezungumzia watu ambao wameweza kuwekeza ambao unaita savings 1.8 billion shillings. Ukiangalia kwa wale ambao ni wateja sasa hivi wa Hustler Fund ambao unasema ni milioni 21, ukiondoa kutoka ile bilioni 1.8, hiyo inakupa shilingi 85 peke yake ambazo zimeezekwa kwa mtu mmoja kati ya 21 kutokea Disemba mpaka sasa hivi. Unaweza kutuambia kama huo ndio mwelekeo ama matarajio ya serikali ama la? Shilingi 85 kwa zina wamewekeza sasa.
Unaona kuwekesha ni njia moja ya kulete maisha bora baada ya mtu maybe kuacha kazi ama nguvu zake zimeisha ya kufanya kazi. Lakini we have just introduced this product. Remember, we are only 10 months. Now, we are building now voluntary savings. Tutaleta sasa wale jamaa, badala ya yale, we are doing what we call credit-led savings. Now, as we progress, we will promote now savings-led credit, where you shift from now only credit savings to now what you have saved to enable you to borrow more. So, I feel personally that we have succeeded to bring everybody on board and start shifting them from social protection to social security.
Let me add something here on the score. CS Chelugui has talked about the credit score coming from Hustler Fund. The other day, I had a meeting with the World Bank. And the World Bank made a request for me. It was surprising. And they told me, is there any way you guys, and they sent me to CS Chelugui and the President, can share the credit score coming from Hustler Fund to be the universal score of everybody in the country, including commercial bank, because it's the fairest, it's the cleanest. Everybody, even those people who are in CLB, were given a fresh chance to start from zero, and to a point where by World Bank, no less than World Bank is saying now, because now we have repaired. People have what I always say, that every sinner has a future and every angel has a past. That we give everybody a new beginning and a new chance. And because in 8 short months, we have now managed to come up with a score which World Bank now want to say, for any lending we want to do in Kenya, we can now use this score. The same score that we are now going to use to ensure that this single digit on the Hustler Fund is the same one we're giving to our border people. For our electric bikes, people who are used to paying 60% more, that they can now repay zero deposit, single digit, and with social health insurance from my sister Susan, all embedded there. And you say we are not working?
Nobody has said you're not working, Waziri.
Yeah, maybe to conclude that, Sam.
Waziri, just hold on. Allow us to cross over to another studio because we want to deal with the twin issues about health in the Hustler Fund. And that is in the expert studio with Ayub Abdikadio.
One government approach.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Nimrod. And we are on to topics number 2 and 3 on the Hustler Fund and the other topic handled there by the Cabinet studio. We are now joined by Professor Alfred Omenya, who is social and political commentator in the company of Ndindi Nyoro, and Ndereti Muredi, the former governor of Laikipia County, and Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party member, and Dr. Joy Kiro, who is an economic expert. Prof, coming to you first, what do you make of all this and the pledges that were made, what the government brands it as accomplishments, for example, with the Hustler Fund, and again, the universal health coverage scheme that it touts as addressing the problems that are experienced by Kenyans when they want to access healthcare in the country?
Thank you very much, Ayub, I think what I see is generally what many Kenyans actually see. It is still a government that is planning to do things and deliver things. And that is true even of Hustler Fund. I mean, our anticipation right from the start was that this was going to be a fund that was going to be structured so that it could help small and medium enterprises, actually move. And we're very surprised that it turned out to be a very badly structured Fuliza. And both in terms of the quantum that one would, access, in terms of link with the small and medium enterprises and so on. And we expected this to move there anyway. From the start, we had no issue with it because we said it must start somewhere. But what we imagined was that this was going to be a centerpiece of pushing this particular economic space forward. And it has failed to do so, really. I think the starting point was fine. Definitely, we had to get a practical place to start. But it's stuck there. In fact, Hustler Fund, even as we're talking now, is delivering less than Fuliza as it actually were. I think the only positive thing there is the interest rate, and of course we have to give government that. On the issue of universal health and access, of course, this is one area that I've not really looked at in depth. I don't know the real benefits, and I think we have other panelists who may be able to speak to this further. Yeah, because I would have assumed that consolidating this and making it function under one act might be the best way. But on the other hand, there's some convincing sort of arguments of fragmenting, this particular healthcare, to provide for different, sort of products and insurance covers for different categories. But this is one of the areas that I really have not taken too much interest to find out exactly what's going on there. But definitely we expected, government to have made quite some progress on universal healthcare. And that's why I'm saying that as a Kenyan, all I'm seeing is a government planning things and intending to do things and so on. And, of course, seeing a lot of policy incoherence, in terms of the direction government is going. And let me just finish by highlighting that this is the first government in my life, the 50 years, that have really offered no goodies to anybody. They continue offering pain every single day. All we hear are totally crazy new taxes being levied on everyone. As the economy collapses, as the shilling weakens and so on, the income of Kenyan is also, subjected to this extreme taxation. So I think even as government goes outside there, and our friend is here from that same government, convincing us that we are feeling better, the reality is that, and this even for people of income like me, we are actually feeling worse.
Okay. Let's come to Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. One is, of course, subject to some bills that will be debated in Parliament. But has the Hustler Fund, in your view, lived the purpose that it was formed for?
The Hustler Fund is serving the reason why it was formed. And I want to disagree, and especially on the quantum. We went around the country, and I was almost in all the meetings. The kind of category of Kenyans that you are trying to include in the credit system are not the people who are or would borrow the kind of quantum professor would think about. A normal mama boga, a normal hustler would actually want a stock of 1,000 a day. Previously, they would go into a Shylock, they borrow, and of course they pay exorbitantly. Currently, we have been able to disburse 36.5 billion Kenya shillings in the Hustler Fund, or through the Hustler Fund. 17 million Kenyans have already borrowed, 7.5 million repeatedly. It is serving its purpose, and that is why we continue to capitalize it. From 12 billion, in this current budget, we have added 10 billion. But allow me holistically, Ayub, to also say that I am very glad, and I want to say that I am very happy that we are in the position that we are in, even in this studio, because Even in Kiharu sometimes I tell my staff that we go into a meeting we call where I don't accept anything good that they say, because I want to handle the heavy stuff.
Okay.
So the kind of criticisms you are getting from Kenyans, the kind of opinions you are getting from Kenyans, even experts, on my side I think it is a good thing. But the legitimacy of any regime, legitimacy of government is never hedged on the opinions of the current situation. It is never also hedged on the policies. It is hedged on deliverables. What ultimately people remember, what ultimately works for a regime or a government, is not just what I come and say here on TV. It is exactly what you are doing. And allow me just a minute to highlight just a few. Ayub, because we can talk about where we need to improve, which is acceptable, and I am of the opinion that we should always listen to Kenyans so that we improve. But it's also important that you also report some of the deliverables. As we sit here in the studio, and I'm just highlighting some of the things we've been talking about, we have given Kenyans a very good platform in terms of Hustler Fund. Within that 1 year, we have given fertilizer. We have allocated 630 billion Kenya shillings into education. This current year, we have already advertised for hiring of 8,000 fresh graduates to be given internship opportunities by government with a salary of 25,000 every month. This 1 year, we have hired 56,000 teachers, something that is unprecedented. This same year, we have been able to recalibrate tertiary education, and 45,000 Kenyans will be reporting to various universities. Some actually have already reported without paying a single cent, because the government is doing that.
Thank you.
And as I wind up,
yes,
if that is that question directed to me?
Yes, please. To you, of course. Just a follow up on, because you have mentioned a very critical point before I move to Director Mureithi. And this was largely a premise that the government hinged its pledge on. For example, as the chair of the National Assembly's Budget and Appropriations Committee, talking about the fertilizer you have mentioned, what has reached the farmers in terms of quantification?
What has reached the farmer, Ayub, we have been able to give close to 4 million bags, and I talked about the statistics of outcome. But also, it is important for Kenyans to know that we have a different approach, which we are calling value chain. We are tracking a sharing in terms of input up to the output, across, even in education. The money we are putting into basic education, we are tracing it by more investment into tertiary. We are going to internship. If you look, it is a chain. And even at the output level, we are delivering jobs across, digital jobs, through housing, and through industry, through the 47 aggregation centers. But also, Ayub, allow me to say this, because we've been talking about inflation, and we've been talking about fuel. It is important for us to separate these two issues. That fuel is two-sided. One, there is fuel for consumption, but also on the other side, there is fuel as a factor of production. That is a factor in the production arena. The fuel in the production arena, the amount of VAT you put into that fuel is inconsequential, because as a producer, as an industry, you still have a right to claim back the VAT, whether it is 8%, whether it is 16%. And that is why we never saw monumental changes when we had this regime.
Thank you.
Lastly,
just hang on, because this is a pertinent point, and before we move on, and it's important we keep time. When you talk about the question of now focusing on production to address generally the cost of living and the economy at large, the Russian President Vladimir Putin mentioned during the St. Petersburg Africa Heads of State Summit that the Russian government had given Kenya 34,000 metric tons of fertilizer. And you are ending up selling the fertilizer to the farmers. If you have appreciated the high cost of crisis in the country, why sell to the farmers imported fertilizer that is largely free or grant from the Russian government?
You know, I would want you to go back and check the statistics in terms of the fertilizer that we have been able to deliver to our farmers vis-a-vis the grant. And you also have to choose between believing your own government and any other communique that you listen out there. But lastly, I was to put up this point. When you look at our GDP, we are concentrating in terms of baking the cake. GDP as a whole, because GDP ultimately is what becomes the wealth that we all share. We are doing everything to grow each segment of the GDP. GDP, and I will take a minute to highlight. We are looking at it in terms of, number one, what are we doing about private investment? Through our policies, both in the Finance Act and through the investment in the budget, you can clearly see what we are doing. In terms of spurring consumption, and especially by creation of jobs, creating more consumers. When you go to government, because all this as an addition is what creates the GDP.
Thank you.
You can be able to see what the government is doing in terms of government investment. But, lastly, we are not just concentrating on baking the cake. We are cognizant of the fact that, in the current situation, not all Kenyans are taking part in baking this cake because they don't have opportunities. And that is the reason why, through shared prosperity policy that we have, we are currently actually registering the vulnerable in our society, 70 years and above, the severely disabled, the orphans, unprecedented. We are registering all of them. Because as we bake the cake up here, we need also to take care of the vulnerable in our society as a way of shared prosperity.
Thank you. Honorable Nyeri County, focusing on the Hustler Fund and the universal healthcare coverage, certainly a goal that any country must accomplish in terms of having that healthcare coverage. But has the process been satisfactory from you, the opposition's perspective?
To tie off cost of living, it is clear majority of Kenyans believe and feel the country is going in the wrong direction because the cost of living is higher this year than it was last year. And they're asking the regime, stop lamentation, stop blame game, and deliver on your promises. On the subsidized fertilizer, you need to remember it is not a new idea. It has been there in previous administrations, and this administration perhaps should say what they are doing differently. Kenyans are also saying the regime is not listening, not even to themselves. Study after study by the central bank is showing, for example, the financial access study is showing welfare measures are worsening. When you ask Kenyans, those who go to bed in their families without a meal, that number has increased to about 37% of households in Kenya saying now, at least once a week, they go to bed without a meal. If you look at the MSME tracker survey that was just released again by the central bank, who is, after all, the government's own banker, showing clearly that the micro and small enterprises, 60% of them are defaulting. So I agree with the majority of Kenyans that the regime needs to begin to listen. On the question of the Hustler Fund, it is good that they have lent 36 billion shillings to Kenyans. But again, what you need to recall is that that credit, for example, cannot be used by a farmer. A farmer needs seasonal credit, and what farmers have been waiting for is the regime's promise to put seasonal credit, 10 billion shillings in AFC, and they ought to have done it before these short rains so that farmers can actually use the subsidized fertilizer. You also need to remember that today, just today, government borrowed 34 billion. Some of it into a 2-year bond, some of it in a 10-year bond. That 2-year bond was at 17.5%. So government is borrowing at 17.5%. So you can imagine the farmer when they go to their local commercial bank saying, lend me some money in order to replant for the short season, how much the farmers are paying. A matter that has not been spoken about, the exchange rate. The shilling has depreciated 25%, so from about 120 shillings to 150 shillings. What it means, everything we buy, from the clothes we wear to the food we are eating and we buy it from outside Kenya, the prices have gone up by 25%. Right. I want to go then to this question of primary health, and I'm really, I must say, saddened to listen to the room of cabinet secretaries speaking as though primary health is not a devolved function. Primary health, meaning the community health volunteers that they spoke about, meaning the level 2, level 3, level 4, and up to level 5 hospitals are all devolved functions. What you have listened and heard is a cabinet that believes they are going to command universal health care, so command counties, I guess, to deliver universal health care. What was the matter with NHIF? The business model of NHIF was wrong because it took a citizen, it cost him too much to go and pay the premium. We have practiced this. We have seen it in practice in Laikipia, where up to date, 43%, even after a year of neglect, 43% of the citizens are covered by NHIF because we made it easier for the citizen to pay for themselves, and the citizens do want to pay. I want to remind you, the Ministry of Health budget, the result of what you've had the cabinet colleagues talking about, even the recurrent expenditure is going up 12 billion in this budget. That is money that should be going to counties to be able to enable them to deliver on universal health care. The cabinet colleagues have also spoken to this question of credit score. And I want to remind them, this is the criticism government is getting, that the left hand does not seem to know what the right hand is doing. Credit scoring is what the central bank, your central bank, is talking about when they say risk-based pricing. So please, let us be open-minded, accept criticism, as your colleague here has said, and remember that it is for the government of the day to deliver and to be open to criticism. I thank you.
Okay. Dr. Joy, talk to me about the viability of the Hustler Fund as what the government touts as a transformation economic agenda that it had.
Thank you very much. I haven't tried the Hustler Fund myself, but as a researcher, I've been out there in the field doing research and finding out what small-scale entrepreneurs the experience with the Hustler Fund. And these are two things that stood out. Either it's a technical challenge, which is very, very persistent, or the system isn't doing what it's supposed to do. That's point number one. This is what I mean. Recently, I was having some collecting data, and I was meeting especially women entrepreneurs. And why women? Because women are marginalized when it comes to access to credit. And the Hustler Fund, I thought, from what the cabinet room is saying, it sounded very good on paper, and it sounded like it's really the thing that small-scale entrepreneurs will have to go for. And so I was talking about the experience, and I was hoping this same good story will be repeated. And this is what they told me. I have never missed a payment. I always repay my loan. But my ceiling is still 600 shillings. What do I do with 600 shillings? How can you invest 600 shillings? And he said, have you defaulted? He said, no. Have you borrowed more than once? Yes. And every time, 600 shillings. That is a problem. And secondly, other women completely had no idea. They need credit. They can definitely afford to borrow and pay. But they have no information. And when you talk to them about the Hustler Fund, what they know about it, and from what you know about it, is completely not what it is. So those two challenges are a big undermining factor when it comes to the Hustler Fund.
Dr. then from your study, does it point to a pattern in terms of the impact? What have you been able to deduce?
Now, if we talk about the impact on enterprises, especially my study was on women entrepreneurs, women enterprises. Of course, the impact is non-existent. 600 shillings, and all of them, that challenge was there. The challenge was how much they can borrow was always a problem, even if they are repaying. It was not raising as fast as they would want it to do, so that it can have a big impact on their businesses. So, yeah, that was a big problem for my study.
Okay. Professor Alfred Omenya, Dr. points out the question of awareness and people knowing about this entire concept. Yes, the government touts it as or brands it as an economic transformation plan that it had. But a majority of Kenyans, because this is digital-based, is there enough awareness about this in terms of accessing the funds from the onset? And can it have the impact in the long run?
I think the idea of the Hustler Fund is noble, is actually a reasonable idea. But like I said before, what we thought government had in mind was, a proper mechanism to build small and medium enterprises. And for us, what government did before, which I keep insisting, is actually worse than Fuliza, was a starting point. And we wanted to see how this transforms so that different categories of businesses are actually supported. Of course, the statistics are showing actually, and Governor had highlighted that just the huge number of businesses are actually collapsing. But then immediately this was launched. In a way, it is like a stillbirth. We've not seen any change at all, any transformation, any development, any feedback in terms of how this is functioning and ways of improving it, so that it remains, as I've said, and without any fear of contradiction, worse than Fuliza, as it actually were. People can get higher ceilings on Fuliza, yes. Small businesses can get up to 20,000 on Fuliza, and somebody is giving you 6,000. 600 shillings, yeah. And they somehow believe that Kenya's economy is going to be revolutionized. When you have all these little lenders who are getting 600 shillings. I think that is dumb.
All right.
Government should actually take the opportunity, because I think it is a good idea. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I think it is a good idea, but we need to look at it, get feedback, transform it, so that in a way it can actually build this small and medium enterprise that we all agree, whether we are in the opposition or in government, that is the future of our own economy. But currently, honestly, the way this has been structured, and Mheshimiwa, with all due respect, if you really think this is a direction that you'll be going to transform the country, especially with these huge numbers of people who are in the informal sector and who are in the small businesses, then I think you urgently need Mheshimiwa here to structure that thing for you.
Okay, a right of reply for Honda Monyoro?
There is a time I was a middle class in Nairobi doing some business with no touch in machinani before I joined politics. But when you join politics and interact with all the people of Kenya in terms of all the stratas, you get to understand the diversity of Kenya. And I sympathize with Professor, because he may not be aware that a person in a village probably he grew up in would actually need only 2,000 in one day to actually build up capital for their business. So from where we sit, the Hustler Fund, as I give the statistics, these are not animals or trees. These are the people of Kenya who actually borrowed this money. And the Hustler Fund actually came in as an intervention, because our current financial industry could not incorporate the kind of people that you are targeting through Hustler Fund. If Professor, for example, feels the kind of quantum you are giving is not commensurate probably to what he may need, that is why I again said it was an intervention. Maybe the kind of target, probably he's above it, given the income probably he gets. So 17 million Kenyans have already borrowed through Hustler Fund. We cannot trivialize that kind of an idea. And all the other parameters, just allow me to say them, because I like the criticism. But when I go across the country and see smiling faces, when I come to these studios and get the kind of language you're having, it only motivates us to do better. Why? If you look at the value chains that we are talking about, touching real Kenyans, when you go to cotton industry, we have been able to disburse 17,000 tons of seeds we have given to our cotton farmers. And somebody would wonder, why cotton? We are looking at value chains because there is something we are curing at the end of the tunnel. The formula that I was giving you in terms of calculation of GDP, GDP is a summation of private investment, plus private consumption, plus government, plus exports minus imports. We are working on that. When you see us giving farmers seeds for cotton, we are already looking at the exports and import substitution. When you see us, for example, giving farmers inputs in terms of food production, we are already looking at X minus M, export minus imports, because we want to lower the kind of import of 560 billion that we import in terms of food, because ultimately, this kind of deliberate decision making is what will make sense. We may come to the debates, get criticisms is good, but we should always take it to make things better for all Kenyans.
Thank you, Honorable Nyoro. Let's now cross over to the Kibra Social Hall, where Chemutai Goin and Waweru Wanyambura are standing by.
Ayub, it's equally heated here, but what is heartwarming has got to be the handshake after the storm. And right now we are well aligned with topics 2 and 3, talking about health and the Hustler Fund. What are people saying, Chemutai?
Well, earlier on, we had a bit of a minor incident, and I think we verified that matter. But we have still some members of residents of Kibra constituency that have been here with us since about 6:30 in the evening. And let's listen into what their views are on topic 2 and 3.
Karibu sana. Tukianza na jambo la Hustler Fund. Waziri Chelugui angependa kujua hapa Kibra, je, mumeona manufaa ya hazina hiyo?
Iko mingi sana. Kwa majina naitwa Humphrey Wekesa Masinde.
Naomba nikushikie.
Asante sana. Hii maneno ya Hustler Fund kwa wana Kibra especially kama mimi, tangu wa launch hiyo Hustler Fund, so I'm talking now, nimefikishwa limit ya 13,000. Because nimechua umuhimu wake. Wakati nilianza kuchukua shilingi 500, kaanza kushughulisha na biashara ndogo ndogo, imefanya mpaka wana Kibra wamenijua.
Ni baadhi ya biashara gani ambazo umeweza kufanikisha kupitia hazina hii ya Hustler?
Kuanzia kwa shilingi 500 nilikuwa nakimbia Isilia asubuhi, naenda kununua tangozi ile chinja hii shilingi 400 kilo moja. Nikikuja nikipima kwa hiyo 400 na nipatie 1,400. So nimepata shilingi 900. So kwa siku ninajituma naenda kama mara 2. So nikiyo 900 ni 1800. Kwa hiyo 1800 nikiongeza 500 niko na 20 something pale. So from 500 imenirusha kwa 2500 only for one day. So mimi na encourage wale wana Kibra, ile maneno ya kusema kwamba creation of jobs, si tutaenda wote kwa ofisi. Ile pesa kidogo kidogo yenye rais alilonja akaambia mheshimiwa Chelugui ambia patia wananchi wale wadogo ndio imefanya hata sama nimechulikana Kibra. Because of that 500 shillings. Me personally ni pesa mingi kwangu. Lakini yule amezoea mingi anasema ni kidogo. Jambo lingine ameongelea maneno ya afya. By the way, Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto amepata kazi ngumu katika upande wa sekta ya afya. Sababu tumekuwa na makateli mingi kabisa. Lakini amekuja amefunja mpaka ameanza kuonyesha na kwamba kuna matumaini katika pande ya afya. Tuko na sasa na tumaini. Uko naenda katika sanati uweze pata madawa, lakini saa hii madawa zinapatikana. Mwisho tena katika upande wa ukulima, especially 100%, wale wa sijui wanaitwa wale wana pesawati rice wamempatia 55%. Pale na waambia kwamba wanadanganya, sababu rice anapambana vitu karibu 3. Kuna wale anapikana nao. Wa kwanza ni ule rais mstaafu, wa pili ni mnamjua ule mwanasiasa mkubwa ambaye amekuwa kwa siasa muda mrefu, ya tatu ni uchumi. Na uchumi si kitu yenye unasema tu uchukue maji na chocolate uchanganye na upatie mtoto akunywe. It will take time. So first time rais ako na nafasi ya kufanya kazi na tunatumaini kwamba atafanya.
Asante.
100%.
Asante. Hapa Kibra, naomba usimame tu tumalizie na wewe. Hapa Kibra, mumeona manufaa ya Hustler Fund?
Ya manufaa tumeona kwa wingi sana, kwa sababu ukiona katika vijana wetu wengi walikuwa kwa fuliza, lakini ilipoingia mambo ya Hustler Fund imekuwa rahisi kwa vijana wetu kufanya biashara. Mimi kuwa miongoni mwao kuchukua pesa kutoka kwa Hustler Fund na kufanya biashara yangu. Na pia nataka pia nipongeze rais kwa kukuja na Kibra Nubian Redevelopment plan ya task force ambayo ina deal on affordable housing projects, na sisi kama jamii, hiyo inaonyesha rais kwa miaka yake moja amejaribu kuona jamii ndogo katika Kenya na akaweka task force ndani yake ambayo inaongelea kuhusu redevelopment ya Kibra kwa ujumla. Na sisi kama task force ambayo imechaguliwa na rais, tutakapomaliza miezi yetu 9, hii pia itakuwa miongoni mwa projects ambazo zitaleta mabadiliko kwa Kibra yetu, na wana Kibra wataishi kwa maisha mzuri na pahali safi.
Asante.
So pia ni pongezi kwake.
Asante. Goin, uliko kunani?
Well, Waweru and also Ayub on the other side, there are those that have said that in Kenya we have no shortage of laws, but what lacks is the intent to implement laws that can actually be for posterity. And we've seen that in the health sector, there's also those proposed laws that are supposed to help the government meet its push to have universal health coverage. Maybe just to hear from also one member of the public here, tell us your name and just your feeling about generally what has been done so far in terms of addressing the issue of healthcare in the country, and also if you have views on the Hustler Fund and all that.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Khalil. I am a patriot and a law-abiding citizen. So personally, I'd first want to commend the government for what they are doing in terms of introducing these projects, which in the long run we feel the intention is pure, that you want to uplift the life of Kenyans. For instance, the affordable housing project. Number 2 is the universal health care. Number 3 is the Hustler Fund, and number 4 maybe it is the UPI, which now they're calling the Maisha number. So on those issues, I want the government maybe to look at the limitations that are on those issues, so that they're able maybe to support and uplift the life of Kenyans. Number 1, for instance, when you look at the affordable housing, many Kenyans still they don't understand what it means. When you're coming to the UPI and the Maisha number, they don't understand what it means. So it means the government is failing in 2 or 3 fronts. The first one is on sensitization of the public. The public does not know what you talk about when you're speaking about affordable housing. Most of the public don't even understand the Hustler Fund. Yeah. So and majority especially don't even understand what the Maisha number entails, and it has its own limitations. As for the Maisha number, UPI, people don't understand it's going to be a universal ID. There are limitations to it. Number 1, the issues of exclusion. And number 2, maybe the issue of public participation. The public have not been given an opportunity like this one, maybe to give their opinion on what they think about the affordable housing. The public have not been given an opportunity to speak about the Hustler funds. The people have not been given an opportunity to speak about the UPI and what they think about the Maisha number. And number 2, maybe speaking from my own experience, I come from a marginalized or minority community, the Nubian community. We have issues even acquiring a simple ID. And when you're given the Maisha number, someone is given the Maisha number maybe at birth at the hospital. So where does exclusion come from? Exclusion comes from when you have a mother and a father who are Nubians and don't have an ID. How can the child be given a Maisha number? And Maisha number is supposed to consolidate to stand in place of all the identifications we'll have. That same number is going to be your death certificate number. That same number is going to be your bank number and things like that. So those 3 main things. Number 1, sensitization of the public on this project. And number 2, public participation needs to be done before the government rolls out this project. And lastly, as I finish, the president specifically, they need to look into the issue of transparency so that the public can believe in them and what they're doing. So transparency is key. And also because when they're rolling out these projects, a lot of money is getting wasted through corruption. So we need to see some transparency and need to see some people getting caught because of corruption. You need some integrity needs to be seen from the leaders.
Thank you very much. Ayub, those are the views of also some members of the public that are still here. And maybe before we head to studio, just one more. Kindly introduce yourself and then tell us your views really on the government's push for health and affordable housing. If you don't mind standing, please. Then move closer this way.
Thank you. I'm James Odhiambo. I don't want to talk much about the health issue and most of the Hustler Fund, because to me, those are things which have zero impact to the lives of a common mwananchi. Mine is just to look at an overall view of this Ruto regime, which to me is a moribund regime so far. It is almost going to its deathbed because the economy has really gone up and the common mwananchi is really feeling the pinch. Right now, I think I've just seen tomorrow's Star newspaper. The VAT is currently 16. It is now going to be 18%, meaning that this one is going to have a ripple effect on the basic commodity. So all these things, this is a regime which is a peer regime, which has been built on lies, theatrics, And now it is almost coming to an end, because if VAT is going to go up, it means the cost of basic commodities is going to go up. Then lastly, tafadhali, the issue of assault on multi-party democracy is something which is very, very important. There's a reason why Kenyans fought for multi-party.
Today was about, it was less of politics, yes. Kindly, and it was more about people-centered issues.
Okay,
so kindly, we'll leave that for the leaders. They will address it in the National Dialogue Committee, which holds its meeting, so that matter will be addressed by the National Dialogue Committee. But Waweru, I think maybe as you hand over to studio, you have one or two things to say.
Interesting perceptions coming from the ground. Trevor and Rashid, I don't know what your panelists have to make of what is coming from the ground at the moment.
Well, thank you so much, Mtai and Waweru there. We're focusing on two issues here, healthcare and Hustler Fund. Let me bring in straight Dr. Davji Atela, KMPDU Secretary General. The CS, Susan Nakumicha, was speaking on the cabinet studio, and she said that the secret is in dealing with primary healthcare. They've so far employed 100,000 community health promoters. Is that the silver bullet?
Trevor, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. If you look at the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, it had a promise for UHC. It had a promise for human resource of 20,000. It had a promise on the restructuring of the commodities. But if you look at what is being said to be UHC, it's the community health promoter aspect of it is good, in the sense that they're going to make the members of the community aware that they are sick. If you have hypertension, you're told that you have it. Basically, after diagnosis, you're just being reminded. Just a reminding and making you aware of your situation. Once that happens, you need to go to the hospital to be treated. But what is the status of the hospital in this country? As at now, if you go to any county referral hospitals, there are no doctors, there are no nurses, there are no clinical officers. So is it okay to be mopped up to go to the hospital to die? It's like being mopped up to go to school and there are no teachers. So that's the one aspect that is lacking. And that's why if you see in the manifesto, the first thing was to employ 20,000 healthcare workers as a baseline within 100 days. It's 1 year that has not been done. And that's why you saw that, let's say, they were actually demonstrating against that. If you look at that 1 year period, how many healthcare workers have been employed across the 47 counties? Less than 300. How many doctors? Less than 40. So tell me, how will the UHC be achieved? It's a pipe dream. And why am I saying this? In 2021, 2022, the budget for UHC was 47.7 billion. What happened? In the 2022-2023 budget, UHC was 62.3 billion. What happened? In this maiden budget of Kenya Kwanza, the UHC is at 18.3 billion in the budget. I'm expecting some miracles to make it better. Because health is not free and cannot be free. It has to be funded. And it has to be funded by either the person seeking the care or the government. In Kenya today, the out-of-pocket expenditure for every Kenyan is 150 billion. There are many people taking planes to India. There are so many people going to public hospitals. Over 70% of them will not find a doctor or will have a long waiting time. Some of them, if they are lucky to wait and come the next day to find a doctor, there are no reagents in the hospitals to diagnose these particular patients. We saw doctors closing hospitals in Kakamega. And if they're lucky to do that, if they go to the pharmacy, there are no drugs. So if these are not resolved, then the UHC that is being launched is just the same as the previous ones. There's no hope. Because one thing that was to come up was the restructuring aspect first, so that we see there's human resource, things are happening. But then this then now comes to the question that are we talking about health as a one unit of national or 48 county governments? There may have been a plan in the manifesto, but there is back and forth politics in healthcare, politics of interest, whereby if something is proposed, like these bills that have been proposed, that are being said, they get opposition from 47 county governments. When you talk about all these issues, they don't come into fore. And that's why in the wisdom of that manifesto, there was an aspect of Health Service Commission. Why is it in the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto? Because this was to streamline healthcare, so that the Health Service Commission then can allow the government to budget for healthcare or for the health workforce in the same manner they budget for teachers, in the same manner they budget for the police, and with that, then the county government then will just be will be relieved of the budget of health workforce, then to just buy the drugs and run the facilities. But county governance refuses this. Why? Because through these health workforce, they're able to employ the cousins. It brings a lot of nepotism. It brings a lot of tribalism. They don't care. It brings about the ghost workers. Yeah. They will not prioritize the service delivery. And why is this happening? Because all the executives, by the way, in this country, the political leaders, the governors, and even the CSS in the studio, they have hefty private insurances. Why do they go when they're sick? They'll take the best flight to the best hospital in the world. That's the reality. And the government spent 150 billion on private insurances. In fact, it is this government now that has removed all the insurance companies, all the public servants, the police, the teachers, even the county governments, to private insurance. So the money is actually taken from the government to private insurances.
Shukran sana. Tutachukua fursa tupeleke moja kwa moja kwa waziri kuweza kujibu, lakini kabla tuweze kumpa nafasi ningependa kuchukua Joshua, maana yake anaona akizungumza Davi unachangia sana kwa kutingisha kichwa na kama unakubaliana naye. Ukiangalia utaratibu ambao waziri na Kumincha anaufanya, anataka kuondoa ile dhana ya kuwa na wizara ya magonjwa na tuwe na wizara ya afya, kwamba afya inapewa kipaumbele zaidi kuliko kusubiri magonjwa, na ndio mpango wake kwamba ukiweza kufaulu tutaweza kubadilisha mengi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Unakubaliana na hilo au?
The Constitution of Kenya 2010 provides for health as a devolved function of government, and that should be the baseline. It should never be disputed. The moment health sector is still held at a higher level in terms of resource allocation, as well as also decision-making at the national level, is not a national government function. The national government is responsible for policy implementation. That is why the doctors and the medics were taken to the 47 units, devolved units that we have in our country. The moment it becomes a premised development agenda at the national level, we lose the implementation and practice of the provision of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Lastly, if we allow the 47 county governors to have resources and best implement the Medicare, and as civil society, we affirm that we should have what is called prevention healthcare more than curative health care, because curative health care has a procurement element of drugs. Okay. In this country, in this century, why do we still have people who die from kwashiorkor? That's preventive. Okay. Marasmus. Okay. Or let's say skin diseases. I think for the better part of this regime, we should concentrate on preventive healthcare than curative healthcare. Okay, we'd like to hear what CS Nakumicha has to say about all that, but let's talk about another issue that came out with Ruth Ball. I'll bring you in on this. Just pass the microphone to Ruth right there and talk about the Hustler Fund. As a young person, has this been beneficial? Did it achieve its intended purpose?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Trevor. The Hustler Fund is like one of those packets of crisps where you buy thinking it's full only to open and it's half a packet. Because when you give me this fund and I don't have food, am I going to think of starting my business, or am I going to run towards putting a meal on my table? So these things intertwine. We rushed to launching the Hustler Fund, but did we consider the favorable business conditions? And I'll give you an example. If I am in the lakeshore, and my business is fish, and I have gone and I have gotten that 500 shillings that they are giving me, I am not able to access my market. I am not able to get to the processing facility that is there. Then what am I doing? It means I have accessed, I have been able to get the commodities, but I can't take them anywhere. So they rushed to launch these funds, just like all other projects that they're launching. But when it comes to the implementation aspect of it, we have a huge gap. Lastly, we saw right here in the Kibra Forum, which is in Nairobi, there is a gentleman who did not even know that the Hustler Fund is accessible on the phone. They did not even know what they need to be able to actually access that fund. What does that tell you? That tells you that we have gone to, the Kenya Kwanza government has rushed to publicize and to do PR jobs of what they have been able to achieve according to them, but they are not actually able to sensitize people and tell them, how do you access it? One, how is it going to be beneficial to you? And also the incentives that are going to be able to help you maximize on this so-called hustler fund that they're giving to Kenyans.
Na kabla tuweze kumpeleka kwa kina Samuel Karanja na kina Victor ambao wao ndio wafanyabiashara na wafaidika, na kupeleka kwa wanafunzi ambaye ni kiongozi wa wanafunzi katika chuo kikuu ili tuweze kupata maoni yenu, manake Hustler Fund ukiangalia kwamba vijana wamekimbilia sana, sema kwamba imeweza kusaidia kwa kiasi kikubwa, lakini kuna vijana wengine wanasema kiwango ni kidogo zaidi. Nyinyi mlio chuoni, hii Hustler Fund imewasaidia vipi?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Rashid. So what I will say about Hustler Fund is that most students, especially right now in campus, there has been a raise in the living standards. For example, even the food at the mess has increased. For example, for beef that was going at 25, now is going at 70 shillings.
All right, we'll take you back to that conversation in that studio. But first, because our two cabinet secretaries for health and cooperatives want to go and catch a flight, before you leave, Waziri Nakhumicha, many issues have come, including the involvement of counties. Recently, they told you that they would have wanted the input to be factored in. But as you respond to those concerns, the question about the deductions, you didn't say how much you're targeting, where it will go, in as far as is there any backdating, how will that go, and when you compare the contributions you're expecting versus what NHIF is able to give you at the moment?
Thank you, Sam. Allow me first to clarify. And the speakers, I think one of them is a good doctor, the Secretary General of Health of KMPDC. He ought to know that the studies have shown that 70% of people who access health facilities access it due to preventable diseases. Similarly, studies have shown that for every 1 shilling that you invest in prevention and promotion of health, you save 9 shillings in curative. So whatever we are doing we are trying to do in terms of shifting, that we go back to preventive and promotive healthcare in another way, is a source of raising funds for the curative services, and that is the right direction to take. I want to clarify the other thing on the social health insurance. And you have asked how much do you intend to raise and what have we been raising with the NHIF. First of all, NHIF as it is, and I think there's one speaker there who said that it has structural challenges, and that is true. It is designed to serve the formal sector, that there's a check-off system where money is checked off and then it is used in NHIF. However, as I said in my opening remarks, majority of Kenyans are in the informal sector. Therefore, we have to target these people. Number two, the structural defect of NHIF, as it is right now. You will have your NHIF card, you go and access services, and after a while, you will be told you have exhausted services, so you cannot access services. So there are limitations on what you can access with the current NHIF card. The third structural defect with the NHIF is that you will go and you will be told, no, for this specific kind of disease, NHIF does not take care. So there are exclusions in NHIF. What we want to do with the social health insurance, one is we want to remove exclusions. You will not be excluded from anything. You are sick, you ought to get services. The other thing is that there is no limitation. You will not be told that now you have done your 6 dialysis, you have exhausted your limit, go and die. We are not going to do that. And we have now created an emergency, chronic and critical illness fund. In the SHI bill, we have created that fund. Remember, the Constitution of Kenya gives a right to emergency healthcare. We have never been able to operationalize that emergency healthcare. This will be the first time that we are operationalizing emergency fund, chronic illness, and critical illness. If you get involved in an accident, you are taken to the nearest hospital, you are taken care of. At the moment you get involved in an accident, you get to the nearest hospital, nobody wants to touch you because the hospital is asking itself, where will it get money from? There's somebody who said that healthcare is devolved, and I agree with them, that health services are devolved. But the policy of how we give services in healthcare sits at the national level. The bills that we have brought is policy. We are shifting from what we have been doing. Therefore, we are rightfully doing what we need to do, and we are working together with the county governors. The other day, last Friday, I had a COG engagement to take them through these bills. And we had very few levels of divergence. We actually converged at the end of the day. Right now, we have gone to the other stakeholders to be able to participate. But I also want to let them know that about a month ago, we launched, and I think it was even aired on Citizen TV, a level of service assessment. Why did we do level of service assessment? We want to know what are the gaps that exist. And as at now, we have already visited more than 14,000 facilities that exist in this country. We are at 95% of level of service assessment. We want to know what is the gap in equipment, what is the gap in infrastructure, what is the gap in human resource. Based on that, then, we can now work out on the 4 pillars of healthcare, which is one of them is human resource for health. We'll have discussions. Governors are the ones employing. So we can now come to a table and say, look here, you're supposed to be providing this service. From our level of assessment, you have a gap of 10,000 health workers. To your question, what were we collecting with the NHIF? Previously, we were collecting about 44 billion
in a year.
In a year, but government was putting in a subsidy of 15.5 billion per year. What we intend to do from our projections, if we were able to register and onboard everyone, we are targeting a total of 144 billion. 144 billion. We should be able to publicly finance the whole of primary healthcare. We should be able to have the fund to operationalize the emergency, chronic and critical illness fund with that 144 billion. Thank you, sir.
Effective date?
We are launching, and let Kenyans know, we are launching the universal health coverage on the 20th day of Mashujaa Day. All we are waiting for, and I want to speak to our members of parliament, both our members of parliament in the national and in the Senate. And 2 of these bills have gone to the Senate because they deal with the counties. The primary health care bill and the FIF bill is in the Senate. Those 2 are in the Senate. They are originating from there. The SHI bill and digital health bill is in the National Assembly. Once we are able to go through the enactment of these bills, we hope that by October, at least we should have them now finalized. Once they are finalized and we launch our UHC on the 20th, Kenyans should expect that from the 21st, a community health promoter will be visiting them in their homes to start on primary health care, which is preventing and promoting health care.
If it passes, so the effective date of the 2.75%, when?
The effective date will be from after we have some data to collect. And then we should be able to start November. Latest by December, 2.75%. Because once we collect data, we have to do the algorithm, we have to do means testing. Yes.
Mheshimiwa Chelugui, umesikia semi za wananchi kuhusiana na Hustler Fund. Pamoja na hilo, zungumzia swala la iwapo kuna bodi ambayo inasimamia hazina hii ama haiko, na iwapo kampuni za mawasiliano ndio zinasimamia. Na kwa wale ambao wamewekeza zile fedha wanaweza kuzitoa, wanazitoa wapi?
Asante. First, thank you, Nimrod. And in the category of digital funds in Kenya, we have several. This is the youngest fund, yet the biggest in terms of loan and in terms of repayment and in terms of onboarded members. So if ideally, we have by and large succeeded and walked the journey that we promised Kenyans. Anyone who still underrates the Hustler Fund should listen to the real beneficiaries who spoke, especially from Kibra, who moved from 500 shillings to 13,000 shillings. And he started borrowing and repaying, and based on that assessment and credit scoring, he graduated. This is the true story of the Hustler Fund. Many of those who may have issues, maybe it's because in one way or another, they missed out in repayment. But the journey we are traveling on personal loan is from 500 shillings to 50,000 shillings. And we are committed to that journey. We are committed to that promise. What I have gathered from the members is we need to do more sensitization, a commitment that I want to assure Kenyans that we will embark on this journey. We'll come up with billboards, use our radio shows, road shows, radio stations to ensure that we publicize and sensitize, inform Kenyans, work with our leadership at the grassroots so that the Kenyans understand how to borrow, how to repay the loans. And therefore, What this gentleman from Kibra said goes a long way to demonstrate the success. I've listened also to other members, like the former governor of, I've listened to the leader and chair of budget in Parliament. We had a real conversation, especially with Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro, and as the chair of budget in Parliament, was convinced that we need to capitalize this fund so that we keep supporting Kenyans who keep coming to borrow every day. We have other bespoke products, the universal health care. Once Kenyans are empowered, we can be able to use the same ASLAM system to deduct a certain percentage, send that money to National Hospital Insurance Fund as a way of social health support. And we are going to have engagements with my sister here on that count. We are also, I've listened about to the speakers on the issue of transparency. This is the most transparent fund. We have zero loss, zero theft on this because it is digitally managed. And I want to ask Kenyans to be patient. We are only 8 months old. This fund is only 9 months old. We are developing the fund and it's growing organically. If you are patient with us, we'll be able to tighten and ensure that we smoothen any hedges to ensure that Kenyans are able to appreciate what the intentions of this government.
Mheshimiwa, lakini tunazungumzia pesa za umma ambazo zinatolewa kwa umma. Nani anayezisimamia na kazi ya board? Now,
we have a board. We established the regulations provided for establishment of a board. We have a chair and we have a board of directors, and we are populating the management, the secretariat. We already have an acting CEO seconded from the ministry to oversee the operations. But this fund is delivered through, we are riding on systems. I've had somebody saying he went to an office and missed out. He didn't find officers. We do not have offices. We deliver service digitally. So we work with Safaricom, Airtel, and Telcom, and the banks, Family Bank and KCB. We load this 10 billion in these two banks, and the lending is done on your phone, at the comfort of your phone. So you don't need to go to any office. Sit in your house, go to Hustler Fund, star 254 hash. It will take you to the menu of Hustler Fund. You can borrow, you can repay. Thank you.
All right. The two cabinet secretaries. Yes, you have.
Would you allow me just to clarify something? I think the good doctor spoke about lack of commodities in facilities. We have a plan. And we have fixed KEMSA. I'm sure Kenyans now know that KEMSA has been fixed because initially it had issues, but now fixed. Having fixed it, the last 1 month we advertised tenders of about 5 billion shillings. But unique about those tenders is that 2.5%, almost 50% of those tenders were ring-fenced for local manufacturers. And therefore, meaning if we are going to work with local manufacturers, we are going to reduce the turnaround time on the products. We are going to reduce the cost on the products. But thirdly and most importantly, that these local manufacturers will create employment for Kenyans. So it is very important for me to clarify that issue, that it is only a matter of time we are going to have health commodities available within all the health facilities in the country.
Let me just point out something to my sister that 2.5% as a minister in charge of industry, we thank you for that. But we are not happy with that. We want it to be more, and also we want to work together to achieve a 10-year procurement framework for the local manufacturers, so that when people are making the investment decisions, they know that there is some certainty in offtake. And you know, all these things about local manufacturing is a deliberate policy of the Kenyan government. So we thank you for recognizing that. But let's work together to support our manufacturers more. We can make every other commodity right here.
It is not 2.5%, it is 50%.
50%.
Yes.
But
all right. This, indeed, it is the big conversation. The CS is also exchanging notes here. We have to let CS Chelugui and CS Nafumicha leave so that they don't miss their flights. Thank you so much for making time for us. And of course, up next to be speaking about affordable housing, Waziri Zachary Njeru will be here to talk about that. But first, let's weigh what the masses are saying based on the research that has been conducted by the opinion polls companies in this. Vicky?
Yeah, the pollsters have been listening into the conversations from government, of course, from the shareholders as well. But, let me come to you, Caroline. It's only fair that we get a bit more information on how you kind of structured this promises dashboard. So it shows 35 total promises so far, and this is in the first year, to be correct. So how many have actually been completed and not, just to kind of see where they are tracking the progress?
Okay, so let me first start by explaining what the promise tracker is not.
Okay.
It's not a poll, it's not perceptions, it's facts. This is what is in the manifesto. So it's basically an audit of the progress made in the promises, in the implementation of the promises. This is what's in the manifesto. This is what you've done or not done. So if we look at the first 35 promises, they touched on many things, especially around the women's agenda, agriculture, making agriculture affordable, returning the port operations to Mombasa. And so we looked at some of those things. So if you look at the women's agenda, 50-50, was that met? No, in terms of the cabinet. But there was exceptions in the sense that you then created an advisor to the president on the women's agenda, and then the submission of a memorandum to parliament on the issue of the two-thirds consideration. If you look at agriculture, I think the member of parliament, Honorable Dinti Nyoro, has really spoken about the subsidies, so I won't get into that. Return of the port to Mombasa, that happened. Allocation of specific responsibilities to the Prime Cabinet Secretary and the Deputy President, that happened. Appointment of judges was on day one. But and of course the Hustler Fund, which again I won't belabor because it's really been spoken to. But there are others, and especially that touch on aspects of governance, and I think that's where there has been a bit more of a disconnect, especially because of the way the framing, for example, the fight against corruption had been. There was a promise of a state capture commission that has not happened, but there were promises about a conflict of interest bill that has happened as well. Now, if you look at promises, for example, touching on the affordable housing, this is where I started by saying that we then looked at the macro. What are the legislative interventions that are needed? What are the budget allocations that are required? And has the government shown commitment to do that? And so if you look at the first 1 year of parliament, you've seen that there are some bills that have passed to give reality to these promises. The Finance Act, Climate Act, county governments additional allocations, division of revenue sharing, and the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023. So if you look at our report, then you might find some alignment, for example, with the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, but then you will find gaps in the sense that impact of those interventions are being felt by citizens. And if you ask me, because perhaps this will be my last comment, that's where the gap is. That at macro level, lots more is being done or has been done, including on the bills, for example, the health digitization bill that has been spoken about. It's one of the, in fact, if I look at my report, there are about 10 additional bills that are in the House that are supposed to give reality to the manifesto. There are quite a number of motions also that have been passed relating to the manifesto. But the question of whether that is being felt at the micro level is where the gap is. And in this second year, perhaps then a lot more effort needs to be made to ensure that these interventions are being felt by citizens in the manner that they were promised, because the disconnect between the public reality, lived reality, and the interventions that have actually been put in place is wide. And that, for me, is the gap that the cabinet secretaries and the government in totality should be seeking to bridge. That's one. But secondly, also, the explanation of what the intervention means for citizens. So right now, when you talk about the cost of living, beyond the cost of goods is, of course, the element of taxation. One of the commitments from the government was to reduce external borrowing and also increase revenue collection internally. That could be the intention with the increased taxation, but you are also not then offering the citizens what is in it for them. So you're not saying that public service delivery will be improved, and even if you're saying it, we are not seeing it.
Okay.
So the citizens that are seated across the different portals, they need to know that, yes, I'll pay tax, but I don't have to take my child to a private school, or I don't have to pay private healthcare, because then I'm beginning to see the results, and that's taking too long.
So let me come to Angela and Tom on this, because when you look at the promises, probably the most popular anticipated one was the Hustlers Fund, and many ask, was it because it was the most publicized, or because that's the one that Kenyans wanted to see realized the most? From your findings, what did you see was the case?
I think the Hustler Fund was popular simply because it was going to help Kenyans, especially at the bottom of the pyramid, realize their dreams. And I think, as Carol has aptly put it, synthesizing and making, the electorate really understand what those promises mean to them is something that perhaps has been lacking. Yeah. So the promise and the actual reality of the deliverable, has resulted in a disconnect. And it is this disconnect that I would wish and pray that our policymakers, our CECs, can actually understand is the reason why, when you ask for the perception of Kenyans, they give you a scoring or a rating that is different from what you expect. So here you are sitting in your boardrooms and talking about, what you have done. I've listened in great detail to the things that have been done, and they sound very commendable. But the question that they must ask themselves, not us, they must ask themselves is, why is it not then resonating? If you're doing all these things as wonderfully as you're saying you are, as efficiently and effectively, why are you still getting this low ratings from the citizenry? And that means that they have to roll up their sleeves and go down to the ground and actually really understand whether those things that are from the policy perspective, which is what is their core mandate, is actually, boiling down to the citizenry at the bottom. I think that in essence is the way I would put it.
Tom, from your findings, is it a government out of touch in terms of really answering the questions and needs of Kenyans on the ground?
I can't say from the findings that the government is necessarily out of touch, but what's clear from our findings as well as Angela's is that whatever the government has been doing is yet to have much of an impact. Yes, there's been recognition of the fertilizer subsidy. There's been a lot of publicity about the Hustler Fund, but this expression that Kenyans like to use, end of the day, the government is in an extremely difficult position because the national and international requirements of debt servicing, with so much of it in foreign currency, and the huge remaining amount that's in recurrent expenditure leaves very, very little for development or some of these programs. And again, I'm not an economist. I like listening to Dr. David D. whenever he's on. It's been a little while since I've seen him because he speaks very clearly as somebody who's working in government, but from what I can tell, lays these challenges extremely, bare openly. And I really wonder over the next year or two, given the international factors, some of which Honorable Nyoro mentioned, about the Ukraine war and so on and so forth, the impact that it's having on the shilling, whether a year from now, with the best of intentions, even if there is a tightening of lossage through corruption, how far the government's going to be able to get, especially as the Kenyan population continues to grow. When I see comments made in all good intention about helping poor families cover their education costs and even other programs for the vulnerable, I never hear a whisper that there should be of any financial incentive for parents that decide to have fewer kids. So that a family with, I'm not saying having kids is bad, but the fact that a family with 7 or 8 versus a family with 2 or 3, their household economy is going to be very, very different in terms of the needs that they put onto the public sector, whether at the county or the national level. And that's another thing that was mentioned from some of the contributors, that with increasing expenditures in the budget in some of these ministries, in agriculture and health especially, and even housing, which constitutionally are supposed to be county functions, one wonders how that's going to be sorted out. I know we heard a lot of discussion about that at the devolution conference. But I think, let's come back in a year and see how far the government's been able not just to achieve this balance between pressing financial needs, but what my two fellow panelists have said about how forthright the government can actually be with the public as to how serious these challenges are. Yeah. I'm not saying if the government comes out tomorrow and says, actually, these 145 promises we made when we were looking for your votes, we have no chance of fulfilling even half of them to your expectations because of the realities we encountered once we opened the fridge and found there was so little food in there.
Right.
I mean, that's not going to solve the problem. But I think the people who are running the political aspect of the government's development program is going to have to sit seriously and think, how forthright do we have to be to kind of reduce expectations? Okay. Because the last thing you want to do is go to an election with people like Caroline here saying, 145 promises and only a handful have been implemented. If the government does some course correction, at least in public communication, to match the realities.
Let's cross over now to the cabinet room where Nimrod and Sam are standing by as we move and transition to the affordable housing question. And of course, a question here from Tom. How will the housing agenda be implemented at the county level? Nimrod, Sam, over to you.
Thank you, Vicky, for that. Let's start by setting the stage because the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, the plan, spoke about constructing 250,000 units per year. These are housing units. And 50% of that was supposed to be in the program of affordable housing. Now, this is what the government has done so far. It has allocated some 35 billion shillings for the housing agenda. This is in total. It includes market, it includes the amount that has been allocated to the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company, 5 billion shillings. Affordable housing has been allocated 3.2 billion shillings. The police housing has been allocated 1 billion shillings. Kenya Urban Program has been allocated 7.2 billion shillings. Social housing units, 3.3 billion shillings. And of course, the housing levy. The figures that we got from the National Assembly Finance Committee is that from the housing levy of 1.5% for the employer and the employee was going to total to 73 billion shillings. Of course, the housing levy was just introduced or implemented starting the month of August, but backdated to July. Waziri Zachary, let's talk about a few things here because the promise is to build 250,000 units every year. It is now 1 year later. How many have you put up?
Thank you very much, Sam. Housing is one of the basic social and economic rights, and that is enshrined in our constitution, where every Kenyan has the right to accessible and adequate housing and to reasonable standards of sanitation. So as the Kenya Kwanza government, we have done a research and realized that there is a housing deficit in our country, in urban areas. The demand is 250,000 units, but what the market is giving is only 50,000. And as I said earlier, out of that 50,000, only 2% goes to the low-income earners. Therefore, the government has a deliberate and intentional program through affordable housing program to make sure that we bridge that gap.
Okay.
What we are doing as a government, we are working closely with the county government because one thing we are providing free is the land component. We know in any housing program, the value of land takes, depending on where, between 30-35% of the value of the house. So when we are getting this land, either from the national government or from the county government, then that really makes that housing affordable. I want to let you know, Sam, that we have signed 42 MOUs with county government on this affordable housing program. And that shows you how close we are working with the county government because we've realized when we work together, then this program will
So the specific question about the figures. So 250,000 units every year. How many so far?
Good. We inherited 5 major programs that were initiated in the last government, and they were to give 9,935 units. In this new government, we have launched 13. His Excellency the President has launched 13 projects that will give to the market 38,237 units. We have in the pipeline, soon we are going to launch another 14 projects that will give us 32,950 other new units. Mm-hmm. So, as we are speaking...
So completion dates, do you know?
Most of them is 18 months. It's 18 months.
Okay.
Yes. So that's where we are, and I can assure you we are, for those 13 projects, and it cuts across the country. We have in Homa Bay, we have in Embu, we have in Kirugoya, we have here in Nairobi, we have in Nakuru. We have actually all these programs, all these projects are ongoing.
Okay, of course that is way lower than the promise of 250,000.
It's not low because I've talked of 38.
Yeah,
I've talked about 32. That is, and then now we are in the pipeline. We have 664,000 units, which we are going to launch before the end of this year.
Okay.
Asante. Mheshimiwa Moses Kuria, katika hili swali la nyumba za bei nafuu, tatizo kubwa la serikali kujieleza ni kwa yule ambaye atakayefaidi. Mpaka sasa hivi Mkenya hajaweza kufahamu, hasa yule ambaye anatozwa kwa lazima kupitia mshahara wake, ambaye pengine ana nyumba, hahitaji nyumba. Mpaka sasa hivi kuna Wakenya ambao wanatatizika kuelewa kwa nini walazimishwe katika mpango huu wa nyumba za bei nafuu.
Wakufaidika, na hilo ni swali mzuri sana, ni mrotabu. Kwanza mimi hata simuangazii huyo mwenye kukatwa hiyo pesa. Katika nyumba moja tunapata nafasi za kazi takriban ngapi? 5.
Yeah, 3 to 5.
3 to 5.
Yes.
Hata tuseme hapo katika direct jobs.
Indirect is 5 to 8.
5 to 8.
Yes.
So katika hizi nyumba ambao waziri amesema 38,000 multiply by 5. Tuko na watu 1,200 kwa wakati huu wanafanya kazi hapo. Hao ni watu 1,200 wakikuwa katika ulevi, katika madawa ya kulevya, wamekaa katika juu ya mawe, katika shopping center. Na hii nchi lazima tujue ya kwamba hata kama wewe umeshiba na huyu mwenzako ako katika hapo kwa maduka amekaa hapo, hata wewe hauko pahali pazuri. Kwa hivyo tusiangazie tu huo mtu kama anahitaji ama hahitaji. Wakati waziri amesema kumaliza kwa mwaka huu, umesema ngapi waziri? 660. Watu karibu milioni 3 jameni. Karibu milioni 3. Hii Kenya hii tuko na, nitakufanyia hesabu, tuko na watu milioni 1 ambao wameajiriwa na serikali kama mimi na Zakari. Kuna watu wengine milioni 2 ambao wameajiriwa kwa sekta ya binafsi, formal sector, ambao wanafaa tai kama Nimrod Tabu na Sam Gituko. Milioni 2. So nyinyi watai kwa sekta ya binafsi na sisi watai katika sekta ya serikali tuko milioni 3. Lakini wale wengine ambao hawajui hata waamkie wapi ni watu milioni 16. Na lazima tujiulize, mpaka lini ubinafsi wetu kujipenda kwa Moses Kuria na Sam Gituko utaendelea kuadhiri watu wengine milioni 16 ambao hawana matumaini? Kwa hivyo tu wacha sisi milioni 3 hii tuseme ya kuwa jameni, sio ati sisi tulela tukamuhonga Mungu, hata wao wengine walizaliwa na hawana makosa.
That's fine, Waziri, because we already ahead of that. That is already behind us. So how much did you collect in the month of August, Waziri Zakari? And what are you doing to ring fence? Because the Act talks about the money will only be used for the housing program, nothing else.
So far we have combined the month of July and August. We have a combined amount of 5.6 billion. Of course, KRA is the collecting agent, and that money so far we are coming up with regulations that will help in administering this fund. And soon we'll be calling the public to give their views on how best they feel the fund will be managed. So one thing you can be assured of, that money will go for the intended purpose. So through these regulations, we are going to make sure that the fund is well managed. Maybe also to add on what my colleague here was saying, 60% of Kenyans living in urban areas live in informal settlements, live in slums. And the way they live, one person there, when he was trying to explain, and I think it was Kibra, he says he lives in a one room where he pays 3,500. Out of that 3,500, I want you to put, he also buys water and buys water expensively, pays for electricity expensively. Some of them even pays for security because they are not assured of it, and worse still, they pay to go to toilet. So when you combine all that, the amount could be way far above the 3,500. You could find this person is paying 6,000. But this program of affordable housing, that amount that this person pays could be paid on a long term, but that person owns through the TPS, the Tenants Purchase Scheme. So what we are trying to address, and some and Nimrod, let's all agree that the future is urban. So if we don't mitigate that future now, then we'll have a problem. That's why the government is real keen to make sure that we provide decent houses to our Kenyans.
All right, Waziri, thank you for that. And of course, there are many questions that the experts would want to raise. That's why we cross over to the expert studio with Ayub.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Nimrod. And beginning with you, Professor Alfred Omenya, of course, as a professional urban planner, listening to the submissions by the Lands Cabinet Secretary, he only took a number of 70, 38, one batch, and 32 the other. He talked about the long-term plan of more than 600,000. Was that the plan? And looking forward, will the numbers that the government had promised be delivered on time?
No, thank you very much, Ayub. I think we've ventilated quite a bit on this housing issue and the housing problem and the housing challenge. Yes, of course, I'm a good taxpayer, and my own salary has been deducted. It has reduced significantly as I contribute to this housing tax, amongst others. The point where we are now, we've sort of given up on giving government any advisory of how to deal with the housing problem, and we've accepted that let government build houses, whether they're necessary or not, whether they're solving a problem or not, let them proceed to build housing. It's a situation where you're saying there's a student who could easily have gotten 80%, but now we're at a point where we're saying let the student pass, even if he's at 40%. So let them build houses anyway. So the point I'm trying to highlight here, and we've said that time without number, actually, that the real serious housing problem we have in this country, if you are to ask yourself what is the housing problem, it is the problem of the homeless. It is the problem of those who are living in inadequate housing, in slums and informal settlements. It is not the problem of the lower class or even the middle income. It is not the problem of home ownership. That is a secondary problem. If we're to look at the ethos of our constitution and the spirit, it is not our biggest priority is really not the working class. Those people don't live in caves. They live in homes. It is people living in situations worse than animals in this country that should actually be targeted. And secondly, what we are saying now, all of us are being taxed uniformly to solve the housing problem. From where I sit, I would love to see most of this money going to that cadre of people. But as it were, you can see what is going to this group of people is 3 billion. And I've said it again, and I'll repeat it over and over and over again on air, that the housing problem is not about houses. Kenyans are living in housing situations. We've done thousands of studies that show quite clearly that you give people security of tenure, you give them a title, they build houses. That you improve infrastructure, they build houses. So the idea that government builds houses is a stupid idea ab initio. And I'll say that as professor of architecture and professor of housing. It is stupid. Nobody does that anywhere on earth, despite the fact that I've given up that my money will be used on a stupid idea. This idea remains stupid. And I'll keep telling government, as long as I live in this country, that that idea is dumb. We can improve Kenyan housing situation in a massive way by enabling private sector deliver housing. We can improve Kenya's housing situation in a huge way by putting infrastructure. We can improve Kenya's housing situation in a big way by providing social amenities, by providing water, by providing all those basic things. This whole idea that government can build houses is stupid. Number two, housing again is a devolved function. We never envisaged that the national government would go and work with fundis and give us houses. This again is a dumb idea. So anyway, like I'm saying, we've already given up. Let government build whichever houses they want to build, whether they're relevant or not, because this government is incorrigible. They already decided what they wanted to do. They used parliament and other mechanisms to coerce us to do the payment. Now is the law, I will pay, but actually the government housing policy is dumb.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Nyeri.
On housing, I hope.
Yes.
I may not have the luxury to use the kind of words Professor is using, but I want to say that there is no better way of judging the future in the present than by the past. And also, economists are in perspectives and comparisons. If you look at economies, for example, like Singapore, I would not want to use the word Professor is using, but I don't think Lee Kuan Yew was in that state that Professor alluded to, because they came up with this kind of a program. Now the house ownership rate in Singapore is over 93%. However,
but how do you compare, Honorable Nyeri, on just on time allocations here? How do you compare Singapore and Kenya, which is slightly, small in terms of its demography, in terms of its size, and a country that largely has fewer, less people than Kenya? In terms of the ratio is what I'm talking about.
I compare because the route that they went through is actually the same route. If you check actually what they did, they introduced the kind of levy which was going to some form of our equivalent NSSF, which actually ended up acting as an incentive to the industry of housing. And therefore there is a lot of comparison to derive from. Also in terms of what they were then, in comparison to us, we were more or less the same size. And by the way, my brother Ayub, economically, parameters we look at are not in terms of size of geography. The parameters we look at most likely are in terms of per capita. So that whatever the size of the place, whether it is incomes, whether it is wealth, you look at in terms of per capita, per person. Therefore, I believe this is a very good idea. And I was at the point of making a point that economies are synergetic in nature. When you look, for example, in terms of housing, it is not just we are not looking at just the person owning a house. We are looking at other synergies that are created around there. But also in that respect, and allow me now to open up beyond housing, so that I give these points broadly, referencing on all the other areas that we've been talking about, in terms of taxation, in terms of productivity, in terms of hustler fund, in terms of all this. And I want to say that we are looking not just as a consumer. When you talk about the cost of living, and that is why I'm saying I'm talking holistically, because these points are cutting across. You are not just looking as a consumer, the consumer. It is important that we look at the consumer who is also the producer. And that is why when we talk about, for example, unga, because all these things are interrelated, and the cost of living, you are not just looking at how much money you go to the supermarket and buy unga. The same consumer must also be made the producer. And that is why we have all these robust plans. Housing plan is making many Kenyans who are generally only consumers to also be producers. And that is why I made the first point that prices generally, inflation generally is upward. Because as you empower many people to have more incomes, definitely they demand more. When they demand more, because economies are synergetic, even if this segment of an economy grows, it evaporates to the other. But allow me also...
Still on the same housing because of time, okay. To just keep you on track, we are talking about the housing element. We have exhausted the other topics I've talked about on the cost of living generally. So just to finish up on the question on the housing aspect.
I was requesting that as I make that point, because they are all interrelated, that I talk about some of the fundamentals we are looking at. Because we are looking at the housing in the context of the budget.
Thank you.
Remember, this issue came up more because there was a finance bill which is now an act. And now, in retrospect, in terms of all of them, there are some fundamentals we are doing, which Kenyans have a right to know. One, as government, we are reducing on recurrent expenditure as a share of the entire.
Okay, because of time, I have to cut you short, and largely this was on the housing question, and allow me now to get the account of Director Murray. Given what you have heard from the CS and the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honourable Director Murray, what's your account and largely that of the opposition towards this course by the government?
Thank you, Ayub. On the question of comparisons, if we must compare ourselves with Singapore, then we should remember that a Minister of Industry in Singapore, Mr. Cheng Wan, actually committed suicide when he was found or when he was accused of corruption. So we should compare ourselves and emulate Singapore in all the ways in which Singapore used to become a developed country. The housing program has been criticized because the housing levy is seen not to be equitable. And this point has been canvassed by the professor. I only remind the audience that even those who may not be in need of housing have to contribute to this mandatory levy, and therefore from a taxation point of view, it is seen not to be equitable. This housing program has also been criticized on the question, again, Professor has spent some time on it, are you solving the actual problem? Four problems that bedevil the housing market in Kenya. The first one is the cost of materials of building. That we are talking about affordable housing, and we are having to give tax incentives in order to bring down the cost of those particular houses, whereas we should be solving the problem, why are the cost of building materials so high, and what could we do more generally? Secondly, the cost of land. And the cost of land is also related to urban infrastructure. Take the case of Nairobi. The idea of Nairobi Metropolitan was to create infrastructure so that somebody can live as far down as Kajiado or perhaps Naivasha and still be able to work within Nairobi city. And that is only possible if you have enabled urban infrastructure to develop, and that brings down the cost of land at the very center where we are all trying to squeeze. So these things are the things that government ought to be solving more generally. If you think about the cost of mortgages, affordability is a function of interest rates. Again, I take you back, or just 10 seconds, I take you back to this question. If government is paying 17.5% for borrowing as it did today, what will you pay for your mortgage? That's the problem we should be solving.
Let's now finish up with Dr. Joy Kiru, and briefly, your account of all these concerns by the government.
Number one, if we talk about the government today, there are some realities on the ground that all of us will agree on. Number one, the government is facing a fiscal crisis. Number two, the government is still undergoing bureaucratic. And number three, we are faced with weak institutional governance. Now, these are things, I'm not saying that they're not doing anything about. They may be working to rectify these things or to address some of these issues, but this is where we are. Now, if that is where we are, the housing case is a clear business case because there's housing deficit, there is demand, and therefore there's a lot of potential for the private sector to go into it and make money and make profits. So how does the government need to get involved? By providing incentives. And these incentives do not have to be direct monies to this sector. It takes money to approve building constructions. Do something about that. We need infrastructure to do this thing. Do something about that. There are issues of stamp duty. Do something about that. So in other words, let the private sector drive the housing business as a clear business case. And the issue of jobs that you're saying is the biggest outcome out of this will still be created.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, allow me now to hand you back to Sam Gituku and Nimrod Tabu, who are at the Cabinet studio, and allow me to thank my guests here. Professor Alfred Omenya is an urban planner by profession, also commentator on socio-political affairs. He was also joined on the set by the Kiharu lawmaker Didi Nyoro, who as well is the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly, as well as Ndereitu Mureithi, who represented the opposition Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party and ex-governor Laikipia County, and Dr. Joy Kiro, who is an economist from the University of Nairobi. Back to you, Sam and Nimrod at the Cabinet studio.
All right, thank you so much, Ayub. And I want to tie up matters here, starting with you, Waziri Njeru, because various concerns have come from that studio, especially on why you should let the private sector be the one to deal with this. But I want to ask you a specific question. So you're collecting about 73 billion shillings every year. Is that sufficient to build already the more than 80,000 units that you say are already in progress, but also expecting another 664,000 projects to be, or units to be commissioned in the coming months?
Yes, thank you very much, Sam. One thing we should note is that all these projects are not starting at the same time. So they will be starting at different stages. So that, and since we have monthly levy coming in, okay, it will be so easy for us to make sure that we accomplish that. That is a study we've done. And
so 73 billion shillings in a year is sufficient to build how many units?
Well, our target is 200,000 units per year, because already the market is giving 50,000.
Okay.
So with that money, we'll be able. And one thing I want you to note is that they are not asking that money at the same time. We'll be paying.
No, I get that. I'm just wondering, if it's not sufficient, where do you get the balance from?
Capitalizing.
Because the target is 200,000 units, as you said.
Yes, capitalizing?
Yes.
Yes.
What is that?
Maybe
I will explain. The whole concept of the housing fund, and I'm hearing people say that, let me just digress a bit, Sam, with your permission.
No, please. We are tying matters here.
No.
Just tell
Kenya,
capitalization.
Kenya spends 650 billion shillings every year on education to educate buffoons like that, Professor Omenya.
Please don't call him.
He called us stupid.
We can't use that.
He called our program stupid, and he's a buffoon. I wonder why we invest in education. But anyway, let me get back to this point. This money that we are supposed to put in here is supposed to get into the capital market ultimately. We do something called leveraging, and we get X times more money from the private sector. And by the way, Sam, for the last 60 years of independence, this country has produced only 50,000 mortgages. 50,000 from that private sector. So there was need to have some intervention. And we're not saying we crowd out the private sector from this housing thing. But the 73 billion, which CS Jero is supposed to collect out there, is supposed to go to the capital market, to the financial system, and multiply 6 times more. Can you imagine if 73 billion is able to leverage 10 times and we get 700 billion?
I don't have a problem with that. The question is very specific. So you collect 73 billion shillings in 12 months.
And then you turn it around to the private sector.
Hold on.
10 times.
At the same time, you're building houses. The target is to build 200,000 according to CS Jero. So when do you multiply? When do you build? How much are you building in a year at how much?
Let me say this. Today, these houses are not being built by government. Even today. They are being built by private sector.
Okay.
But the money that Jero is collecting is for telling the private sector person, if you build this house, you can sell to the market. In the unlikely event that the market is not undertaking it, then CS Jero undertakes it, to offtake from that. But you see now, for every 1 shilling that Jero, offtakes, 9 others can be taken by me and you in the private market. Maybe I think it's too complicated for you.
Anasema asante sana. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Waziri Zakari Njeru, asante sana. Mawaziri waliokuwa pamoja nasi hapo awali, Susan Nakumecha Wafula alikuwa pamoja nasi, na vile vile Waziri Simon Chelugui. Tunasema asante kwa mchango wenu.
Ingia kwa boma yangu kwa ili wananchi waweze kujua. Tafadhali kwa sekundi moja. Ukitaka kuingia, for you to start saving on affordable housing, you go through the Boma Yangu portal, through USSD 832#. Then you pick the scheme, the typology of the house you want, and the place where you want, and immediately you start saving. So it's good for wananchi to know that.
Na tupatane siku ya Jumatatu, kaunti ya Laikipia, tukilaunch industrial park ya Laikipia, na tutakuwa live kwa runinga Citizen, ndio Wakenya wajionee ukweli, sio.
Asante sana Waziri, shukran Sam.
All right, Waziri, don't leave yet. We want to cross over to Jeff and Lulu in the Mwananchi studio to take us home. How about you?
And Vicky.
That's right. This is the end of the big conversation. My first one, it was absolutely amazing. But 5 hours, 4 topics we covered: affordable housing, the cost of living, access to credit, which of course was the Hustler Fund, and health.
Absolutely. And you know, Vicky, that's what the big conversation is all about. It's all about some agree, some disagree, and in the end, we agree to disagree.
Kabisa, we agree to disagree. Mtazamaji, kama ulivyoona kwamba tumekosana, tumepatana, tumeulizana, tukajibizana na kila kitu kilikuwa shwari. Kama mmemuona waziri pia amecheka. Ni kwamba sote tumeelewana kwa hivi sasa.
Tutaendelea kuongea, sio?
Kabisa.
There's so many people would like to thank, folks. This has been a great production, a huge production. There's a great team behind this. I'd like to start the shareholder room, shareholder studio. Thanks so much, guys. Cabinet room, the Mwananchi studio, the expert studio, the opinion poll studio, and everyone from the Charter Hall to Kibra, to Nyamira, to Garissa, to Nyeri, and let's not forget our Nduthi gang.
Oh, yes.
On the Rongai and Embakasi routes, and of course the management, the producers, the directors, the cameramen, the soundmen, everybody, and the management. Thanks so much for being a part of this, and thank you for joining us on the big conversation.
Naam, shukran sana mtazamaji, tunasema hakuna sisi bila nyinyi. Kwa heri.
Good night.